Chapter 1. Green Harbor, Massachusetts. Reese Lavelle yawned as he carried his backpack down the dock toward the sport fishing boat at the end of the concrete finger sticking out into the harbor's cold waters. Next to him, his friend and colleague from TechSafe, Ben Hilmer, laughed and shoved a styrofoam coffee cup into Reese's hand. "Wake up, man! Today's the day! It's a day!" Reese agreed, inhaling the bitter scent of the black Astar coffee Ben liked to drink. "Come on, you gotta be positive. You're totally gonna land that monster tuna you've been dreaming about, am I right?" Reese looked at Ben over the rim of the coffee cup as he sipped the scalding hot liquid. "I think you dropped your pom-pom. There's my two top dogs, Eddie Morenez," their regional VP of sales said, beaming from the transom of the charming Betty. The luxury boat TechSafe had chartered for the 4-day fishing trip rocked gently at her moorings, gleaming in the weak light of dawn. Behind him, Jimmy, Eddie's favorite bootlicker, crossed his thick arms and frowned. In the dim light, he looked ridiculous in his Oakleys, but that was Jimmy. He was always just a little cooler than everyone else. "You two related?" asked Reese as Ben accepted Eddie's hand and climbed aboard. Jimmy followed Eddie's lead and reached down to help Reese. He effortlessly hauled Reese aboard. Eddie laughed. "Related? What? Ignore him," Ben said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Reese thinks we're too enthusiastic for this early in the morning." Eddie guffawed, his trademarked gut-slapping, good-old-boy belly-buster that had won over more clients than any sales rep in company history. It was part of the reason why he was in charge of TechSafe's entire sales force now. Jimmy resumed his position just over his boss's shoulder, crossed his arms, and frowned again. "Dude," Ben said to Jimmy. "Lighten up," Jimmy grunted. "I'm just doing what I'm told." "How old are you?" asked Reese under his breath. Jimmy was Eddie's gopher. He was always sending the huge sales rep to fetch coffee, pick up lunch, drop off dry cleaning, whatever silly errand the big important boss didn't have time to handle. He pawned off on Jimmy, and the big galoot never complained. Thankfully, a few of the other regional winners had arrived, and Eddie turned his attention to them, shouting greetings and welcoming them aboard for the second day of the company-sponsored fishing trip for top performers. It was a new tactic the company was trying, team building, rather than handing out wads of bonus money. "Go on, help the others," Eddie muttered. Jimmy dutifully stepped up and helped the rest of the winners climb aboard, just as surly as he had been with Reese. "Hey, there they are," Eddie called out, his arms spread wide to welcome the next arrivals aboard the boat. Reese narrowed his eyes at the fake enthusiasm and rah-rah spirit that Eddie always effused. He turned away and followed Ben toward the front of the boat, passing under the flying bridge. Two crew members sweated away up on the bridge, securing fishing gear and readying the boat for another long day on the open water. They passed through the main bridge where the captain fussed with the fancy touchscreen control boards positioned in front of the ship's wheel. He looked up and grinned at them, then went back to his pre-launch checklist. The radio squawked with traffic from the dozen other deep-sea boats preparing to leave port that morning. The sky looked clear, but with a cold front bearing down hard from the west, most captains wanted to be offshore rather than in transit when it hit. Charter boats didn't make any money when they were docked. Reese stared west. He'd give anything to be on his sailboat, preparing to leave port. He'd never been a fan of motor yachts. Ben and Reese exited the bridge out the front opening and found seats near the bow. They sat back against the thick cushions, relaxing, while the rest of the group gathered at the dock and embarked. Reese had to admit leaving port on a motor yacht was a lot less stressful than on his small sailboat. There were no sails to trim and prepare, no lines to double-check. Just fire up the motors, cast off, and away you go. It was ironic, he mused, sipping his coffee. He valued his time on the sailboat because, out on the water with the wind in his hair, he had time to think. He scoffed at motor cruisers because they were constantly fiddling with engines, and the roar of those same engines made it hard to have any peace and quiet, even in your own head. Yet, before casting off, Reese discovered it was the motor yacht that allowed him time to think and relax. He grinned at his philosophic attitude and took another drink of Ben's slap-you-in-the-face coffee. "You see the news?" Ben asked, casually. "Nope," Reese muttered, feeling like he could go back to sleep. He stared out over the still water, watching a large luxury yacht at anchor across the bay. The thing was a massive, sleek slab of white spotted by black windows and portholes. Probably 100-footer, that thing would be like a floating apartment building. Ben shook his head. Some volcano erupted over in Africa. They got a video of a town blown apart or something. Reese's phone buzzed in his pocket. He knew that was going to happen as soon as Ben had said volcano. His wife, Cammy, was an incurable prepper and seemed to wait breathlessly for disaster. It was a harmless hobby for her, he supposed. She was an experienced, licensed hunting guide, so she knew it was smart to be ready for emergencies. And the more she prepared, the safer she was in the woods. That helped him stop worrying. "Well, a little." He glanced at the screen. "Cammy," he told Ben. The message was a heads-up that a volcano off the coast of Africa had blown its top. He sighed and tapped out a reply asking why it mattered. It had to be 3,000 miles away. "And good morning to you too," he muttered, unable to hide his grin. His wife was the most direct woman he'd ever met. When she had something to say, she didn't let pleasantries get in the way, even with her husband. His phone rang a moment later. "Hey you," he said, glancing at Ben with an apologetic shrug. Reese stood and moved to the bow, looking down at the water swirling around the front of the boat. "Reese, baby, listen to me," his wife began. "Cammy, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing up?" "You know, I don't sleep well when you're not here," she answered in that soft Carolina low-country drawl that made his knees weak. "I called because I'm worried about you. Remember when I told you about the Canary Islands?" Reese frowned, scratching his head. "The super tidal wave? Mega-tsunami," Cammy corrected. "There's all kinds of conflicting info out there right now. No one really knows what's going on, but I think it's going to be bad." "Yeah, Ben said something about a town being blown apart when it erupted." Cammy sighed. "I know it's horrible. There were a bunch of tourists and hikers. It's a very scenic spot. But that's not what I'm worried about. Those poor people are beyond help," she said, her voice tight. "If I'm right, this is going to be bad for a lot of people. I can't stop thinking about you out there on the water." Reese sighed and looked up at the brightening, crystal-clear sky. It was going to be a gorgeous August morning. The last thing he wanted to do was worry over one of Cammy's paranoid theories. "And if you're wrong..." She didn't speak for a moment, though. He could see her in his mind's eye, chewing on her lip like she did when she was worried, but unable to provide a good enough reason for being worried. "If I'm wrong," she admitted quietly, "then nothing happens." "And if I leave this trip on a hunch," he said pointedly, "what's that going to do for my chances at hitting VP anytime soon?" Reese shook his head. "Cammy, hey, we're casting off," Ben warned. The boat was filling up and the background noise increased proportionately. The deck shuddered and the 4 outboards rumbled to life. "Cammy, listen, honey, we're leaving the dock," Reese said, raising his voice over the noise. "I gotta go, okay? Give my love to Amber. I'll call you when I get back to shore." "Reese, I'm right about this," Cammy begged, her voice rising. "If something happens, we'll be out on the open water. Isn't that safer than being on shore?" "Well," Cammy began. "Yes, but..." Reese laughed. "Then don't worry. I'll catch a big tuna and ship the steaks back to you." "Love you," she said something in reply, but he couldn't hear her. The engines had increased to a throaty roar as the boat pulled away from the dock. Reese hit end call and lowered the phone with a sigh. The phone buzzed again before he could even get it in his pocket. A glance at the screen told him she'd sent another text message. It wasn't a final salvo in their argument, just a simple link. He opened the messaging app and clicked the link, waving Ben off and signaling he needed a minute.
"What was that about?"
asked Ben when Reese looked up a moment later. "Oh, Cammy's all worked up over that volcano?" "Yeah, why?" asked Ben, leaning forward in his seat. Reese looked at him for a moment. She's worried about a tidal wave." "Tsunami?" Ben said, nodding. "Yeah, they mentioned that on the news?" "So I hear," Reese replied, taking his seat. He shrugged. "I don't know, seems a bit far-fetched. I mean, she gets worked up over stuff and I usually go along with it because she's pretty much right." "But not this time?" Reese glanced at Ben out of the corner of his eye, unwilling to explain to even his friend about the depth of Cammy's preparedness. She drilled into Reese's head for years and years about the need for operational security to keep their stockpiles and supplies secret from everyone, even close friends and family. I don't know. Ben wasn't so easily dissuaded, so she's thinking some big tsunami got started over there, got us in its sights, right? "Pretty much," Reese said over the rim of his coffee cup. Ben was quiet for a long moment. "Well, I don't really know anything about it, but I do know that I've heard tsunami tossed around by the media already." It's probably real. Cammy's usually not that far off. But I bet it'll just hit Africa or Europe or something. And it probably won't be really bad. Not like that big one in Indonesia. Remember that? That was nasty, Ben replied with a somber nod. Or even the one in Japan that took out that nuke plant. Either way, what can we do about it, right? Asked Reese. Well, out here, probably not a lot, but if it's real, I can't imagine we'd stay out for long. They'd want to get everyone back to shore, Ben said, his voice sounding like he was trying to reassure himself. I'm not too worried, Reese said, slurping at the coffee. If we're out at sea, the wave will be pretty small, actually. Those things only get dangerous when they get close to shore. Reese grinned, imagining Cammy's delight at his wealth of knowledge about her pet apocalypse subject. Despite his aloof stance on most of her worries, Reese did pay attention. He didn't subscribe to the nuclear EMP theory of the end of the world. Reese believed it would be a pandemic that did humanity in, but he had to admit, a big tsunami could sure do a lot of damage. Although if you were far enough from the coast, you likely wouldn't even know anything was wrong. They were quiet for a moment. So Reese looked down at his phone. Whatever link Cammy had sent him was taking forever to load. Reese felt the deck shift under his feet. He recognized that movement. They were pulling into the channel and hitting slightly rougher water. What you got? Ben asked, leaning over to see Reese's phone. Reese grunted. Whatever it is, it's really slow, he muttered, pocketing the phone. If there was a real tsunami emergency because of some volcano, he had to believe the Coast Guard would be all over it. He told himself again there would be plenty of warning. Reese watched the shoreline drift past, seeing all the planes in the sky, the cars on roads, the buildings, the street lights, the sheer mass of human industry and engineering, and all the technology that stood behind it. He felt a comforting weight settle on his shoulders. A simple wave, no matter how big, couldn't take out all of that. Indonesia and Japan had been hit hard in recent memory, but that was over there, not America. They'd have plenty of warning. The more he thought about it, though, the more Reese convinced himself not to worry. How could a volcano thousands of miles away create a wave that might hit Boston? It was possible, he mused. But Cammy herself said lots of conflicting information was already floating around. The truth was, no one really knew anything yet, and that would have to be good enough. He rolled his neck and made up his mind to focus on the fishing. He was a shoo-in to get the promotion, as long as he didn't screw something up. All right, everyone, huddle up, Eddie, called in his gravelly voice. He stood in the middle of the deck with his arms wide, calling the unwashed masses to hear the latest sermon. He was an okay guy, Reese supposed, but the man wore his I'm the greatest act like a bad suit, all the time. Reese and Ben shuffled over to the others as the captain turned the boat to starboard and pointed them toward open water and adventure. As Eddie rambled on about their epic sales performances last year, Reese couldn't help but go back to Cammy's warning and replay it in his mind again. He didn't like the word mega-tsunami at all, and it wasn't like she was wrong all that often. He'd never seen someone predict snow and thunderstorms as accurately as his wife. Ben slapped him on the back. Tsunami or no tsunami, open water, here we come. Reese glanced over his shoulder at the receding shoreline. Well, whatever had happened over in Africa, it was pretty much out of his hands. He grinned. May as well enjoy the trip and try to land that monster tuna. Chapter 2. Lavelle Homestead. Northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. Camilla Lavelle stared at her phone for a moment, then dropped it on the thick blanket that covered her chest. Reese had hung up. He was determined to continue with the fishing trip, despite her warning that now was not the time to be near the ocean. She stared at the ceiling in her darkened bedroom. Outside, a single car drove down the street, its headlights casting rectangular bars of light through the window shades. She watched the lights slide up the wall, cross the ceiling, and vanish as the car turned the corner, driving away from her house. It was just after 5 o'clock in the morning, and she was wide awake. Cammy threw the covers off with a huff and sat up, stretching. Since Reese was out of town, she'd planned a mother-daughter day in Charleston with Amber, who'd be returning to college in another week to start her senior year. Cammy stared at the glowing screen on her phone, replaying the same tsunami model she'd sent Reese just moments before. It wouldn't hurt to check the news while she dressed, since she was up. Cammy clicked on the TV while she padded to her closet and picked out some jeans and a top. A reporter with slicked back hair prattled on about the latest political scandal to rock Washington while she dressed. She barely paid attention and perched on the edge of her bed to put on socks. In other news, reports are trickling in from our European desk that there's been a volcanic explosion in Western Africa. We've received video of destruction along the coast of Morocco. Cammy sat up and faced the TV. A shaky cell phone video played on the screen, displaying what looked like the aftermath of a bomb. Sandstone buildings lay in ruin everywhere the camera panned, and people picked through rubble and wailed, clawing at the sky. The cameraman shouted something unintelligible to a veiled woman standing in what might have been a street before. Whatever happened? And she gestured wildly down the road, then screamed and ran off camera. The view shifted as the man holding the phone rushed to a railing. It turned out he was on a second-floor balcony and leaned around the corner to see what had scared the woman. Unfortunately, the video cut out and the anchorman reappeared. The devastation is clearly evident, but what's proving to be a mystery is the cause. Some claim it was a volcanic eruption, others a tidal wave. "Tsunami," Cammy muttered, her hands clenching wads of the blanket covering her bed as she corrected the reporter. A map appeared on the screen and pinpointed the location of the African town in the video. Cammy's heart thudded in her chest. The city's name was unpronounceable, but that didn't matter. She cared about its location. An eruption in the Canary Islands could easily create a tsunami that would hit the coast of Africa before making landfall anywhere else. She paid closer attention as the video repeated, with the map in one corner and a scrolling marquee at the bottom proclaiming a possible volcanic eruption in the Canary Islands. Then, just as quickly as they had covered the event, the reporter moved on to sports results from the day before, looking to clinch the division in the upcoming playoffs with a win last night over Cincinnati. We'll have in-depth coverage at the top of the hour. Turning now to politics, we go to our senior Washington correspondent. Cammy flopped back on her bed, sighing. She hit the remote and killed the TV. There was nothing for it but to get up and make herself not think of her husband 100 miles offshore, as a deadly tsunami might be crossing the ocean heading for America. "I need coffee," she groaned, getting out of bed for the second time that morning. By the time Cammy left her bedroom and walked down the second-floor hallway toward the stairs, her body tingled with anxiety. Nervous energy rippled through her system, making her steps hurried. She paused at the top of the stairs and glanced down the hallway toward Amber's room. On a whim, she tiptoed across the soft carpet to her daughter's door and cracked it open. In the dim light of the pre-dawn darkness, Cammy smiled at the slumbering shape, spread-eagled, face down on the comforter. The pale skin of one bare calf hung off the corner of the bed as Amber snored. She thought about waking up her daughter, of expressing her fear and anxiety over Reese's safety, of trying to calm herself by spreading the news of the volcano, but no, worrying Amber wouldn't do any good. Cammy closed her eyes and took a deep breath instead. Amber was due to fly back to college next week. Today was their day, one of the last remaining times mother and daughter could hang out in peace. She knew Reese already had plans to take Amber sailing one last time, and Cammy wanted to squeeze every ounce of joy out of her day. "No!" Cammy's mouth compressed into a tight line as she slowly shut the door. Until she had confirmation of her fears, she would do her best to tamp down the raging storm of anxiety welling in her stomach and stick to the schedule. By the time she made it downstairs to the kitchen, Cammy had almost convinced herself that Reese was right. Everything would blow over, and this was nothing more than media hype to boost ratings. She poured herself the first cup of coffee of the day, inhaling the rich scent of the prime Colombian roast Reese enjoyed so much. Wrapping her hands around the warm mug, she stepped over to the kitchen table and sat, peering through steam rising from the mug at the pristine view of their backyard. Anytime she worried about something, whether it was finances, health, or family, or volcanoes on the other side of the world, Cammy knew she could sit at her table and look into the forest preserve that bordered their yard and let peace drape over her. Instead of following the American custom of cutting the grass short and throwing up fencing around their property, closing themselves off from the natural world, Reese and Cammy had decided when they'd bought the place to treat it more like a vacation spot. They'd left the yard to its own devices, with ample space for Cammy's garden, tended lovingly between guide trips. The garden, a wild-looking green space that overflowed with lush, edible foliage, provided more than enough vegetables and herbs throughout the long growing season. It kept Cammy and Reese busy canning and dehydrating what they couldn't immediately eat, saving the harvest for winter. Every time she looked out the kitchen windows, Cammy found herself on the trail on a guide deep in the Rockies. That was where she truly felt most at home and experienced peace. She took a sip of coffee and grimaced. I could sure use some of that peace right about now. After a few more moments of solitude, Cammy watched as Amber found her way down to the kitchen. Her hair tousled on one side of her head and eyes barely open. She staggered into the room like a zombie drawn to the smell of the coffee mug waiting for her on the table. "I hate you," she moaned as she plopped down at the table side. Then she wrapped her hands around the mug Cammy nudged across the table and sighed. "And I love you!" The first sip hit Amber like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes opened wide. "This is Dad's stash?" Cammy smiled over the rim of her own mug. "Mm-hmm." Amber leaned back in her chair and laughed. "He's gonna be so mad!" Cammy shrugged one shoulder. "He'll get over it!" As they sipped coffee, Cammy relished the fact that she could sit and talk with her daughter about anything and everything or nothing at all. The conversation rambled on from the coffee they enjoyed and how much it cost to Amber's friends at school and what they'd been up to over the summer, to when Amber planned to pack for the flight back to school and what she'd do with herself for 2 weeks in Bozeman, Montana, before classes resumed. The entire time nibbling away at the back of Cammy's consciousness was that barely suppressed fear over the Canary Island volcano and the possible tsunami it might have spawned. Reese was out there somewhere, 1,000 miles away, fishing offshore in the deep blue ocean. Cammy closed her eyes. Why hadn't he listened to her? Soon enough, they'd finished their second cups of coffee, and Amber returned upstairs to get ready for the day. First up was heading into town so Amber could buy supplies for her apartment at school. At first, she'd been reluctant to accept Cammy's offer of charity, but when Cammy offered to ship to campus anything they bought so that she didn't have to take it on the plane, Amber reluctantly agreed. Cammy smiled, listening to Amber get ready upstairs. She and Reese had raised a fiercely independent daughter who didn't like to rely on anyone for anything, even her parents. So when Amber finally agreed to let Cammy buy some food and toiletries, it had made her day. As Cammy washed the mugs, she hummed to herself in false contentedness. No matter how she distracted herself with chores or planning out the day, she felt a constant urge to pick up her phone and check the latest updates on the volcano and any possible tsunamis. In fact, as soon as Amber had disappeared upstairs, her resolve had broken and Cammy picked up her phone, hurriedly thumbing through page after page of Prepper Forum posts, looking for clues she might have missed in the shockingly incomplete news. A few tidbits of information, mostly from overseas news services, seemed to confirm that something happened out there. European seismologists had been tipped off by America's National Tsunami Warning Center in Alaska about anomalous wave signatures detected by its network of deepwater buoys on the surface. That meant nothing, Cammy concluded as she finished drying their plates, but it could mean something. She knew from her research that tsunamis gained their legendary size only when they approached land. A few blips from buoys out in the middle of the Atlantic might just as well be caused by gusts of wind. Cammy leaned forward over the sink and stared out the window, for once not seeing the trees, grass, and squirrels in the yard. At that moment, she would have given her right arm to have unfettered access to the NTWC in Alaska. If a tsunami had been triggered, why hadn't they said anything? But she didn't have that kind of access. Frowning, Cammy picked up the wet, clean coffee mugs and used a towel to dry them. She had to focus on what she could control and not worry about what might be. Amber only had a few more days before she flew away for another long school year, and all too soon. Her baby girl would graduate college and move away from home. Despite her worry over Reese's safety and her fear over the possible tsunami, Cammy realized she couldn't waste the precious time she had with Amber. And so when Amber came bounding down the stairs full of caffeine energy and dressed for the day with her hair pulled back in a smart ponytail, Cammy dried her hands on the dish towel and grabbed her purse. "Ready for some shopping?" Amber grinned, for a moment looking to Cammy like the precocious 10-year-old in the picture by the coat closet. "I'm more ready for that pedicure you promised this afternoon, but I suppose shopping will have to tide me over for now." By the time they made it to the outskirts of Charleston, Cammy was almost ready to believe nothing was wrong. She'd received no government alerts, and there was very little chatter on any of the prepper forums she frequented. The news continued to repeat snippets of information coming from Africa, and that was that. Cammy realized the drive into town with Amber had been just what she'd needed to take her mind off the potential disaster speeding their way across the Atlantic. For all she knew, Reese was right. This would turn out to be a fat load of nothing. But the traffic streaming out of Charleston soon ruined her mood and sent a spike of adrenaline coursing through her veins again. Her hands gripped the wheel with white knuckles as they rounded a final curve to see bumper-to-bumper traffic clogging every road out of the city, in stark contrast to the empty lanes leading east toward downtown. "What's going on?" Amber asked with a smile. "Is there a hurricane we don't know about?" Cammy grimaced at the joke. All thoughts of a relaxing mother-daughter day flew out the window as they drove by a Walmart. The parking lot looked no different than any other August morning. A gap in the traffic emerged near the entrance, so Cammy took it, making a hard right and eliciting a squeak of surprise from Amber. "Sorry, honey," Cammy muttered, turning them into the parking lot and pulling toward the storefront. "Why are we stopping here?" "I thought school supplies, remember?" Cammy asked. Yeah," Amber said, drawing out the word as Cammy pulled into an open spot on the side of the massive building away from the main lot. "I was thinking Bath and Body Works for shower stuff, you know." Cammy snorted and shifted into park. "You need paper towels, toilet paper, that kind of stuff too, right?" "Well, yeah," Amber admitted. "I guess then we may as well get it here." Amber didn't give in so easily. "Why are you parking over here, though?" "There's plenty of spots right in front. They're all in the sun, and I hate to come back to a hot car," Cammy replied, getting out. "Besides, the side entrance is closer to the parking lot exit." "See? Now, come on, I'm buying." Amber unbuckled and climbed out into the building's shadow. "You could have led with that. What are we waiting for? Let's go." It took them almost an hour, but Cammy didn't want to blow an opportunity to stock up. She knew in her gut that something bad was coming, and this might be her last chance to find supplies. As they walked the aisles past dozens of people blithely chatting on phones or corralling children, Cammy's fears continued to build. She found herself adding canned goods and bags of rice and beans to the cart, buried under paper products and a couple cases of bottled water. Over Amber's repeated objections, Cammy made her find a second cart and fill that one too. By the time they checked out, Cammy felt satisfied she had enough food, water, and basic supplies to supplement the stocks at home for another month. More if she rationed. The cashier's eyebrows rose as she took in the carts that pulled into her lane. "How y'all doing? Leave any for the other folks?" "My daughter's going off to college," Cammy said quickly, pulling her wallet from the tactical purse over her shoulder. She smiled, thinking of Reese's jokes about her handbag, which looked like a mini rucksack complete with mole loops. It was technically a first aid pack, but Cammy found it the perfect size for a purse. It just happened to look tactical, as Reese put it. Amber hissed, blushing as she studiously unloaded the carts. "Don't put this on me." The cashier, an older lady, chuckled. "Here I was thinking you was just paying heed to that nonsense on the radio." "What nonsense?" Cammy asked, as casual as possible, as she waited to insert her credit card into the reader. "Oh, you know that tidal wave business?" the cashier continued, swiping bags of rice over the scanner and tossing them into thin plastic bags at the other end of the checkout lane. "Tidal wave?" asked Cammy, pretending to be surprised. She'd been tricked before into talking more in depth with strangers in public. It never ended well, and she still couldn't shop at the local Winn-Dixie. "Is that what all the traffic's about?" asked Amber quietly, hefting a bag of dried beans onto the checkout conveyor. The cashier snorted. "All them Yankees running for the hills? I tell you what, I lived through every hurricane whatever hit here, even them bad ones in the 60s. Don't see me running from a little water." Cammy smiled at the woman's pronunciation of hurricane like hurricane. "It does seem a bit far-fetched, doesn't it?" she asked. "I'll say," the cashier groused. "But it's only a matter of time before people come in here like it's the end of the world. I done worked my Black Friday shift last year. Ain't nobody want to do that twice a year." After paying and thanking the cashier for her help, Cammy and Amber took their loot out to the car. Cammy couldn't help but notice the store was busier on the way out than when they'd arrived. Why hadn't she received any alerts on her phone? "Wow, the lot sure filled up," Amber observed when they emerged outside again. What was she talking about with all that about Yankees leaving? Cammy led them to their car, an older Nissan Pathfinder, and popped the tailgate. There was a volcano exploded over near Africa. In the Canary Islands this morning, around 5 o'clock. Amber paused, her bag halfway between the cart and the car. Cumbre Vieja, Cammy almost dropped her own bag. "How?" As they got to the car, she felt her phone vibrate nestled against her side in the purse. She unlocked the car for Amber and pulled her phone out, juggling a bag in her other hand. She joined a Zello group, SC Emergency Comms, that used the popular app like a digital ham radio network. Alerts and messages could be passed and group chats held, just like on regular ham radios, all at the push of a button. As long as she kept the app active and the phone charged, it was an invaluable source of information, but the net wasn't very active. That meant something too, but what? Amber smiled and put her bag in the car, then reached for another. Mom, just because I think most of your disaster theories are a little far-fetched doesn't mean I don't listen. Cammy smiled and gave her daughter a one-armed hug. Thank you, she whispered into Amber's hair, closing her eyes in relief. It felt good to have at least one person on her side. Normally she was fine with people rolling their eyes at her. She knew Reese paid attention, but outwardly, he affected an aloof attitude that hurt sometimes. This time, Cammy knew it was going to be different. She just didn't know how different. That helps, sweetie, a lot. Thank you. Of course, Mom, Amber chirped, reaching for another bag. Besides, if it means you keep buying me stuff. Excuse me, a man said, shocking Cammy at how fast he'd appeared behind them. Are y'all done with these carts? They don't have any more inside? Oh, Cammy said, recovering quickly. Oh, yes, of course, here you go. Thanks, he said, taking the carts. I want to get stocked up before it hits. You know, heard it's getting bad in town and figured this was my best shot at finding anything good. Good luck, Cammy said, as the man walked off, dragging the noisy carts with him as he muttered about toilet paper. Okay, that was weird, Amber muttered, watching the man head into the store with a small group of people. No doubt, Cammy muttered, closing the Pathfinder's dented rear hatch, eyes still on the people in the parking lot. A steady stream of shoppers flowed into the store now, while only a few at a time exited. She shielded her eyes from the late morning sun and scanned the lot. It was nearly 3/4 full, hardly worthy of the level of anxiety radiating off the people heading toward the storefront. Horns honked in the distance, and the traffic heading west didn't even look like it was moving despite green lights. Can we hit Bath and Body Works now? Asked Amber, climbing into the front seat. Forgotten in her hand, Cammy's phone buzzed again. She glanced down and her heart skipped a beat. Several notifications lit up the screen. People on the net had finally chimed in to report the announcement of tsunami advisories along the New England coast. As she skimmed the notifications, another alert popped up from a man in Delaware who posted a copy of the National Tsunami Warning Center's advisory for Cape Henlopen at the mouth of Delaware Bay. Breathe, Cammy told herself. Advisories for New England and the Mid-Atlantic aren't warnings of imminent danger, and they don't apply to us. Cammy watched the westbound traffic sit through another green light. The flow of cars heading east had dropped to a trickle. Hang on a sec, she muttered to Amber as she pulled up her Maps app. She checked their location and noticed solid red on just about every road in Charleston. Traffic was snarled all over the city. She zoomed in and found a sizable maze-like neighborhood just south of the Walmart that emptied out at several points onto roads heading west. A few of them showed no traffic, likely because the only time they did have traffic was rush hour. Cammy put the phone away, secure in the knowledge that they had a way west that didn't seem to be clogged with traffic. She checked her watch. It had taken them about 40 minutes to get to town. They'd spent over an hour in Walmart. It had been almost 6 hours since the volcano erupted in the Canary Islands. Even if a tsunami had been created, it still wouldn't be close to the U.S. Yet, Cammy figured they had another hour or two at least before anything happened. Come on, honey. We've got one more stop to make. Why aren't you getting in then? Asked Amber from inside the car. Well, it's such a nice day. I thought we might walk. It's not far, and I don't want to sit in that mess over there, Cammy added, pointing across the parking lot. We only need to go a couple blocks. Amber sighed loudly, but got out of the car. I'm not wearing sneakers, you know. You'll be fine, Cammy said, throwing an arm around her daughter's shoulder as they stepped into the sun again. We just need to walk over that bridge right there, she said, steering Amber toward the rear of the Walmart. Oh, wait, isn't that sushi place I like over there? Amber squinted. Right next to the marina? Dad used to bring me here all the time in high school. Cammy grinned. It might be, she teased. I think it's another block east. But yeah, maybe we could get a bite to eat after I'm done shopping. Sold? So where are we going? That's so important. As they walked across the bridge past 2 lanes of essentially parked cars heading west, Cammy explained. There's a camping supply shop. Camping? You think this tsunami stuff is the real deal, huh? Amber looked at the cars. I have to admit, this traffic is starting to freak me out. I just wanted to grab a few more bits of gear for my next guide, honey. It's a few weeks out, but since we're here... Amber crossed her arms and adjusted the strap on her purse as they walked. Mom, it's okay. You can tell me you're worried and you want to top off the horde. I really wish you wouldn't call it that, Cammy said as they passed the midpoint of the bridge. Sorry. I just never really saw the point in keeping all that stuff in the house when nothing ever happens, you know. It's not about just keeping stuff, Cammy said, glancing over the railing at the river below. The tide was out. The river flowed southeast, mud glistening on exposed banks. I just want to make sure my family is safe. Amber put her hand on Cammy's arm. I get it, Mom. Look at this traffic. Come on. Let's just not spend all day in the camping store. Cammy stopped and looked at Amber's back as she continued toward the far side of the bridge. When have I ever spent all day in a camping store? Amber laughed and looked over her shoulder. Come on, I want some sushi. Chapter 3. New England coastal waters south-southeast of Mount Desert Island, Maine. 5 hours later, under the bright mid-morning sun, Reese was having the time of his life. Both feet braced against the transom, he sat on a seat mounted to the deck and leaned back, pulling with his whole body against the fishing pole. On the other end of the line was a monster fish. He had no idea what it was, but the thing felt strong enough to rip off his arms. The crew assigned to the aft deck cheered him on and offered good-natured ribbing and instruction in alternating shouts. The other contest winners from TechSafe stood watching and drinking, cheering him on or offering to take over for him. Ben remained at Reese's side, his own tackle ignored so he could help his friend land the fish of a lifetime. For the past 40 minutes he'd been wiping the sweat from Reese's face and providing him with beer to drink. Reese relaxed under the strain at the request of the crew and let the fish pull him forward, releasing the line just a little. After a few seconds of stretching, he heard the command to pull back. Reese tensed his lower back and pulled with a slow, steady pressure until the rod formed a tight curve. Hold it, counseled one of the crew, drawing out the word and checking the line's tension with a gloved hand. That's it. Fight him good now. Let it run a little more. Okay, pull back, reel down, pull back and reel down. Beer me! Reese grunted as he let the rod lower, reeling the fish in before he stopped, then used both hands to pull back and raise the rod. Ben laughed and reached over, holding a bottle of the local Boston lager to Reese's lips. He slurped like a newborn, then pulled back on the rod and belched. The crowd cheered, the boat rocked in the slight chop, and life was good under the clear August skies. Hey, Monty, a voice from the flying bridge called down to the aft deck. The crew member helping Reese looked up, shielding his eyes in the sun.
Yeah.
Cap'n wants to see us, the man said, clambering down the ladder from the upper fishing station. Monty said, looking at Reese. Fish on, man. Fish on, yelled Reese's chorus of partially inebriated spectators as they baked in the sun. Hey, I told him that, the voice called over the noise. He still said to get you. Sorry, muchacho, Monty said, turning to Reese with an apologetic look from behind mirrored sunglasses. I gotta go. Duty calls, just keep doing what you're doing. Okay, be right back. And then Reese was alone with the biggest fish of his life. Ben and a bunch of guys from work. What's going on? He asked, feeling the line tense and tug with the tremendous strength of the still hidden fish. The thing had to be huge. He wasn't sure he'd ever be able to look at a largemouth bass the same again. I don't see Eddie, Ben said, looking around for their boss while filming with his phone. You good? He asked, going in for a close-up. Say hi to the girls. Hi, girls, grunted Reese. He squinted at Ben's phone. Cammy, you should seriously try this. What's taking so long? Asked Ben. Go check it out, man, Reese replied, straining against the fish. Roger that, Ben replied, putting his phone in his pocket. Video's getting boring anyway. You've been fighting this thing for like a half hour already. Reese watched the horizon bob up and down as the charming Betty rode the swells while alternating his strain and release pattern. The fish pulled him forward. Then he pulled back. It was a war of attrition who would tire out first. When the engines surged to life a moment later, Reese knew something was wrong. Monty rushed back a moment later. Dude, I'm sorry, but I gotta cut the line. What? Reese blurted, nearly dropping the rod in surprise. But Captain's orders, bro. Monty said with a hangdog look on his face. Why? Reese asked, his arms quivering from the effort to reel in the monster fish. Ah, Monty scoffed. Something about some Coast Guard advisory. I don't know, I just know he wants us to rig for the return to port. But wait, Reese had to catch his breath as the fish got its second wind. He pulled back and strained for a moment. We just have to let it go. That's just wrong, man, Ben complained, returning to the aft deck. Sorry, dude, Monty said, reaching for the rod. But Reese argued. You gotta be kidding me. Monty pulled out a knife from his belt and slashed the line. The rod snapped back straight and the fish vanished into the depths. A collective groan went up from the men on the boat. More than one beer was raised in salute to a fight well fought as the others moved back to their own lines. Reese accepted the heartfelt sympathy pats and too bad comments. He toweled off and stretched his back, glad to accept a fresh beer from Ben. Sorry, bro, Jimmy, the hulking brown noser from National Sales, said, smirking. He'd landed a big marlin earlier, the biggest catch of the cruise so far. Guess my record still stands. After draining half the bottle, Reese sighed and looked at the sky, doing his best to ignore Jimmy. The guy was nothing more than a blowhard, but he had Eddie's patronage and could do no wrong. Reese watched clouds rolling in on the western horizon, but they didn't look all that menacing. I don't understand, he complained to Ben. Why are we leaving? Ben shrugged, holding on to Reese's chair as the deck tilted in a swell. Eddie's up there right now, arguing with the captain. Reese made his way to the bridge to find out himself inside the sheltered enclosure. The air was a little cooler. Eddie and the captain were locked in a heated argument, so Reese and Ben stayed on the periphery waiting for an opening. Don't understand, Captain, Eddie was saying. That's right. You don't? Been a charter captain for 14 years, the captain said in a thick Boston accent, so charter came across as chata. I'm in charge of this boat, and I say we heed the warning and head in. I won't put anyone's life at risk over a fish end of discussion. He throttled up the outboards and turned the wheel so they pointed west toward the clouds on the horizon. Eddie's face darkened. Captain, my company spent a lot of money on this trip, for which you will be compensated when we reach land, the captain said, not looking at Eddie but maintaining a lock on the water in front of the boat. After a long pause, the captain glanced at Eddie, then grunted. If you want to call the main office, be my guest. Sat phone's over there, he said, pointing. Eddie snatched the bulky black phone out of its cradle and stormed off the bridge to stand on the foredeck. Reese cleared his throat. Excuse me, Captain, he looked at Reese. Oh, you the one with the fish on? Sorry about that, truly. Only ever had to cut her loose 3 times before, downright embarrassing. Why are we going back? Reese asked. I thought we had several hours left before it was time to return. The captain turned the radio volume up and inclined his head for Reese to listen. Advisory in effect for the listening area of this station. This is an emergency message for all vessels operating in the coastal waters of New England. Small craft emergency advisory. All small watercraft are advised to seek immediate safety in port. Only large ocean-going vessels should remain offshore at this time. Static interrupted the broadcast and the radio fell silent. It's the tsunami, isn't it? Asked Reese, as he narrowed his eyes at the horizon. The signal's strength returned before the captain could speak. This morning a volcanic eruption was detected, along with significant undersea seismic activity. National Tsunami Warning Center beacons have been activated. This event has a high probability of producing a tsunami capable of reaching the eastern seaboard of the United States. All coastal waters are under a tsunami advisory. Anyone near the Atlantic coastline should pay close attention to future updates and comply with official requests. A warbling alert signal screeched over the speaker, followed by the same monotone robotic voice. NTWC small craft advisory in effect for the listening area of this station. This is an emergency message. The captain turned the volume down. It's been looping now about 10 minutes. Someone back on land is pretty scared. Either that or it's another false alarm like that Hawaiian missile thing. He shook his head. Never heard of this tsunami stuff before, though. So that right there is good enough to make me head back. Cammy was right, Reese muttered. He ignored Ben's questioning look and pulled out his phone. The link he'd tried to load as they left port had finished at some point in the morning. He'd forgotten about it after Monty had yelled, "Fish on." Reese shielded the phone's screen and examined the image, stored in the phone's memory once it lost all hope of an offshore internet connection. An animated map of the Atlantic Ocean appeared with concentric red and blue squiggles, like ripples on a pond, spreading out from east to west. He looked closer and recognized Africa. The ripples, he realized, were massive waves, originating just off the northwestern coast of Morocco. He let the little playback loop make a complete cycle and watched the waves, tsunamis, spread all the way across the ocean, eventually crashing ashore on Canada, New England, and the southern states. It even hit the Caribbean and South America. In the upper corner, a timestamp clicked by in 30-minute increments, documenting the progress of the waves. He whistled softly as the captain increased speed and the bow of the boat lifted, forcing Reese to lean forward in compensation. The waves on his screen moved across the entire ocean in 6 to 8 hours, with the leading edge of the first wave hitting New England shores some 6.5 hours after they popped up in the eastern Atlantic. "Is that what I think it is?" asked Ben, looking over Reese's shoulder. "Yeah," he muttered, tilting the screen to make it easier for his friend to see. "This is what Cammy sent me as we were leaving port this morning." "From the volcano on the news?" Reese nodded. "Looks like it a model, at least, Captain," Reese said, looking up. "What if we didn't have enough time to make it back to Green Harbor?" asked Reese. "What if we needed to get to land faster than that?" He stepped up next to the skipper and showed him the phone. "This is a tsunami model centered on the Canary Islands, exactly where that warning said." The captain studied the phone for a moment, then looked at Reese. "You think the tsunami's going to make it all the way across the Atlantic?" "It's looking like that." Reese looked down at his phone. "But this shows the tsunami moving fast. It has the first wave hitting Boston 6.5 hours after it started. When did this volcano go off?" asked the captain, his hand hovering over the throttle. "Around 5 this morning." Ben looked at his watch. "It's almost 11 o'clock. "That's 6 hours. How long will it take us to get back to Green Harbor?" demanded Reese. Eddie, looking pale, appeared in the forward opening before the captain could answer. He put the sat phone back in its cradle and dropped his hands in his pockets. Reese couldn't help but notice the normally unshakable Eddie Morenas appeared ready to throw up. "We're 3 hours out of Green Harbor," the captain announced. Ben and Reese looked at each other as the captain said, "Haba." Reese cleared his throat. "Where else could we go if we needed to get to shore, like, I don't know," he asked, looking at his phone again. "Right now, maybe?" The captain shrugged. "Easiest thing is head north. Closer to Maine than Mass right now, maybe 30 minutes. "No, we need to get back to Green Harbor," Eddie said in a firm voice. "Corporate wants us to return to port," he added, almost as an afterthought. "There's a jet on its way to meet us." "They're sending a jet to pick us up?" "Why?" asked Ben. "This is a tidal wave, not a hurricane." "Tsunami," Reese muttered, hearing Cammy's voice in his head. "Whatever it is, they want to pick me up," Eddie said, correcting Ben. "But I'm not leaving without you guys," he added quickly. "I don't understand. Where would you go?" asked Ben. "There's a mandatory coastal evacuation in place for Maine and Massachusetts, pretty much down to New York," Eddie revealed. "What?" asked the captain, Ben, and Reese at once. "We need to get back to port and get on that plane," Eddie persisted. The radio squawked to life before Reese could respond. "Mayday! Mayday! Mayday! This is MVC Star! MVC Star declaring an emergency! I repeat, MVC Star declaring an emergency! The wave is making landfall near Yarmouth." Reese watched the captain and Eddie share a look as the transmission broke up into static. Then the captain turned back to the touchscreen consoles in front of him and tapped a few glowing icons. The charming Betty continued to cut through the water like a knife, but the captain increased the throttle to the red line. "We're getting pulled into shore. We can't break free." The radio chirped again with an incoming message. "MVC Star, this is U.S. Coast Guard Station Rockland. Roger your mayday. Please respond." "Where's that ship?" asked Reese into the silence between transmissions. "MVC Star, come in please. This is Coast Guard Rockland. Say again, MVC Star." The captain glanced down at his displays, then brought his gaze back to the rough water ahead of them. "Yarmouth? That's the southern tip of Nova Scotia? She's not on my charts. So probably a freighter. She's a good ways east of here. Can't be that far east if the Coast Guard is picking them up out of Rockland, right?" asked Reese. The captain picked up the microphone hanging in a little cradle next to the ship's wheel. When he pushed the transmit button, the speakers mounted around the ship beeped an alert tone. "This is the captain," he said, his accent echoing outside. "All hands clear the decks and prepare for some rough water." Everyone else, I'm sorry we're having to cut the cruise a little short. Please get to a seat and hang on. The ride could get a little bumpy before long. Shouldn't we head north? Asked Reese, pointing at the digital charts. To Maine? Reese, let's get out of the bridge and let Captain Holson do his thing, Eddie said, trying to usher Reese from the captain's presence. Eddie, what is it? Asked Reese, once they'd stepped outside and grabbed onto a pair of wet handrails. The captain wasn't kidding around. The boat plowed through the gentle waves rather than gliding over them. Salt spray, wind, and the roar from the outboards assaulted his senses, but he tried to focus on Eddie's stony face. Reese, we've got to get back to Green Harbor. If we land somewhere in Maine, we'll be stranded. Corporate already dispatched a jet to get me, and it's plenty big to get us all to safety. Reese frowned. That won't work, Eddie. He held up his phone, but his boss didn't bother looking. We're too far out, and the wave is moving too fast, Reese said, pointing east over their spreading wake. You heard the radio? There's a freighter out there that's already getting hit? Ben appeared at Reese's side, stumbling into the railing as the boat lurched through another whitecap, showering them with cool spray. He spit the salt water out of his mouth and wiped his face. There's 2 more boats out there declaring emergencies now. I think the wave is bigger than the Coast Guard said. Reese looked at his phone again, struggling to hold the screen steady. The blood-red lines representing the first tsunami pulses racing across the Atlantic continued to plow into the eastern seaboard, starting at the T plus 6.5-hour mark. We're not going to make it to Green Harbor, he muttered. He shook his head to clear salt spray from his eyes. They couldn't head southwest toward Green Harbor, Massachusetts. They needed to make for land now, and the closest land was Maine. He had to get back to Cammy and Amber. He had to get off this boat. Look, Eddie began. Corporate wants. I don't care what they want, Reese snapped. We can't run before a wave going that fast. It's moving at almost 600 miles an hour, Eddie. We're doing 35 knots. At best, you do the math. Reese turned away from Eddie when a splash of foam washed over them. That thing will catch us long before we get back. He ran a hand through his wet hair in frustration. It'll be hours before we reach Green Harbor, Reese. Settle down, Eddie warned. Settle down? Reese choked in reply. He laughed. Settle down? He turned away from Eddie. He had to think. He had to get ashore and get back to Cammy and Amber. They were alone in South Carolina, just north of Charleston. That was a long, long way away. Reese shoved past Ben and ignored his friend's arguments about what corporate told Eddie. His regional VP may be the next big thing at TechSafe HQ, but Reese wasn't going to bet his life on Eddie's nautical abilities. He moved up next to the captain again, grabbing onto a support strut for the flying bridge. At least in the bridge they were shielded from the spray and most of the noise. Eddie and Ben followed along with a few other guys from the aft deck. Reese, Captain Holson knows what he's doing, Eddie argued, employing his trademarked elder statesman's voice to take command. Let's leave him to it. We'll never make Green Harbor, and you know it, Reese said to the captain. Reese, please let the captain do his job, Eddie warned. I'd hate to have to call Nick and explain that you were interfering with the evacuation. Reese blinked at the bald threat to contact TechSafe's chief executive. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Eddie demanded. Reese turned away from Eddie and focused on the captain. If he was going to throw away his career, he wasn't going to pull any more punches. Cammy whispered in his mind. Go big or go home, Captain. We have to head north, Reese said, pointing starboard. Maine's coast is a lot closer than Green Harbor. We have to get off the water as soon as possible. If it's already hitting Nova Scotia, we're right in the wave's path. Find high ground, Cammy's voice urged. You've got to get above the wave before it hits. I warned you, Reese, Eddie said over his shoulder. Jimmy, the other award winners parted, letting Jimmy and his wraparound Oakleys come closer. Help me get Reese off the bridge so the captain can concentrate. That's not necessary, Mr. Moranes, Captain Holson interjected. Come on, Reese, Jimmy, the wide-shouldered brute, said as he moved close as if to intimidate by his very presence. Reese was sweating through the cold salt spray but couldn't stop thinking about Cammy and Amber. By now, he was sure they'd have heard of the tsunami and would be worried sick. He had a duty to get back to them, and he wasn't about to let some crop-haired wannabe Navy SEAL get in his way. He turned to the captain. North is our only chance, he pleaded with Holson. Get us to Maine. That's it. The only place you're going is out of here, Jimmy said, putting a meat-hook of a hand on Reese's shoulder. Sausage-like fingers tightened with a vice grip. Get off me, Captain! Turn north! Reese looked at the digital chart on the screen in front of the captain as Jimmy pulled him back. There! That's Mount Desert Island! It's right there, Jimmy! Now, please! Eddie commanded. Let's go! Barked Jimmy. He jerked hard, and Reese toppled to the deck. Hey! Reese complained, struggling in vain with the mountain of muscle. Jimmy, back off, man! Ben said, trying to inject some reason into the scuffle. Everyone started shouting at once. Eddie yelled at the captain to maintain course and speed. Ben yelled at Jimmy. The crew shouted at the passengers, who mostly closed ranks around Eddie and seemed to treat Reese like the enemy. Reese got to his feet. Jimmy grabbed him again and heaved. Reese found himself thrown to the deck back by the outboards, skidding to a stop on the salt-slick teak decking when he crunched against the fiberglass hull. He got up, rubbing his lower back and trying not to fall over again with the boat's bucking movement. He felt like he was making a passage through the Straits of Magellan, not heading back to Massachusetts. Jimmy stood at the entrance to the bridge, facing Reese with his feet spread wide and his arms crossed. The man looked like he'd been attached to the deck. How did he stand there without holding on to something? You gotta let me back in there, Reese tried. Jimmy's impassive face didn't so much as twitch. Not unless Eddie says so. Reese rubbed his face, resisting the urge to scream. It was like reasoning with a 5-year-old. Eddie's going to kill us all. Can't you see that? He pointed east. If that wave is as big as they say it is, and moving as fast. Look, Reese, I'm worried too, but let's just stay out of the captain's way so we can get home, okay? The bow dipped. Then the charming Betty dug into the water hard to starboard as the rudder turned the ship north at an obscene angle. Jimmy flew off his feet and slammed into the port rail, his arms in the water as a wave slapped the side of the hull. He doubled over and would have flipped into the ocean if Reese hadn't scrambled forward and latched onto the man's tree stump legs. The engines roared back to full throttle out of the turn, and the bow lifted up. Jimmy and Reese tumbled together to the transom in a knot of arms, legs, and curses. Reese lay there for a moment, groaning. His back had slammed against the hull again. Jimmy got to his hands and knees, bleeding from a cut to his forehead. He'd lost his fancy sunglasses, and his face dripped pink-tinged seawater. He turned his wide eyes on Reese. You just saved my life. Reese slapped him on the shoulder and tried to smile, but it came across more like a grimace. Out here, we're on the same team, us against the ocean, and right now the ocean is doing her best to kill us all. Was that it? Asked Jimmy, looking around. Did we make it past the tidal wave? Reese got to his feet and wiped spray from his face. Tsunami? And no, we just changed course. This is just normal ocean chop. Hopefully we're nowhere near the tsunami yet. What? Asked Jimmy, feeling his head and looking down at his hand covered in blood. Eddie said, We're heading north, Reese blurted, smiling as he took in the L-shaped wake behind them. He shouldered past Jimmy to get a better look. There's land, he said, pointing forward. Mount Desert Island was just a smudge of brown-green on the horizon, but when they rose up over the waves, he could just barely see the tip of Cadillac Mountain. Crashing back down into a trough, the island vanished behind the water once more. But our cars are in Green Harbor, Jimmy yelled over the engines. Reese shook his head. There's no time to get there. We either ride out the wave on the water, or we have to get to shore right now. He wanted to go back to the bridge, but judging by the arguing between Eddie, the captain, and Ben, there would be little point. Reese leaned forward, willing the miles to fly by as the boat raced for shore at 35 knots. He closed his eyes to calculate. They were only, 10 minutes at most? From land? He opened his eyes and glanced over his shoulder. Would it be enough? He froze and stared east. The far horizon looked off. It shimmered like a mirage. He didn't see a Hollywood-esque tower of water racing forward. This far out from land, the tsunami would be measured in inches, not feet, but that mirage-like effect told him everything he needed to know. A ripple of water that stretched horizon to horizon rushed at them with the speed of a passenger jet. Their time was up. Oh no, he breathed. Chapter 4. Charleston, South Carolina. Cammie's level of alertness rose a notch as they stepped off the bridge over the marina. The stream of boats below the bridge, both powered and sail, grew thicker as more people made to escape to the sea some 10 miles away on the other side of the Charleston Peninsula. On land, people stood in front of shops and watched cars parked in the traffic. Everywhere Cammie looked, people were on phones or looking at phones in cars, on sidewalks, in chairs by little outdoor cafes, on benches, and in crosswalks. Everyone stared at phones. "Mom," Amber said quietly. "What's going on?" Cammy pulled Amber down the street through the growing pedestrian traffic. "This way, it's right there at the corner." They were still on the extreme western edge of Charleston and probably out of the danger zone, but she couldn't resist getting a few more supplies before running for the hills, especially since the shop was right there. They caught snippets of conversation from people as they walked. Most voices were raised to talk over the traffic noise. "Unbelievable. Can't be real. It's all fake news. We've got to hurry. I know where the car is. Let's go." "No. I'll meet you there. Some stupid tidal wave. That kind of stuff never hits over here." At last, Cammy and Amber fought their way through the growing crowd and entered the deserted camping and outdoor adventure supply store. The door closed with a little chime behind them, and the noise from outside, while still above normal levels, was blissfully muted. "Sorry, we're closing early." "Oh, hey, Cammy-san," a bearded beanpole of a young man said from behind the counter across the showroom. He moved quickly around some merchandise to shake hands. Amber watched with eyebrows raised to her hairline. "Friend of yours? Mom? Amber? Honey? This is Mitchell Adams. Remember him? Last time I saw you, you were what? Here?" Mitch asked, holding his hand palm down about at the bottom of his rib cage. He stood a good 6 inches taller than Cammy. "You two used to play together when your father and I would come in to get provisions for that floating money pit of his. You remember the Ashley Marina?" Mitchell's dad ran the place for years. "Still does," Mitch said, grinning. Amber narrowed her eyes. "Wait, Mitchell? Mitchy Mitch? From the docks?" Mitch laughed, a gut-busting, hearty sound that brought an instant smile to Cammy's face. "The same." Amber's face split into a wide grin. "Oh my gosh, it's been so long I didn't even recognize you. And the beard. What's up, Grizzly Adams?" Mitch ran his fingers through the tangled bush on his chin. "Grew it the last time we were in Yellowstone a few years back. Kinda just became a thing, I guess." The smile faded from his face. "So what brings y'all in here? I just got word to close up. I wanted to get some more things, top off my supplies," Cammy said, reaching for a handbasket from the tidy stack at the end of the counter. "Is that okay?" "If you're closing." "No problemo, Cammy-san," Mitch said in a laid-back voice that would be more appropriate if he'd had a surfboard tucked under one arm. "Amber, could you turn the open sign around on the door there and hit the lock?" "Thanks, Mimiga." He clapped his hands. "Well, come on, ladies. Y'all can have the pick of the store while I finish closing up in the back. Membership has its privileges," Cammy muttered to Amber as they followed the lanky youth. "How's your dad?" called Amber as Cammy started shopping. "Oh, he's cool. Got his hands busy with the marina right now, There were a lot of boats moving around out there," Amber said, as the two of them moved toward the back of the store. Cammy went straight to the freeze-dried camping foods and began to empty the shelves, throwing everything she could into the handbasket. She only half paid attention to Amber and Mitch's conversation. He was telling her about their fathers hanging out at the marina in the good old days as they reminisced about adventures down by the docks on summer vacations long ago. Cammy set her full handbasket on the counter and grabbed another. She slipped over into the miscellaneous gear aisle and tossed in bundles of rope, tent stakes, and a new hatchet, then moved into the fishing aisle. Spools of mid- and high-test line went in the basket, along with a few assorted packs of lures and synthetic worms, weights, bobbers, and hooks. She grabbed 2 high-end collapsible fishing pole kits and added them to the stack. Cammy looked at the 2 baskets on the counter. Reese would kill her if things turned out just fine, and she ended up spending all this money for nothing. "No, not for nothing," she muttered. If everything blew over, as she hoped, all the gear and supplies she bought today would easily fit right into her normal expenses for the guide season coming up in the fall. It just meant less shopping later. Cammy frowned, staring at the local maps and trail guides. On the other hand, if she was right, and a mega-tsunami did hit, there might not be any shopping for a long, long time. At least not by the coast. Taking things pretty serious, Mitch said as he and Amber returned to the front of the store. Flashing lights lit up the store as a cop car slowly worked its way east toward the coast, loudspeakers blaring, though muffled. The cop's voice was clear over the din outside, urging everyone to evacuate the city at this time. Governor Wilson has ordered a mandatory evacuation of all coastal cities and towns. Please leave as soon as possible. Emergency services will not be available to anyone who refuses to leave. The mayor is urging everyone to evacuate the city at this time. Governor Wilson has ordered a mandatory evacuation of all coastal cities. Yeah, I think it's serious, Mitch said to Amber. You about done, Cammy-san? I want to get out of here, you know. Yeah, Cammy said, hands on her hips. I guess this'll do it, hey. Because it's you, Mitch said, his teeth flashing in his bushy beard. I'll give y'all my employee discount. Sound good? Sounds great, Cammy said, smiling. Amber tucked a lock of hair over one ear and leaned against the counter. So, Mitch, where are you going after you close up? We're going to try and get some lunch on the way out of town? Change of plan, Cammy said with an apologetic look at Amber. She inclined her head toward the people in the street. We need to get out of here. Mitch cleared his throat and focused on scanning the items in Cammy's first basket. I was just going to head west and get out of here. Pops doesn't want me in town, he said as he emptied her basket. He says he's going to lock down the marina soon and head home anyway. Now that they've called for the evacuation, I should just head out to Give Him's Ferry, probably camp out till this all blows over. Cammy nodded as she handed over her credit card. She didn't even look at the price. Sounds like a good choice, her eyes on the crowds of people on the sidewalk outside. You'd be plenty far inland. Mitch grabbed the bags and walked them to the front door. He unlocked it and opened the door with a grimace as the noise hit them. People hurried by in the dense crowd, all talking to each other or on cell phones. This is intense, Amber observed. Maybe I'll just grab my stuff now, Mitch said. Be right back. Mom, is this for real? Asked Amber. I think it is, sweetheart, Cammy said as she scanned the crowd. She peered east toward the coast but couldn't see anything except a sea of worried faces. Mitch returned a moment later with a large backpack and the rest of Cammy's purchases. I'll lock up and we can get out of here. Cammy turned and joined the flow of pedestrian traffic heading west. Well, that settles it. Let's go, Mitch. Why don't you come with us? We'll get lunch west of town, but right now we need to get gone. Good enough for me, y'all, said Mitch with a glance at his phone. I don't like the way everyone is so spooked, he added. Lemmy, let Dad know? Yup, Amber said quickly. Yup, let's go. So how much time exactly would it take for this thing to reach us? Mitch asked over the honking horns, eyeing the crowd as they walked. If it started when I think it did, Cammy replied over her shoulder. Maybe 6 or 7 hours? I heard it was moving faster than they expected, Mitch offered. On the news, he said to Amber, his ears going pink again. They said it hit up north like Nova Scotia and is curling around the shoreline as it goes. If it takes 6 or 7 hours to get here, Amber said, then glanced at Mitch, and it's moving faster than they thought. Amber looked at Cammy. Shouldn't it be here like now? Cammy cursed herself for not paying closer attention. She'd been so wrapped up in trying to keep Amber calm. She'd missed vital information. She vowed that was not going to happen again. Amber was an adult for all intents and purposes. She was an equal member of the team and should be treated as such. Cammy decided right there on the sidewalk in Charleston that she wasn't going to waste energy and time trying to protect Amber from the truth no matter what. Since she'd gotten up, Cammy could see now she'd made mistake after mistake, all in the name of normalcy bias. Instead of wasting time shopping for school supplies, she should have spent the entire time at Walmart loading up on long-term food. It wasn't a totally wasted trip, but there was so much more she could have picked up. Come on, Cammy snapped. We need to move faster. There's too many people and cars, Amber complained. Sorry, she called after bumping into a young woman dragging a pair of kids behind her, loaded down with beach gear and a cooler. It's fine, the young mother said, red-faced and sweating. The 2 kids cried and struggled, tripping and pulling her arms. They found themselves walking side by side for a moment. Did you walk all the way from the beach? Asked Amber. She nodded, sweat dripping from her nose. Have to, the roads are packed and we'd still be stuck way back there if we hadn't started walking when we did. She looked up, seeing nothing but a sea of heads. Do you know how far it is to the marina? Just another block or 2, Mitch offered. Ma'am, you want me to take that cooler for you? Looks like you got your hands full. We're headed that way too. Oh, thank you, the woman said, gladly handing over the bulky beach gear. She shifted the diaper bag on her shoulder and got better grips on the kids. When we left the beach, people were screaming that the tidal wave already hit up north somewhere, If that's true, where? Up north, demanded Cammy. Fresh sweat broke out on her chest. New England or something, I think, the woman said apologetically. Sorry, I wasn't paying much attention. Mom, I'm sure he's fine, Amber said quietly, putting a hand on Cammy's arm. Yes, of course, Cammy said, her voice tight. Suddenly, it felt hard to breathe. Whatever had happened, Reese was living it right at that moment, or already had suffered through the impact. She closed her eyes and said a little prayer as they waited at the corner for the light to change. He had to be alive. He had to. Several knots of people clustered at the corner around them, all looking at phones. Others strolled down the street seemingly without a care in the world. Tourists walked by with bags of souvenirs. Locals strolled by carrying backpacks and briefcases. Like any other late summer day, most people walked to their destinations with heads down, staring at phones. Cammy immediately recognized the people who paid close attention to the evolving situation as the ones who'd stopped in their tracks and stared in disbelief at the alerts on their devices. She could hear buzzers and ringtones chiming all around them as the EAS messages went out. She looked back over her shoulder at all the people behind them. The people further back looked panicked. She did not want to be trapped in a stampede if people lost their minds. Somewhere back there, the wave had to be about ready to slam into the shore. A news chopper roared overhead, low and fast as it skimmed the skyline and raced toward the beach. The pilot slowed the aircraft's forward momentum, and the helicopter rose straight up. "What's up with that?" asked Mitch as he watched the helicopter. "I think they saw the wave. Look, I bet they're getting higher to get a better view as it hits?" Amber asked, her face pale. When the first person jaywalked, Cammy jumped right behind them and dragged Amber and Mitch with her, setting off a cascade of people rushing across the street. Cars honked in vain, and Cammy hurried across the street. The bridge was just up ahead, only a block away. Living so far inland, Cammy had never in her wildest dreams considered preparing for a tsunami. Butterflies tickled the inside of her stomach. All the preps, plans, and supplies that she'd so painstakingly collected over the last decade, all the work and foundations she'd laid to make sure her family survived whatever disaster might befall them. It was all in danger of being washed away like driftwood at the beach. None of it would be worth anything if they didn't make it home. She mentally kicked herself for pushing her luck and being greedy. She didn't need any of the supplies she'd picked up at Mitch's store. It was all nice to have, but as she glanced over her shoulder at Amber and Mitch, struggling to keep up with her frenetic pace, Cammy realized she'd jeopardized more than her supplies by coming to town. Stupid. As they worked their way down the street, it became more and more congested toward the bridge, and their car hopefully still safe in the Walmart parking lot. As they walked, her mood darkened. Doggedly, Cammy, Amber, and Mitch worked their way inch by inch through the jostling crowd toward the bridge. Several people had abandoned their cars and fled on foot, carrying whatever they could, which only exacerbated the congestion and horn honking. Somewhere in the sweaty, cursing mess, the young mother and her 2 kids fell behind and were lost in the crowd. Cammy, Amber, and Mitch had almost reached the bridge when suddenly everyone fell quiet. Just like the others in the crowd, Cammy came up short and turned to make sure she could see Amber. Her daughter looked at her with the same confused expression that almost everyone else had on their faces. Why had everyone stopped, and why had everyone gone quiet all at the same time? Mitch heard it first. His face slackened, and he turned away to look southeast toward the battery. Then Cammy heard it too. A low rumble in the distance. It sounded like the noise coming from a sports stadium or a major social event. An indistinguishable muted roar, the mixing of thousands of voices. Cammy swallowed, her mouth dry as her face dripped with sweat. Her heart quickened its pace and a wash of fresh heat spread over her body. The first screams erupted out of sight at the back of the crowd, around the curve of the street. The sounds of voices raised in panic echoed on the wind and drifted closer. Rippling closer, the screams and cries of alarm stretched along the side streets, alleys, and avenues as far as she could see to the east, toward the ocean. "Cammy-san," Mitch murmured, stepping closer but still looking back the way they'd come. "Mom?" Amber whispered in the ghostly silence around them. "Mama, what do we do?" Smoke, a misty haze in the distance, rose up down the street and rolled forward like a fog. Cammy couldn't see anything at first, other than people who turned and ran from what chased them. Then the crowd parted, and a car came into view. spun sideways and carried along by the angry brown water. It bowled over several people who vanished in a horrific spray of sea foam as the tsunami gained speed. Cammy saw the driver moving behind the wheel a split second before the car turned on the whim of the wave and vanished. More cars, abandoned in the road, joined the rolling, tumbling nightmare at the leading edge of the relentless, unstoppable wall of water that continued forward. Lamp posts swayed and toppled, adding to the impressive amount of debris that churned down the street. People scrambled and climbed over each other to flee, which caused even more people to fall prey to the wall of water as it destroyed everything in its path. Behind the front of the wave, the water built up and reached the second floors of most buildings that lined the street. A few shuddered and shook. The wall of a bank at the corner rippled and collapsed under the pressure of millions of gallons of water. The nightmarish sound of glass breaking and metal groaning over the screams of thousands of voices jarred Cammy back to herself. "Mom!" Amber screamed, her hand like a vice on Cammy's arm. Cammy's mouth was so dry she was worried she wouldn't be able to speak what at that moment felt like the most important thing she'd ever said to her daughter. Run! Chapter 5. Mount Desert Island, Maine. As the minutes ticked by and the charming Betty grew closer to shore, Reese noticed the waves smoothed considerably. The choppiness of the open water gave way to an almost glassy smoothness that allowed the boat to pick up considerable speed. They practically flew across the glassy, smooth surface of the water, roaring toward shore with a rooster tail of spray behind them. Mount Desert Island loomed ahead of them, a green and brown mass containing the pointed peaks of Acadia National Park. Reese's eyes were drawn to Cadillac Mountain. He'd been there as a child with his family, and they'd gotten a sticker to slap on the back of the car to prove it. Never in his wildest dreams did Reese imagine himself racing there on a boat with the intent of climbing as high as he could to save his life. The question was, how high did they have to climb? How high would the wave rise? He clenched his jaw in frustration. They were still outside cell service, so no one had any answers, other than the panicked squawking coming from the radio as other ship captains encountered the waves out on the open water. The sideband channels were filled with chatter back and forth between people requesting assistance and the coasties trying to coordinate rescue efforts. Behind them, Reese saw an odd lump on the horizon growing. At first it looked like a slight distortion caused by moisture in the air. Then, as they grew closer to land, he realized that it was actually the water itself, swelling in the distance, creating a mirage-like shape that shimmered with movement. The tsunami was coming, and it grew larger by the minute. Visions of Hollywood special effects flashed through his mind, and he could almost see towering waves, thousands of feet tall, roaring in to smash everything in their path. He closed his eyes and gripped the side rail tight. That wouldn't happen. He and Cammy had long discussions about the tsunami that hit Indonesia in 2004. As much damage as that one had caused, it'd only been 90 feet high at the highest point. "I got cell service," Ben yelled as he skidded across the deck and stopped next to Reese. "Holy crap, my phone's blowing up with alerts. Look at all this," he said, showing Reese the screen, covered in emergency alerts and text messages from friends, family, and coworkers. Before Reese could open his mouth to reply, his own phone chirped and let loose with that irritating, scary wail caused by official emergency alert messages. He dug it out of his pocket and thumbed through the screens. Like everyone else on board the boat, NOAA and the National Tsunami Warning Center had changed their alert status from coastal advisories to a full-on tsunami warning. It looked like everything was centered around New England, but he couldn't tell how far south the warning stretched. The damage was expected to spread, and for a moment he was grateful that Cammy and Amber were out of immediate harm's way. That would let him concentrate on saving his own hide. Skipping through all the missed calls and voicemails, none of them were from Cammy and Amber, therefore they could all wait. He opened his phone's browser and tried to get online. An error message flashed across the screen that he could not connect to the server. "You gotta be kidding me," Ben complained. "You got internet service? Mine's down. All the networks are down," one of the other prize winners complained from the other side of the boat. The tech-safe employees had clustered together in little groups while the crew gathered by the captain. Similar expressions of frustration and worry flashed across everyone's faces. Reese shook his head again. He could almost hear Cammy saying, "Told you so. The cell networks are going to be down for a while. Everybody's trying to get information and talk and send messages all at the same time." He frowned, trying to remember what Cammy had told him about when the networks crash. "Text messages," he said, snapping his fingers, not looking up from his screen. He opened the messaging app. Text messages use a lot less bandwidth than calls. He explained to Ben as he tapped out a quick message to Cammy and Amber, letting them know that he was alive and trying to make it ashore before the wave hit. There's a chance they may still go through even with the networks bogged down. And when the networks come back, text messages will be the first thing to get automatically sent. He looked up at Ben, who was furiously tapping away on his own phone. I hope. Ben looked up at him. You hope you sound awful confident for somebody who hopes, he said with a smirk, before looking back down at his phone. Cammy's the one who's the expert on all this stuff. I should have paid more attention when she was telling me about these kinds of things. Hey, don't beat yourself up over it, Ben consoled. You know a lot more about it than I do. Monty stopped by to check on them. How you guys doing? He asked, his sun-bleached hair hanging wet across his forehead. Captain says we're getting close to shore, but the water doesn't look right, so you'd better hold on. What do you mean the water doesn't look right? Asked Ben, craning his neck to see around the bridge. Reese leaned over the side. Looks like an awful lot of beach to me, Reese said, pointing at the shore ahead. Last time I was here, Monty said, scratching his head, it sure didn't look like that. It's like the tide went out. Only way more than normal, man. That casual statement jarred Reese's memory. He remembered watching interviews with survivors of the Indonesian tsunami. They all reported seeing the waters recede way out into the distance, far more than a normal low tide. They recalled watching tourists walk far out onto the ocean floor, marveling at the sea life and rocks exposed to the air for the first time. It's the tsunami, Reese said, staring at the unnaturally shallow bay they approached at full speed. As the water seemed to grow shallower before their eyes, the cleft in the island formed by a prehistoric fjord grew deeper and deeper. Reese had no idea the seafloor could drop away from the shoreline so quickly. It was like watching somebody drain the water out of a pool in slow motion. The shoreline continued to expand out to meet the receding water, which dropped as they watched. The captain hollered something from the cockpit, and Reese saw everyone up front grab onto the side of the boat or anything that could support their weight. Hold on, Reese hollered, wrapping his arm around the side rail. Ben and Monty did likewise. Just before the boat took a hard turn to port tackle boxes, coolers and personal bags went sliding across the deck, crashing into each other, making more than one person yelp in sudden pain. What's he doing? Called out Ben over the noise of the engines. There's not enough water in Seal Harbor, Monty said, pointing at the chasm opening up before them at the end of the beach. The charming Betty had turned due west and was making for the growing shoreline at the base of a wooded hill. Monty stiffened. He's going in at full speed. Brace for impact, the veteran fishing guide yelled. The impact, when it occurred, surprised Reese with its violence. They were still a good 20 yards from dry land, or at least what was now dry land, when the hull struck the soft, muddy bottom that normally would have been a good 5 to 10 feet below the surface. The charming Betty came to a sudden halt, and the motors coughed and died. There was no crash, no explosion. They were moving forward, and then they weren't. Curses rang out, and bodies flew toward the bow despite the captain's warning. Reese had a tight grip on the railing, but his momentum was too great, and he was launched into Jimmy, who skidded across the deck and slammed into Ben. Bags, beers, coolers, fishing gear, it all flew forward with a terrible racket. A few people cried out in pain from the impact of so many bodies and items crashing forward at once, but most managed at least to survive without much harm. Reese picked himself up from the jumble of bodies and gear in the middle of the boat, then helped others to their feet. They'd all have cuts and bruises tomorrow, but there was no time to complain. We have to go! We got to get to high ground! Reese shouted, already moving to the side of the boat and throwing one leg over. Hold on a second. Eddie's voice rang out, silencing the nervous chatter. He stood on shaky legs as he held a hand to his bloodied head. Nobody's leaving until we get a head count. We have to make sure everyone is accounted for. We do this by the book, he commanded. Reese looked over the side of the boat and watched the water flow past the hull heading out to the open sea. The charming Betty settled in the exposed muck and listed to starboard. As the water slipped away, the hull sunk further into the muck on the exposed seafloor. An eerie silence enveloped them, marked only by the sighing of the water as it slipped past the hull, racing to meet the tsunami, still just a hazy smudge on the horizon. Reese narrowed his eyes. It was a much clearer, hazy smudge than it had been just a few moments before. We don't have time for doing things by the book, Reese announced. He leaned over the rail and dropped down into the muck. The water was shin-deep and tugged at his legs, threatening to topple him over, but in seconds it dropped almost to his ankles. "Come on, we have to move!" Ben landed next to him with a splash and a curse, perhaps the most ungraceful thing Reese had ever seen. "Go figure," Ben said, sputtering as he stood. "I make it through all those waves on the way here, and I'm still pretty dry. Then we reach land, and I fall overboard and get soaked." Reese helped him to his feet, then turned to leave. "You can dry off up there," he said, pointing at the foothills of Cadillac Mountain. "Lavelle! I didn't give you authorization to leave this vessel," Eddie yelled over the side. A line of heads popped up next to him, Safetec's top sales reps. Two of the crew hopped over the side and landed with splashes. Monty followed them. Reese waved over his shoulder. "Suit yourself. I'm not dying out here." He slogged through the water about as hard as walking through deep snow. The mud and sand threatened to suck his shoes off with every step, but he clenched his jaw and pushed forward. Eddie and the captain began arguing with each other, but Reese was gratified to see at least a few other people jump over the side, throwing nervous glances at the menace on the horizon. By the time Reese struggled free of the water and was able to make better speed on the exposed seafloor, almost everyone on the boat had jumped overboard and struggled toward dry land. Reese turned to catch his breath and spotted the true form of the wave. He was gratified to see that it wasn't some 1,000-foot monster, but still a wave that reached at least 40 or 50 feet high and stretched the entire length of the horizon was nothing to sneeze at. "That thing's massive," Ben muttered. "Come on, we can't slow down now," Reese warned. "How fast do you think it is?" asked Ben. "Tsunamis slow down when they get close to land. I remember that much from what Cammy's told me," Reese replied as he struggled through the mud. He risked another glance over his shoulder. It was coming in fast, but not as fast as it would in open water. "I don't know, maybe 10 minutes?" "What?" Ben blurted. "At this rate, it'll take us that long just to get out of this muck." By the time they'd made it to dry land, clawed up the gravel beach, and smashed through the loose vegetation lining the shore, Reese and Ben were panting hard and soaked with sweat and salt water. They'd used up more of the time Reese had guesstimated than he would have liked, but they'd made it to dry land. Ben doubled over and gasped for breath. He looked up at those still mired in the exposed sludge. "We should help them!" Reese shook his head, unable to speak at first. "Can't," he wheezed. "No time!" He pointed at the wave in the distance. It was still perhaps a half-mile out, but the shimmering, mirage-like quality had vanished. It grew taller as they watched, foot by foot. The water piled up into itself and transformed into a massive horizon-stretching wall of water. Despite the calls for help from those who floundered in the mud behind them, Reese and Ben pushed forward into the undergrowth at the base of the hill just west of Seal Harbor. "Run!" Reese hollered. Ben glanced over his shoulder and sprinted past Reese. "There it is!" Reese looked. The wave was only 100 yards behind the charming Betty, and it was easily as tall as the beached fishing boat. People streamed over the sides now, though most were already halfway through the mud on the way to the shore. Reese turned away. They'd never make it. His co-workers were doomed. A low hiss rolled in off the coast with the Atlantic breeze, the sound of the tsunami as the wave grew taller as it slowed. Tsunamis didn't hit with explosive power. They landed with sustained momentum and simply pushed, uprooted, or flattened everything in their path. Reese swallowed the wave might push them right off the hill if they didn't get higher. Reese and Ben redoubled their efforts to scramble up through the pine trees and maple saplings jutting out from the side of the hill. They clambered over rocks and loose soil and used branches and anything they could get their hands on to pull themselves up whenever they foundered. "Keep moving," Reese gasped. "It looks like we're even with the top of the wave," he said, pointing east. "But when this thing hits land, it's going to go way up. That fjord out there is going to funnel it." Right behind you," Ben said, around deep breaths. As Reese pulled himself up another few steps, he strained to see through the tree trunks and bushes. The top of the hill was still hidden in greenery. That was a good sign, but bad news at the same time. The longer it took them to reach the top, the closer the wave came, and the closer it was to sweeping away everything in its path, including them if they weren't high enough. Reese gritted his teeth and grunted through the pain in his back. Being tossed around the boat like a rag doll wasn't doing his endurance any good. But he wouldn't let a little pain stop him. He had to survive. He had to get on the road, and he had to make it home. Thinking of Cammy and Amber, scared and alone, provided Reese with a second wind, and a surge of adrenaline pushed him higher and faster. As he climbed, he felt a target on his back. The monster was behind him, and it was coming fast. His hands shook and his knees quaked. He'd never been so scared in his entire life. That was when he noticed the dull roar in the distance. Faint at first, as if he'd only imagined it, the sound grew with each passing second. Before long, he could feel it in his bones, and the way his ribcage vibrated with the sound, he knew there wasn't any point in turning around to look. "Here it comes," Ben yelled. Reese knew he needed to run, to climb higher, to keep going, but he couldn't. The same way everyone slows down to look at a car wreck, he paused to watch as the tsunami claimed its first victims in American waters. The white, frothy foam that roiled and jumped along the wave's route first hit the charming Betty. He couldn't tell if there was still anyone aboard the doomed boat or not, but if they were, they had a wild ride. The big fishing boat was lifted up out of the sucking mud like a child's toy and rolled once, then again, before it vanished into the wave swallowed by the giant. Those passengers who were still out in the mud had nowhere to go. They turned and watched their deaths approach as a relentless blue-green wall tinged with spray slammed into them at 30 miles an hour, with all the force of a freight train. The bodies tumbled. Some were carried up the wave toward the crest. Reese wondered if they might survive after all, and others just vanished in the briefest of splashes before the wave rolled forward. In seconds, the tsunami traversed the mud and crashed into the shoreline, crossing a distance that took Reese and Ben more than 6 minutes. Trees along the beach shivered and fell. Others were snapped like toothpicks, the trunks exploding like gunshots. Boulders from the shore, broken and uprooted trees, and the bodies of TechSafe Sales Award winners crashed into the side of the hill with a roar Reese figured came straight out of the apocalypse the tsunami had arrived. Chapter 6. Charleston, South Carolina. "Mom," Cammie's chest tightened at the sound of Amber's voice. She hadn't sounded like a scared little girl in a long, long time. Just for a second, Amber's voice sounded like that scared 6-year-old. Cammie turned, examining the surrounding buildings. They had to be on the very edge of the incoming tidal wash. If the water made it this far, surely it wouldn't go too much further. They were on the northwest side of Charleston and had never gotten within 10 miles or so from the coast when they stopped at Mitch's store. The wave that rolled up the street behind them had to be at the end of its journey from the sea. And yet it was still tall enough to brush the second floor of most buildings. The wave crashed forward, pushing cars, parts of buildings, here and there a boat, and countless people forward without mercy. It moved deceptively slow, like a vision from a nightmare. Standing there on the street, jammed with thousands of other people who thought they were safe so far from the coast, but now desperately trying to escape the city, was a recipe for disaster. She took Amber's hand, and they pushed ahead. Cammie had to get them to higher ground. She could try and wrap her brain around what she'd seen later, when they were safe. "No time, go!" Cammie shouted at the corner, 1 block from the bridge, which just a few minutes earlier had been a 2-lane road and was now a pedestrian-only crossing. Cammie saw her chance at safety. 1 block to the right, directly north, nestled against a gentle curve of the river, Ashley sat a squat rectangular church that looked more like a Norman keep than a place of worship. Cammie wiped sweat from her eyes and focused on the heavy stone construction as the panicked crowd surged around her. As she stared at the church, she blocked out the screams and the jostling elbows as people fought each other to get to the other side of the river. Solid slabs of granite formed the massive foundation on which the stone structure rose up toward the heavens. She didn't know if the stones would hold up better than brick and wood, but it might be their only hope. "That's it. That's our best chance." She took one last glance around the packed intersection as people pushed and shoved at each other. All the surrounding buildings were new brick and wood constructs built in a modern colonial style to blend in with downtown Charleston some 10 miles away. They looked attractive, but she knew they wouldn't have the strength to withstand a tidal wave strong enough to make it so far inland. The pitch of people's voices continued to rise as panic sunk its claws into every heart. Cammie risked one more look down the street. The wave continued to force its way forward and carried the ruin of North Charleston with it. They had seconds to get out of the situation before all hell broke loose. She tightened her grip on Amber's hand and forced her way sideways through the crowd. While everyone else tried to go west, she led Amber perpendicular and crossed the street, headed north. "Watch it!" Someone barked as Cammie stepped on a foot in her haste to squeeze through a gap in the crowd. The collision made her lose her grip on the bag of supplies from Mitch's store. In the blink of an eye, the bag disappeared beneath the churning legs of all the people fleeing the wave. "Hey!" she called over her shoulder, but the man who'd complained was already gone, swallowed up by the crush of people. Her other hand tugged back as Amber fell to one knee. Cammy forgot the bag of supplies and pulled hard on Amber. "Get up, sweetie!" Someone bumped into Amber and pitched her forward, and her bags fell, spilling rope and freeze-dried food all over the road. Mitch propelled the cooler he carried into the chest of the closest person, which not only freed his hands to help catch Amber, but made the man right behind her pull up short. Ice and juice boxes flew everywhere, and the man cursed. But 3 people slammed into him from behind, and he vanished in a hail of curses. Mitch hauled Amber upright and pulled her to the side to avoid the crush of bodies that stumbled forward. They awkwardly separated, clearing throats and looking away from each other, both blushing. They turned to retrieve what they could from the bags. "No time for that! Forget the gear!" Cammy ordered, trying to force her way into the crowd again. Several people, all bigger than her, blocked her path. "Mitch, clear the road!" She pointed at the church. "We have to go that way. Right on, Cammy-san!" He grinned, a wolfish expression on his face, and lowered a shoulder. A man yelped in front of them, but the path cleared as Mitch bowled his way toward the church, cutting across the stream of pedestrians. Cammy jumped into the clear space behind him, pulling Amber along. The ground shook and glass shattered in windows as they passed buildings in their mad dash to the church. A wooden shutter dropped from an upper floor and exploded on the ground at Cammy's feet, which caused her to stumble and curse. She caught herself on the side of the building and pushed forward ahead. She noticed a thin trickle of water seep around the edge of the building. "Hurry, it's here!" she yelled over the increased roar and all the screaming behind them. Once they got away from the bridge, the flow of pedestrians slowed to a trickle and Mitch led them at a run to the church. When Cammy glanced over her shoulder to make sure Amber followed her, she noticed at least a dozen people had broken away from the main crowd and followed them as well. Water already lapped at the ankles of people in the intersection. The wave was only seconds away from unleashing its full force on the poor souls still struggling to get across the bridge around all the parked cars. As Mitch approached the church, Cammy felt a queasy sensation. The ground trembled. She'd never been in an earthquake, but it had to be similar. Her stomach rebelled at the suddenly unstable ground beneath her feet. Her mind tried unsuccessfully to comprehend the sheer volume of water it would take and the speed at which it moved to cause the ground to shake almost a dozen miles away from the ocean. "Mom, I see smoke," Amber called out. "Don't worry about it. We're almost there," Cammy yelled over her shoulder. "Keep going, Mitch. Don't stop. Get to the church. I'm right behind you," Amber replied. New voices echoed down the street behind them. More and more people poured out of side alleys looking for refuge. A few ran across the road in front of them, only to be pushed over the short retaining wall into the river below by the crowd that surged down the street. Cammy took a quick look over the side as they sprinted the last 100 feet to the church to notice the river was flowing far faster than normal, fueled by the additional seawater pushed forward by the wave. Those who'd been knocked into the river were pulled with the surge away from the ocean. It was an unnatural sight that made Cammy's skin crawl as she ran. The monster from across the Atlantic had arrived. "Stay with us!" Mitch yelled. Cammy glanced over her shoulder to see him urge forward the woman they'd met earlier and her 2 small children. Cammy raced to her, the trendy, but not very utilitarian flats she wore slapping on the pavement. Amber was right behind her. "Follow us! We're going to that church! It looks like it'll hold!" The young mother didn't hesitate at all. She followed, and with Cammy and Amber shepherding the kids, as Mitch took the lead and ran toward the church. A couple teenagers sprinted past them and shouted that the wave was right behind them. A priest dressed all in black opened the church's double doors as they arrived. He stepped out onto the porch and urged everyone in, standing aside as the first refugees rushed past. "Hurry! It's all over the news! The floodwaters will be here any second!" It was only as the priest called out that Cammy noticed the buzz of several news helicopters in the distance. Water poured into the street ahead of them and cut off the route to safety. It was ankle-deep, brown, and choked with flotsam, but moved fast. In the suddenly waterlogged street, Cammy's shoes were next to useless. She tripped and splashed to her hands and knees. The force of the water immediately grabbed her and she fell on her side. Filthy water hit her in the face and Cammy flailed her arms, coughing and sputtering as she felt herself pushed across the street. "Mom!" Amber screamed from nearby. Water splashed into Cammy's face and muffled sound to a muted roar in her ears. Cammie's back hit something hard and she was able to pull herself upright against what turned out to be a lamppost. She coughed and wiped water from her face and adjusted the purse on her shoulders. The water was already up to her shins. She looked up the alley across the street from her and her blood ran cold. In the distance, smoke rose into the air over the buildings, but much closer. A wall of brown water at least 10 feet high rumbled forward and shot between the structures. A man stepped out of a side door just in time to be sucked into the wave with a splash and a stifled shout of fear. The door slammed shut with such strength, the brick wall around it crumbled into the wave as it surged down the alley right at Cammie. People splashed by Cammie, ignorant of the lumbering beast that bore down on them all. Cammie tried to scream and couldn't. Her throat was closed tight with fear. She pushed off the lamppost and forced her way through the water, urged on by the fear in Amber's eyes. "Don't wait for me!" Cammie yelled in a ragged shout as she struggled through the swift water. "Go!" Mitch made it to the church steps and helped the young mother and her children get into the safety of the stone building. He turned to urge Amber inside as the priest resumed his calls to everyone still in the street. Cammie could barely hear him over the noise of all the debris propelled by the wave. Screams erupted behind her, and she risked a glance over her shoulder. The wave had swept around the building behind her and flooded the street. A car coasted upside down into the lamp post she'd used to pull herself to her feet just moments earlier. The post wobbled, then bent over as if the base were made of butter on a hot day. Several people behind her were sucked under and swept away, arms still waving as they were carried off toward the river. "Mom!" Amber screamed from the church, some 10 yards away. The water that swirled around her legs pulled her back as the wave approached from behind. Cammie struggled forward, but a sickening realization occurred to her. She wouldn't make it. As her legs quaked and her exhausted body reached the point of collapse, Cammie looked up from the futile fight against the raw power of the wave. Mitch frowned and jumped back into the water with an immense splash and plowed through it like an icebreaker boat in the Arctic. He was much taller, younger, and stronger than Cammie, and reached her side in seconds. His strong hands gripped her arm. "Hang on, Cammie-san! I got you!" Mitch and Cammie forced their way through the brown swirling swamp that encircled the church as the wave reared up behind them. The back of Cammie's neck suddenly felt cooler, as if she'd stepped into the deep shade of a tree on a hot day. The priest on the front steps yelled, then ran into the church with the last of the survivors. Amber shouted something from the front steps of the church, then launched herself into the water. She latched onto Cammie's other arm, and the three of them raced up the steps, trailing water as they pushed aside driftwood. They reached the top step and, without looking back, burst through the open door, passing from the world of blazing sunlight and danger to cool shadows and safety. The cold, hard stone floor of the church was the best thing Cammie could recall feeling as she landed in a sopping wet pile of arms and legs with Amber and Mitch. Cammie blinked in the sudden darkness and hoped her eyes would adjust in time for her to see Amber before the wave hit the church. People rushed around them to reach the doors and shut them before the water arrived. The haste with which the refugees inside slammed their bodies against the doors to hold them shut told Cammie how close they'd been to losing their fight against the tsunami. Mitch scrambled from the floor where he'd fallen through the door and added his mass to the group of desperate people who held the doors shut. When the water hit the door, it spurted around the cracks like a tiny hose. The entire door frame shuddered, and 2 people were knocked back from the heavy oak doors. They rushed back to their places. Other people clambered through the crowd with heavy pews. "Here! Prop them up here! Put that end against the doors!" the priest instructed. Cammie wiped wet hair from her face. She grabbed Amber and pulled her to her feet. "Come on, Mitch! That door will never hold!" She looked around through the crowd of screaming, terrified survivors and saw a metal sign high up the wall that indicated a stairway to the belfry. "Higher ground," Cammie said over the din. Mitch nodded and rushed for the stairs while everyone else watched the drama unfold at the main door. "We made it!" "Why?" began Amber. "That door will never hold!" "We only have a few seconds," Cammie replied, but her warning was cut off by the tremendous crash of the oak doors imploding. The sound reminded her of a rifle's report as it echoed through the church. Dozens of people screamed in terror as the wave broke into the church. Cammie ripped open the stairwell door and took the steps 2 at a time, Mitch and Amber hot on her heels. A few others followed their lead, but the water exploded into the stairwell by the time Cammie reached the first landing. "Don't look down. Keep going," Cammie said as she ran up the stairs. "Still with you," Mitch replied. "Go faster, Mom," Amber yelled further down the stairwell. "The water's coming up the stairs." The building shook with the pressure of the water as the wave tried to force its way into every nook and cranny of the church, but the solid stone construction held firm against the onslaught, just as Cammy had hoped. She reached the top and threw herself against the metal door that opened onto the false belfry. Where bells would have hung in a traditional church, Cammy found only speakers and a few false openings to suggest a hollow cavity large enough to support the massive instruments. She turned and embraced Mitch and Amber as they plowed through the opening, both gasping for air and red-faced. A few more people erupted from the stairwell, wild-eyed and panicked, including the mother they'd rescued with her 2 children. The tower trembled and people screamed, but Cammy rushed to the side and peered over. "Look," Mitch said as he pointed down the street. The same dark brown water that had chased them into the church poured out of alleys, now flooding the street next to the river. The overflow by the bridge snaked across and squirted out through the guardrail supports, creating a line of small waterfalls that grew in length as more and more seawater pushed inland. "How is there this much water so far from the coast?" Amber demanded. "It's not possible." Cammy took a moment to watch the scene unfold and catch her breath. "It is possible," she replied quietly. "Charleston is a peninsula. The wave surrounded it and buried it. What we're seeing is the edges." "The wave is flooding the Ashley," she said, and pointed at the fast-flowing water below going in the wrong direction. "See how there's so much more water in the river than on the streets? It's like electricity. It's seeking the easiest route. Rivers and creeks around here are going to be flooded for miles and miles." "And Charleston?" asked Mitch. "How far do we have to go to get out of this?" Cammy watched the raging waters swallow people and drag them into the flotsam, arms and legs flailing. "I don't know, but this might just be the first wave." "Wait, there's more," blurted Amber. Cammy shrugged. "No one's ever seen a tsunami like this, guys. I don't know, sometimes tsunamis come in groups, not just one big wave." She looked down as the water below enveloped the stone church. Pieces of wood, paper, bits of trash, and bodies. So many bodies. Cammy's eyes watered at the staggering loss of human life right before her eyes, but she forced herself to look as the deluge continued its relentless march inland. Several cars jammed up at the intersection with the bridge, had broken free in the deluge and formed a new barricade of jumbled metal, tires, and flotsam spanning the width of the bridge. Water continued to pile up behind the new barrier, and foam exploded over the top like a wave hitting a seawall. Metal groaned and shrieked under the tremendous pressure, and cars turned into accordions. Cammy hoped there weren't any people in them, but feared the worst. Jets of brown muddy water squirted between the cracks in the cars and shot like fire hoses out over the creek. One unlucky woman was hit by the spray and flew like a discarded toy over the side of the bridge, her high-pitched scream stabbing at Cammy's heart. A waterfall, a true waterfall, had emerged almost halfway out across the bridge as water poured under the railings and streamed down to the now raging waters below. "So much water," Cammy muttered, moving from one corner of the tower to the other. The scene was much the same, people screaming and panicking, clinging to lamp posts, and were swept away or pulled under, reaching and grasping in the air as they twirled in eddies, spawned by the seawater. Bodies choked the rapids, some floating, some tumbling beneath the surface to emerge at the whim of the water, only to disappear once more like cast-off rag dolls. Trash and debris, bits and pieces of buildings, signs, cars, and every imaginable remnant of human activity rushed past, around, and through the now gutted church. Amber threw up at the sight, and Mitch moved next to her but stared out at the apocalyptic scene with his mouth open. From behind the church, Cammy heard a grinding and snapping wholly different from the sound of metal cars being crunched. She rushed to the far side of the tower and squinted in the bright sunlight. The shattered hull of a boat with huge outboard motors, far too big for the Ashley River that raged at the bottom of the hill, scraped its fiberglass hull down the lengths of the brick buildings next to the church as the surge carried it forward. A man in an orange life jacket and a baseball hat rode on the side of the boat, clinging to a rope for dear life. People leaned out windows and tried to reach him as he went by, but no one came close. The man screamed as the boat smashed headlong into the church in an explosion of shattered fiberglass and steel. Cammy gasped. It sounded like someone snapping celery. She leaned over the crenellation and looked down at what was left of the boat, smashed to pieces against the church's immovable granite foundation, shredded fiberglass jutting up from what was left of the side. She saw a red stain on the stone, and the man was nowhere to be seen. A small wave slapped at the church and erased the blood, leaving no evidence the man had ever been there. Cammy put a hand to her mouth and turned away, unable to breathe. Seeing the man on the boat in the surging waters had made her think of Reese. She closed her burning eyes and swallowed as her chest tightened. As the tears leaked down her face, she told herself he was 1,000 miles away and hopefully safe. She had Amber, and she supposed Mitch too, to worry about at the moment, and they had to get across the Ashley and make it home. Then she would grant herself time to worry about Reese. He was a sailor. If anyone could handle the tsunami on a boat, it would be Reese Lavelle. When she turned to Amber, she knew by the look on her daughter's face that she was thinking of her father as well. "I'm sure he's fine, honey," Cammy said in a tight voice. "Your daddy's out on that big boat in the ocean." "Isn't that worse than being here?" Amber asked, her voice trembling. "I don't think so," Mitch scoffed. "Out on the ocean, a tidal wave would only be like—" "What, a foot high?" He offered a smile for Amber. It's only when it comes in close to shore that his voice trailed off as he looked from Amber to Cammy. "But you already know that." Amber snorted, raising a mud-streaked hand to her mouth, making Mitch go red again. "I'm not sure how, but I know your father's okay, honey," Cammy said as she wiped at her face. The continual roar of snapping wood, bricks breaking, cars crunching, blaring horns, and people screaming created a background noise that was sure to give Cammy a headache if she was exposed to it much longer. She and Reese had watched all the news shows about the 2004 Indonesian tsunami, but the videos she'd seen came from towns and villages right along the coast. At most, that wave had carried trash and debris a mile or two inland. This far north of downtown Charleston, she was already more than 10 miles from the ocean. 10 miles. Cammy swallowed, her mouth parched. If North Charleston looks like this, what does the coast look like? Is there anything left at the Battery, Fort Sumter? A new rumbling shook the church. A series of vibrations rattled the stone building. Cammy felt them through the crenellations at the top of the tower. It was not a comforting feeling. "Look," Amber said, pointing east. A column of smoke erupted into the sky, and Cammy watched a pair of chimneys disappear. "Buildings are collapsing," Mitch observed quietly. He reached out and took Amber's hand in his own. Neither blushed as they stared at the destruction. "All those poor people," said the young mother softly. Her kids sobbed into her legs, clinging to their mother for dear life. The oldest, Cammy guessed he was maybe 7 or 8, held his mother's hand in a death grip and stared at the wall. "What do we do now?" Amber asked. "Look," Mitch said, as he pointed at the bridge and the struggling people still trying to cross it among the debris clogging the south end. "The water falling off the bridge. It never made it all the way across. That's got to mean something, right?" "Yeah," Amber agreed dubiously. "But look at the Ashley," she said, pointing at the raging rapids flowing under the bridge, choked with lumber, trash, and bodies. "Should we try for the bridge?" asked Mitch. Cammy shook her head. "There's no way we can make it across that until the water comes down some. I mean, look at it," she said, peering over the side. "There could be anything in there. The current's just too strong for us to wade across. This mess needs to recede at least a little." Cammy checked her watch. She wasn't sure exactly when they'd made it to the church, but it felt like the waters had been building for the past 10 minutes. She looked up again and stared out at the devastation. 10 minutes was all it took to bring the entire city of Charleston to its knees, to wash away so many lives. She couldn't even begin to think about how many people had been caught in their cars, and the people in that building that collapsed. Another sobering thought struck her as she looked out over the debris flowing in the waters all around the church. They were technically in North Charleston, just south of the airport. How many hundreds of thousands of people were trapped in the city closer to the shore? Was downtown Charleston even still there, based on the destruction she'd witnessed so far inland? Downtown might very well look like a war zone. Her phone buzzed in the purse on her back, tickling her spine. That dreadful emergency tone sounded muffled under the gear in her bag. Amber's phone chimed in. Then so did the other woman's. All three looked at each other, shaking hands, fumbled through purses for phones, and they all got them out at the same time. "It is just the first wave," Cammy breathed, reading aloud. "There's at least a dozen more waves to follow." "How? It's not possible," Amber said, shaking her head as she scrolled through the message. "A dozen?" asked Mitch, incredulous. "Dude, we are so screwed." She looked up and stared out across the bridge to the far side of the creek. Hundreds of people had gathered on the far side where the water hadn't quite reached. They stood with their phones up, taking pictures and videos of the destruction as more debris and bodies poured across the retaining wall on the east side of the creek, flooding the tributary with seawater and debris. As Cammy watched, a dozen limp, lifeless bodies sailed over the temporary waterfall and splashed into the frothy torrent below. She felt her gorge rise and turned away, closing her eyes again, deep down. She knew that those corpses wouldn't be the last that she'd see. This alert from NOAA says the next wave is even bigger than the first one, Mitch warned, looking at his phone. That's got to be a mistake. This one went almost 10 miles inland. It says survivors along the coast need to prepare to stay where they are, Amber said, reading off her phone. If they try to leave now, they'll get caught in the bigger waves coming. She looked up, her eyes wide. If we stay, we'll be trapped. If we leave, we could get caught in the next one. Mom, what do? The waters are receding. Somebody called from down below. Praise God, cried the priest through the open roof access door. Cammy heard the people inside the church clapping and cheering. Cammy looked at Amber. We have to get out of here before the next wave hits and before everyone else realizes it's coming. She turned to the young mother with her kids. You're welcome to come with us. The woman offered a sad smile and shook her head. Thank you, but no, this church has saved us so far. I can't. She took a deep breath and smiled. We'll stay here. God will protect us. Cammy reached out and put a hand on the woman's shoulder. She squeezed in reassurance. I'll be praying for you. You too, the woman said with a nod, her eyes brimming with tears. Thank you so much. You saved our lives, my children, she said, looking down at her kids. She stifled a sob and pulled them into a close embrace. Try to stay as high up as you can, Cammy said. Thanks again, the woman said, as Cammy, Amber, and Mitch disappeared down the stairwell. I thought you said the water was too high, Amber observed, as they pounded their way down the steps to the ground floor. I did, but that was before I realized there were more waves coming, and the next one's even worse. They burst through the bottom door into the flooded church. Refugees, most of them mud-splattered and dripping wet, had gathered near the altar, and still others limped up the steps and dragged floating belongings through the muddy water that sloshed around inside. Cammy and Amber made their way to the front door, bumping elbows and shoulders and apologizing the entire time. The priest met them and shook their hands. Praise God, we have saved all these people. He works miracles. Amen, someone said behind them. Cammy pulled the priest to the side. Father, a new alert just came through. This was just the first of many waves. The next waves will be even stronger. The priest smiled and nodded his head. So I have heard. Fear not, sister. God will provide. He has protected us so far. We're leaving, Cammy said, stepping around him. She wasn't willing to spend any more time trying to convince someone to leave who didn't want to. She had to get her daughter home. They had to be ready when Reese came back. She was sure that being out on the water, he would have received an alert from the Coast Guard faster than people on shore had been notified. By now, Reese was probably already in his car heading inland to find an airport. Massachusetts was a long way from South Carolina. Maybe the tsunami didn't hit that far north at all. She didn't have time to look up the answer on her phone. It was time to get home. As they stood in the foyer preparing to step out into the sunlight, the lights in the church flickered a few times and then winked out. Cammy took a deep breath. She hadn't even considered the possibility that the floodwater might be electrified. She closed her eyes and took Amber's hand in hers. We gotta stay strong, sweetie. We have to move fast and not stop for anything. Anything. You understand? Mama, Amber whimpered. Whatever you do, don't let go of my hand, okay? Cammy asked, turning to look at her daughter. Amber's eyes glistened, but she nodded. Her mouth set in a grim line. With her free hand, she adjusted the straps in her backpack. She took a deep, shuddering breath, then squared her shoulders the same way Reese did when he was expecting trouble. What's the plan? Cammy smiled. Her husband would be so proud. We're going to make our way to the bridge and see if we can't get across. The water looks like it's already receding up the street. Look, at least it's not getting any deeper, Mitch observed. And once we get across the bridge? Asked Amber. Cammy smiled grimly at her daughter. Amber didn't know the meaning of quit. Her smile turned to a wince as she stepped into the jarringly cold water and felt something bump against her leg, hidden in the brown, murky depths. We'll figure that out once we get across. Chapter 7. Mount Desert Island, Maine, over the tremendous roar of the water crashing into the mountain below. Reese heard the sound of an engine working hard just above them. "Come on, there's a road up here. We can get help." Just below him, Ben cursed, scrambling over some rocks to grab onto a pine tree. "Great," he panted. "I could use all the help I can get right about now." Reese pulled himself up over the edge of the roadway, using the guardrail like a ladder. Finally standing on somewhat level ground again, he leaned over, his hands resting on the sun-warmed metal rail as he watched steam and haze swirling through the trees just below them. He had no way of knowing how high they were, only that the water hadn't reached them yet. He looked back and saw the whitewater raging up the hill, snapping trees and flinging boulders aside like toys. The water roiled with debris, one of the tech-safe winners, further down the hill turned and threw up his arms, only to disappear in a silent explosion of sea spray. Reese's heart skipped a beat. The tsunami wasn't slowing down at all, but continued right up the hill after them, destroying everything in its path. "Keep moving, Ben." "Thanks, Coach. Great pep talk," Ben said, hauling his slightly overweight frame to the roadway. "Civilization at last," he panted, laying on the pavement. Tree trunks snapped, cracking like cannon fire. Leaves and smoke and dust choked the air as the wave rolled up the hill. The ground began to tremble. "Are we high enough?" asked Ben. Reese helped Ben stand on shaky legs. "I don't like the way those trees are moving, man. I think we need to keep going." Squealing tires behind them preceded a meaty thwack, and Reese jumped to the side, slamming into the guardrail. The next thing he knew, Ben crashed into him like an NFL linebacker, and the two of them tumbled back over the rail. There was a long, heart-stopping moment where the sky switched places with rocks and trees before he and Ben came to a bone-jarring stop against an unyielding pine. The air had been knocked out of Reese's lungs sometime during the fall, and he opened his mouth in a silent gasp of pain. Next to him, Ben groaned, his face contorted and one hand slapped at the ground. Reese scrabbled up from his position on the rocks against the tree and shoved Ben away. "Ah!" Reese groaned as his tortured lungs sucked in life-giving air at last. "What was that for?" he demanded. "My leg!" Ben cried out through clenched teeth over the noise of the wave. "My leg! Hey, you okay down there?" a new voice called out. Reese looked up from his position by the tree and squinted in the sunlight through the dust and pine needles in the air. Someone leaned over the guardrail up the embankment he'd just climbed. It looked like a kid. "What happened?" Reese called. "Dude, I think I hit you with my car. Are you okay? Are you freaking kidding me?" Reese snarled. "Worry about it later, leg Ben," said, grabbing at the rocks around him in an attempt to sit up. "Wave," he yelled, and pointed downhill. "Oh crap," Reese said as he looked down at Ben's right leg. The knee had already swollen double in size. "Hey, stay right there," the kid called out. "I'll come down and help you." "No, you stay up there," Reese countermanded, throwing up a hand. "We have to get higher." The kid was already halfway down the embankment. "Whoa, dude, you need a doctor." "We need a helicopter," Ben retorted. "I don't know where a doctor's office is," the kid continued, "but there's a ranger station at the top of the mountain. I saw a sign back around the curve before you hit me with your car," Ben demanded, his voice rising through the pain. "I'm so sorry, man. I've never hit anybody before." "First time for everything, I guess," Reese replied under his breath. "Let's get back up to the road. I can't tell if the wave is cresting or not." "We weren't even on the road," Ben complained, ignoring the wave. "I was on the shoulder. Who taught you how to drive?" "My mom," the kid snapped. I didn't even see. I was just trying to get away from the waves." Tires squealed and horns honked as several more cars raced by their position, heading up the mountain. Bits of gravel tumbled down the embankment, kicked up by the passing vehicles. "Whatever, we'll sort this out later," Reese said. "We got to get you to that ranger station. Hopefully it's higher up the hill. I'm so sorry," the kid said, putting his hands out, showing his palms. "I'll help you, whatever I can do." "Oh man, look at your knee. I don't like the way you're turning green, kid," Ben snarled. "I'm the one that got hit." The sound of tree trunks snapping downhill was sharp as gunfire over the dull roar of the waves. Reese's mind came to a sharp focus. Save it. There'll be time for that later. We have to get away from the flood zone. It took even longer to climb the embankment the second time, but eventually all three managed to make it over the guardrail, sweating and exhausted. Reese took the fact that they hadn't been swept away by the raging torrent just a few dozen yards below them as a good sign. "I think the water's cresting. Look, it's not coming up the hill any higher," he observed. Ben looked up from the road as he leaned against the guardrail on his good leg. "Thank God," he muttered when he turned away from the tsunami that clawed at the hill, his eyes opened wide in shock. "A Prius? You hit me with a Prius?" Reese, knowing Ben's penchant for big diesel-powered Ford trucks, laughed as he helped him hobble toward the mint-green hybrid. "It has wheels and a motor, sort of. It'll do it." "It's my dad's," the kid replied, blushing. "It gets great gas mileage." Another car roared by, going well over the speed limit, and bumped the driver's side. The side mirror shattered, and plastic flew in the air, but the other driver didn't so much as stop after regaining control. The black sedan raced around the curve in the road and disappeared uphill to the sound of squealing tires and a racing engine. "Hey!" the teenager yelled as he stepped out into the middle of the road with a raised fist. "Forget about it, kid," Reese called. "I'd say that makes us even," Ben laughed. "He's right," Reese said, getting the young man's attention. "We'll have a lot more things to worry about than dents on your car if we don't get uphill real quick." "I'm Aiden, by the way," the freckle-faced kid said, extending a shaking hand to Ben. Ben stared at the outstretched hand for a moment, his eyes narrowed and his jaw working. "Ben," he said, grasping the kid's hand. "And I'm Reese. There, we're all introduced now. Can we get going, please?" "I don't even know what's going on," Aiden cried, running both hands through his curly brown hair, his eyes wide, face covered in a sheen of sweat. "Just settle down and take a deep breath, Aiden," Reese said, helping Ben into the back seat. "Let's focus on one thing at a time, okay? Get in the car and get us to the top of this mountain. My friend is hurt and he needs medical attention." Aiden looked over the side of the road, downhill through the trees at the tsunami. "But the tidal wave, hey over here," Reese said, snapping his fingers to get the kid's attention. "Eyes on me, Aiden. Look, something really, really bad is happening on the other side of those trees, and I don't know if we're out of the danger zone yet. We need to keep moving to higher ground, okay?" "You've got to help us, because my friend can't walk." At last, Aiden nodded. Okay, man." He jumped in the driver's seat, slammed the squeaking door, and shifted the car into drive. The Prius whined on the incline, its hybrid electric motor struggling to gain momentum up the steep road. The going was slow at first, but after the first 3 turns, Reese's fears began to recede. The haze and smoke in the air that filtered through the trees just below the embankment seemed to dissipate as they climbed. At the 4th bend in the road, they found a slight scenic overlook. Reese couldn't help himself. "Hey, pull over here for a second." Aiden let his foot off the gas and pulled over onto the gravel shoulder. Reese opened his door and stepped out, ignoring Ben's complaints. He stood speechless by the side of the road, staring down the side of Cadillac Mountain. 200 feet below them, the Atlantic Ocean flowed past like a swift river, carrying broken trees, bits of buildings, and more boats than he could quickly count. Reese estimated the water only moved about 20 to 30 miles an hour, but seeing the sheer volume of it, all moving inland at the same steady speed, was simply staggering. As the water wrapped around the southern end of the island, debris, trees, and flotsam mixed and rumbled together, spinning and churning on the surface as it all pushed inland. Shockingly, Reese could almost see the water level rise as he watched, as the land forced water higher and higher up the banks. Lost out of sight to his left around the east end of the island and up Seal Bay was a small town nestled at the end of the bay. A lone tornado siren wailed in the distance, fighting to be heard over the constant roar of the water surging past. Aiden honked the horn behind him, forcing Reese back to his senses. If it was this bad this far north, then Cammy was right. This tsunami was a monster, and it was probably hitting the entire country at once. He couldn't fathom the sheer size of the wave. The eastern coastline was more than 2,000 miles long. It couldn't be possible, and yet as he stood there next to Aiden's dented mint-green Prius, there was no doubt the tsunami was real. Cammy had been right, after all the false alarms and breathless warnings that came to nothing. This time she'd nailed it, and it was bad. Fear gripped his heart and sent a cold wave through his veins. Cammy and Amber were down there near Charleston. How far inland would the wave go? He glanced out the window, ignoring Ben's question about damage as he shut the door. How could anything survive the onslaught that he'd just witnessed? As Aiden pulled the Prius back onto the road, he glanced out and saw another white line not quite at the horizon. "There's another wave out there." "What?" Aiden blurted, momentarily losing his grip on the steering wheel. The car jerked as he brought it back under control, pulling around yet another turn as they made their way up the side of Cadillac Mountain. "This trip sucks," Ben moaned from the back seat. Chapter 8. North Charleston, South Carolina. Cammy emerged onto the western end of the bridge, legs caked with mud and dripping wet from the waist down. The crowds had thinned considerably as the water receded back across the bridge, but there were still hundreds of people struggling toward dry land. Amber and Mitch appeared, both red-faced from exertion, helping each other on slippery footing. Amber offered a weak smile for Cammy and paused to rearrange her ponytail, which had done its best to break free. They'd lost all the precious gear she'd risked their lives to get, but Cammy counted that a bargain. And a lesson, one she wouldn't soon forget. "Sorry about this stuff, Mom," Amber said, dejected. "Forget about it. The important thing is we're all alive and safe," Cammy replied immediately. She brought Amber into a bear hug and buried her face in her daughter's hair. "Well, that was something," Mitch said with a huff. Sweat or seawater dripped from the tip of his nose and flecked his beard. Somewhere along the mad dash to escape the dying city, he'd lost not only the bags he carried from the store, but his backpack as well. Cammy nodded, trying to catch her breath. Now that they'd made it to dry land west of the Charleston Peninsula, the weight on her shoulders had slackened appreciably. People continued to stream past, but most stepped aside and pulled out phones to take pictures of the other side. Cammy couldn't blame them. Charleston was a mess. Smoke hung in the air from several fires in the distance, and an ever-present haze obscured downtown except for the tallest buildings that poked up through the brown-gray fog. The far shore of the river was covered in broken wood and trees, sides of buildings, whole roofs ripped from houses, cars, boats. The great undulating pile was too much to take in. It reminded Cammy of the debris left on a beach after a hurricane storm surge, multiplied by about 1,000 and shouldn't be anywhere near the northwest side of Charleston. "Come on," Cammy said, feeling the grip of fear tightening her chest again. She ignored the people around them complaining about not being able to make phone calls and pushed forward. "We've got to keep moving. What's the rush?" "We made it," Mitch countered. "This is just the first wave, remember?" Cammy asked, sweeping her arm to encompass the destruction on the far bank of the Ashley River. On cue, tornado sirens started up again. The people on the bridge froze as one turned to look back into Charleston, then broke into a run heading away from the city, a fresh round of screams escaping their throats. "The second wave is coming! Move!" Cammy said. "We've got to get out of here! You don't think the wave can reach us over here, do you?" asked Amber, struggling to keep up through the resurgent press of people. Cammy signaled with her arm to head left and cut through the crowd, stepping out on a little turnoff. "I don't know if it can reach us or not, but our top priority is to get home." As Cammy herded Amber and Mitch up the landscaped embankment to the Walmart parking lot above, she watched the crowds disperse once they made it across the bridge. More evacuees spread out and milled around the river's west bank, watching those still on the eastern side struggle to make it to the bridge in the sludge and debris. A fair-sized cluster of people streamed down the road heading for parking lots and businesses as yet unaffected by the tsunami. As she'd expected, the traffic they'd encountered a few hours earlier was still present, made worse by the sudden influx of pedestrians from Charleston. Cammy scrambled up the embankment, helped the last few feet by Amber and Mitch, who knelt to lend her a hand. "Thanks," Cammy gasped as she crested the embankment. "Wasn't planning on getting a workout in today, but I guess you'll have that." Mitch laughed. "This is nothing, Cammy-san. You should come with me when I hit the trail." "What trail?" asked Amber, hands on her knees as she regained her breath. "The trail? Appalachian man, you get to carry your gear up mountains. It's great."
"Wait, what part of that is great exactly?" asked Amber, peering up through strands of sweat-slick hair. She stood and rubbed her lower back. "Oof, I'm ready to be home now. Let's just get in the car, Mitchell. Is there some place we can drop you?" He got a faraway look on his face. "Dad was at the marina today." He pulled his phone from his pocket. "Let me try calling him." He waited for a long moment, then looked at the phone. "All circuits busy."
Cammy looked over the bridge at the marina nestled on the far side of the river, or what was left of the marina. Most of the boats had been crumpled against each other, pushed by the unforgiving ocean tide and turned into matchsticks against the bridge's piers. The river was totally impassable. A few people were already climbing out on the knotted wreckage, calling out to each other, but she was too far away to hear what they said. Smoke drifted in the air from a handful of fires that had sprung up around the marina and on several boats. With cell service down, people would, "Oh," she said, surprising herself. "Try a text message, Mitchell. Sometimes when the cell networks are overloaded, text messages still get through." "Really?" asked Amber. Yeah, I think I remember reading something about that, Mitch muttered, tapping out a message. Well, here goes nothing. He looked up from his phone. Hey, it says it went through. That's great, Amber beamed. I'll try Dad. While we're waiting for a reply, let's get on the road. I don't like the way people are running out of Walmart. Look, Cammy said, indicating the flow of people running from the department store. Some carried plastic bags full of purchased merchandise. Others just carried armfuls of items, heedlessly dropping things in the street as they moved. A gunshot, loud and sharp, echoed across the street. All three of them turned north. Most people in the parking lot did the same. Even the people running from Walmart, screams erupted by the storefront, and the crowds shifted into panic mode. People down in the street by the bridge bolted and knocked each other over in an effort to get as far away as possible from whoever had fired the gun. Let's go, Cammy said. She made for the car with Amber and Mitch on her heels, fumbling with her keys. She got the car open. Where do I? Mitch started. I don't care. Just get in, get in. Mom, what's happening? Amber cried, her hands shaking as she climbed in the front seat and tried to strap in. I don't know, but we need to get out of here, Cammy said as she slammed the driver's door. She glanced out Amber's window and gasped. Look, Amber and Mitch looked where she pointed. A fresh wall of smoke and haze appeared in the ravaged city, sweeping forward like a slow-motion fog, enveloping buildings. A few structures wavered, then fell in slow motion as the water under the smoke rolled toward them. The second wave, Cammy said, her voice quiet. It's here already. Oh, hey, Mitch blurted, pulling his phone out of his pocket. It's Dad. He got my message. What's he say? Asked Amber, craning around her seat to look at his phone. He's not at the marina, Mitch said, looking up with relief on his face. He got out. He's across the river. Where? Asked Cammy, looking around. The flood of people leaving Walmart hadn't slacked at all. A fire door about 10 feet away burst open, and 2 men and a woman raced out, all carrying armloads of merchandise. Only one bothered to look at Cammy, and the expression on his face did not do anything to calm her racing heart. His eyes shifted from her to the kids, then to the car, where they lingered for a long moment before he sprinted to catch up with the other looters. Guys, Cammy said, they're stealing stuff from the store. We're too close, but Mitch, Amber started. He can tell us in the car. I'll move us to the other side of the parking lot while he texts. But we need to get away from the building. There's too many people right here, and I don't want to be a target. Cammy weaved the car through people pushing overloaded shopping carts and almost ran into a Walmart worker who carried a TV. He snarled something at her and moved on. Where's your father, Mitch? Cammy asked, eyes forward looking for trouble. She kept her hands on the wheel and the car in gear. She'd backed them into a spot in the far corner of the parking lot. The lot was by no means empty, but they occupied the least busy corner. It was also in the opposite direction of where they'd have to go in order to exit the parking lot and head home. Cammy watched cars pile up at the main exit, calculating the route she'd take to get around the people leaving Walmart. Even with the windows up and the air on, she clearly heard a second gunshot in the distance. Come on, Mitch, what's the deal? Things are escalating. Oh, Mitch said from the back seat, looking at her in the rearview mirror. He's a little north of us. Looks like he got across the river just before the wave hit. He's okay, and he says Mom is okay. He wants me to get someplace safe, but we don't know where to meet. He doesn't have a car. Cammy nodded to herself. Tell him he's welcome to come to our place. Does he still have the address? Hang on, I'll let him know. You still have our address? Amber asked, tucking a lock of hair over one ear. Mitch cleared his throat. Well, yeah. I mean, it's just in my phone. You're more than welcome to come with us too, Mitchell. I think the key thing to remember here is we need to get out of town right away. If your father's safe for the moment, and your mother's? Oh, she's at home, Cammy nodded. If she's at home, then I think it's best you come with us. I know if it were Amber, I'd want to know she was safe, above all else. Okay, Mitch said. I just let him know the plan. Dad hasn't replied. Why hasn't he replied? Asked Amber. Maybe he's busy, Cammy suggested, distracted. We can't worry about him right now, sweetie. She shifted into gear. We're out of here, Amber. I need your eyes. Help me keep a lookout. We need to avoid these crowds and get back on the road. I've never seen so many people in this parking lot before. Got it, Amber replied, sitting up. Let's roll. Cammy carefully threaded her way through the cars, ignoring honks and gestures as she tried making her way across the parking lot, going against the flow of traffic and pedestrians. It took almost 10 minutes, but they finally managed to weave their way through and make it to the side exit. Only 3 other cars had attempted the same route. What does everybody know that we don't?
Why aren't more people trying to go this way? Amber asked. Cammy grunted, her hands gripping the wheel with white knuckles. Beats me. Far as I know, it's just a neighborhood over there. You're right, Mitch said from the back seat. According to my phone, the neighborhood doesn't have easy access to the main road. A soft ding emanated from the back seat. Dad got my message, Mitch said, reading from his phone. He says to say thank you, Cammy, and that he doesn't know if he can ever pay you back. Cammy scoffed at the sentiment. Oh, Reese and your father go way back? There's no need for payback. Just make sure he knows to come to our place and pick you up. He says he can't get to his car, but he'll do his best to get to your place when he can. It may be a few days. Mitch looked up. How is it possible for it to take a few days to get to your place? We're only 30 minutes from here, Amber said, wrinkling her nose in concern. Is he going to walk? I don't know, she said, keeping one eye on her phone mounted in the little cradle on the dashboard. Cammy turned onto one of the maze of residential streets next to the Walmart and pulled away from the other cars. The neighborhood appeared deserted, but as they turned another corner, she noticed a man in front of his house loading overstuffed suitcases into a minivan. The Maps app depicted a blue line weaving through the neighborhood, eventually emerging on the southwest side of the subdivision. It might take them an extra 15 minutes to get home, but the route she picked avoided the biggest population clusters and hopefully provided clear roads back to their place. At least we're not dealing with wall-to-wall traffic anymore, Mitch offered. I know you're worried about your father, Mitchell, Cammy said in a soft, comforting voice. We'll do whatever we can to help you know that, right? Thanks, Cammy-san, Mitch said from the back seat, sounding more like the 10-year-old Cammy remembered than the 20-year-old man she saw in the mirror. Look, Cammy continued. When we get home and unloaded, I want to make sure the house is ready for whatever's coming. Cammy closed her eyes at a stop sign, took a deep breath, and opened them. It was time to go home. Chapter 9. Summit Station, Cadillac Mountain, Mount Desert Island. Maine Reese carefully helped Ben out of the back seat of the Prius after they'd stopped in the ranger station parking lot. There were only 4 other vehicles and a small clump of people at the little scenic overlook on the east side of the gravel parking area. A family of 4 huddled together off to the side. And as they all watched the tsunami envelope the island, a few gasped and murmured. Looks like somebody got banged up, a Texan drawl called out behind Reese. He turned Ben toward the small ranger station, a squat brick building trimmed out in pine logs and weathered cedar shake roofing that looked older than him. On the wide front porch next to a large wooden welcome sign stood a woman, almost as large, with her hands on her hips. She had a long gray ponytail that reached over one shoulder to her waist, but the two-tone ranger uniform was unmistakable under her wide-brimmed campaign hat. She nodded to herself. Well, bring him on in then. I'll have a look. Ben grimaced, leaning on Reese. Don't roll your eyes at me, man. I don't care who she is, get me inside. My leg is killing me. Aiden moved over to support Ben's other side, and the 3 of them hobbled up the wooden steps while the grim-faced ranger held the door for them. Reese, as a native South Carolinian, didn't consider August in Maine hot weather, but he couldn't help but notice the difference in temperature as they stepped into the ranger station. Moving past wall-size maps of the island and its fjords, created by prehistoric glaciers, Reese marveled at the natural beauty Mount Desert Island offered. They shuffled by samples of dried local flora and taxidermies portraying island wildlife, all interspersed with rocks collected from all over Acadia National Park. Reese and Aiden helped Ben limp toward the doorway marked Authorized Personnel Only. The ranger moved quick, despite her bulk, and opened the door ahead of them. Take 'em on in. First room on the left. There's a cot. It's for emergencies only. But as I might be the only ranger left on this island, I'm declaring this a dadgum emergency. Reese turned sideways to help Ben navigate the narrow door, shaking his head at the insanity of the day. After all they'd been through now, instead of hearing a nasal New England accent at the park ranger station, he found himself with a Texan. Reese helped Ben lie down on the cot and gingerly helped the injured leg straighten out. Ben winced, clenched his teeth, and gripped the side of the cot with white knuckles. The ranger clicked her teeth as she approached, rolling up the sleeves of her uniform. Take a fall on one of the trails? She asked. Aiden stammered, hovering in the background. Spit it out, son, the ranger said over her shoulder, removing her hat and placing it on the cot next to Ben. She whistled, looking at the swollen knee adorned by cuts and scrapes down Ben's leg. I kind of hit him with my car, Aiden blurted. My dad's car, he added, looking at the floor. I'll say, mumbled the ranger. She glanced at Ben. All right, then. Let's get this dog and pony show on the road. Any sharp pain or grinding when you move it? Ben shook his head, beads of sweat on his brow. No, just constant pain. How about your toes? She asked. Can you move them and your ankle? She watched as Ben moved his toes and rotated his foot, albeit slowly. She nodded. Well, I don't think anything's broken. Can you bend that knee at all? Ben shook his head, a little jerk. Not much. Feels thick as mud, but it moved a little when we got out of the car. The ranger nodded to herself and crossed her arms. Yep, don't reckon you broke it, but you might have wished you had. I've seen plenty of sprains from people falling on the hiking trails around here in my time, and this looks like a honey of a sprain. Don't think there's much I can do, but I got some fabulous government ice packs, she said, standing with a grunt. Don't go nowhere. Now be back in a jiffy. Ben arched an eyebrow and looked at her as she left. Really a jiffy, golly gee willikers? Reese wanted to snicker but found he couldn't. A few 100 feet away, the wrath of the ocean was destroying the town of Bar Harbor. Who knew how many people were drowning as they stood there, mincing words with the odd ranger? Dad's gonna kill me, moaned Aiden. Reese ran a hand through sweaty hair. He hadn't even thought about the kid. The trip was supposed to have been a 4-day jaunt, not a week-long expedition. He's gonna kill you. Just wait till I get on my feet again. Ben groused. Reese stared at the map of Acadia National Park on the wall above Ben's head. It was a smaller version of the massive relief-carved map that covered the wall out in the lobby. I don't think you have to worry about cops or insurance, Aiden. Everyone has something much bigger to worry about. His gaze drifted over the map as his mind traveled south. When would the wave hit South Carolina? Was it really that big? Would Cammie know it was coming? Did anyone on the mainland know? The scattered reports from the Coast Guard didn't give him a lot of confidence that the general population had been warned. He and Cammie had lived through their fair share of hurricanes in the Carolinas. Even if a warning went out, he knew a good number of people would ignore it and stay put. He closed his eyes and rested his head against the cool cinder block wall. If what he'd just witnessed coming ashore was any indication of what was happening down the seaboard, there was a fair chance that life as he knew it had just ended. This was everything Cammie had been preparing for the last decade of their lives together, and he was 1,300 miles away from home. From Cammie, from Amber, in short order, the ranger interrupted Reese's morose line of thinking, bustling into the room with ice packs, ace bandages, and Advil for Ben. She hummed a tuneless song while she worked, placing the cold packs at strategic locations around Ben's swollen knee, then strapping everything down with bandage, ignoring his grunts of pain. When she was all done, she dusted her hands off and handed him a bottle of water and some Advil, advising him to drink up. I'm no doctor, but I think this is the best you're going to get for a while. Reese extended his hand. Thank you. I'm Reese. This is my friend Ben, and this is Aiden. Also known as the guy who hit me with his car, grumbled Ben. Dude, I'm so sorry, Aiden said, his face turning red once more. The park ranger nodded, putting her hands on her hips again. I'm Joe. Not Joanna, not Josephine. Just Joe. Nice to meet all of you. Though I wish it would have been because y'all wanted to come up here and take a tour. She shook her head. Nobody much wants a tour anymore. They stop by for the bumper sticker, snap a few pictures, and take a looky-loo over the side. Then it's off we go down the hill to get some lobster salad sandwiches. She shook her head again. Never seen anything like this before, that's for sure. Reese stared at Joe for a long moment. I'm pretty sure no one's ever seen anything like this, he replied slowly. Ben cleared his throat. You have any news about the rest of the coast? Joe pointed a thumb over her shoulder. Got a radio in the office, but it's pretty short range. Hey, it's better than what we have, Reese said, which is nothing, Ben added. Well, Joe said, picking up her wide-brimmed hat off the cot, right now it's only picking up emergency broadcast beacons and distress calls from ships. It's a jumbled mess out there, I tell you what. Reese wiped the sweat off his forehead and stepped out of the room, as Aiden peppered her with questions. He walked back into the lobby, looking through the windows at the families huddled together out in the parking lot.
Most cried or comforted children, while some stood there like tourists, pointing down the mountain at the tsunami. "If he'd listened to Cammy," I said. "I'm sorry," Aiden cried from the back room. Reese blinked and cleared his thoughts. He had to get back to his girls, but he couldn't do that without knowing what had happened between Maine and South Carolina. He had an unobscured view down the east slope of Cadillac Mountain toward the biggest town on the island, Bar Harbor. Smoke rose into the sky from two competing plumes, one black, one white, at opposite ends of the inundated town. Once the idyllic playground of the rich and famous, even from the summit, Reese could tell there would be little left of the historic coastal town when the waters receded. "That's an all-fired mess down there," Joe said quietly, appearing at Reese's side. "I think your friend'll be okay given time, but that." She shook her head again. "Ain't no coming back from that. Bar Harbor's gone." The word squeaked off at the end as her voice suddenly grew tight. She handed Reese a water bottle and cleared her throat. He nodded his thanks, twisted the cap off, and took a long pull of the cool, clean water. "Thanks," he said, exhaling. "Yeah, it looks bad." He stared out the window with her for a moment. Did you have anyone down there?" Joe sighed. "Only memories. I got no one east of the Mississippi. I only came out here for the solitude. Alaska was my first choice, but there's a waiting list. And bears you? No. My family's in South Carolina."
"Really?"
She snapped her fingers. "Shoot! I had you pegged as a Georgia boy." Reese shook his head, refusing to rise to the bait. "I have to go," he muttered. "I have to get home." Joe sighed, "Judging by your accent, I knew home wasn't down there, and that's probably a good thing. But mister, wherever home is, I don't think you're getting there anytime soon." "No, you don't understand," Reese said. "I got a wife and daughter waiting on me." "What's a South Carolina boy doing all the way up in Maine?" Joe asked, cocking an eyebrow. Reese felt the corner of his mouth twitch. "I was going to ask why a cowgirl from Texas was up here." She let out a throaty, hoarse smoker's laugh. "It's been a long time since someone's called me girl." "Thanks for that," she said, snorting. "As for why I'm up here, well, that's a long story about a horse and a dog. No offense, but we just met." Reese grunted. "A hip." She laughed again. "You sure you're not from around here? Sound like a Downeaster to me." Mrs. Ranger?" asked Aiden behind them. Joe turned to face the teenager. "The name's Joe, Aiden. Not Mrs. Ranger. Not anything but Joe." Remember, Aiden's red face turned 3 shades darker. "What are we gonna do?" He blinked. "Sorry, Joe." Joe stared at him. "Boy, you see that water out there? No one's getting off this rock till that goes away, not unless you got a boat. And I wouldn't risk it for a while. Anyway, we gotta let the water recede a little, see?" She put both hands on her hips and faced Aiden square. "What are we gonna do?" she asked. "We're gonna make sure everyone that made it to the summit here is safe and well cared for. We're gonna make sure everyone stays hydrated, and we're gonna make the best of it. Sound like a plan?" she asked. Aiden opened his mouth to reply, then closed it. "Do what you can with what you have, where you are," Reese murmured. "Teddy Roosevelt," Joe quipped, not missing a beat. "Great man, good hunter, so-so president, lousy father." She turned back to Aiden. "Of course it sounds like a plan. Now come on, you, follow me. We're going to go check on the families across the parking lot." She turned to Reese. "Where'd you learn that quote, Georgia boy?" Reese smiled. "My wife." "Smart woman," Joe said with a nod. "You might want to watch over your friend. If you want, see what you can find on the radio. Give me a holler if you need anything." She pointed at Aiden. "Let's go, Richard Petty. Time to work off that community service." "What? What community service?" squeaked Aiden. "And who's Richard Petty?" Joe stared at him, hands on her hips, balled into fists. "Whose boy? Get your hide outside. Call it punishment for hitting someone with your daddy's car." Joe turned and swept through the front door like a force of nature. Aiden followed along, caught in her wake and sputtering apologies as he went. When the door shut behind her and the boy, the cool stillness of the lobby returned to Reese like a physical wave. He exhaled long and slow. "Do what you can." He turned and went in search of the radio. Chapter 10. Lavelle Homestead, northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. By the time Cammy pulled into her driveway, the sun was setting and they'd used half a tank of gas just getting out of Charleston. What should have only taken 30 to 40 minutes on a normal day had taken almost 4 grueling hours. Despite a circuitous southwesterly route away from Charleston, thus avoiding most of the traffic streaming west and north on the major highways. They were still mired in slow, bumper-to-bumper traffic. Cammy had never seen so many people on the roads before. Even during some of the worst hurricane evacuations, she'd never seen the sheer volume of cars that had taken to the roads since that morning. She sighed as the garage door opened. They'd spent most of the time on the road dealing with the effects of the tsunami water, pushed more than 12 miles inland, flooded every creek, tributary, and river that flowed into the Ashley. Streams reversed their courses, sending salt water rushing out onto yards, byways, and right-of-ways all along the coast. Bridges had been washed out, forcing costly delays to turn around and find alternate routes, and roads turned into rivers. Cammy, grateful that the house still had power, pulled into the garage, shifted into park, and killed the engine. The three of them sat in the car in total silence as the garage door closed behind them. Only then did the tension in Cammy's shoulders and back ease. She leaned against the seat and exhaled. "You know, I think if we had left any later, we might not have made it," Amber whispered. "I just gotta say again, thank you for bringing me along," Mitch added from the back seat. He opened the door and stepped out into Cammy's garage. "Wow, you guys got quite the hoard of camping supplies in here." "Comes with the territory," Amber said, exiting the passenger side of the car. Cammy stood and stretched her back, popping audibly. "I never know what I'm gonna need on guides, and half the people that hire me have no idea what they're supposed to bring," she shrugged. "I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it, you know?" Mitch nodded, words to live by, Cammy san. As the sun slipped behind the trees west of the house, bathing the neighborhood in darkness, Cammy, Amber, and Mitch unloaded the car. It took them almost an hour to get everything from Walmart inside and squirreled away, but Cammy wouldn't let them rest for anything other than bathroom breaks until the job was done. She grimaced and thought about the lost stuff from the camping store every time she picked up a Walmart bag, when everything had been stashed either in the basement or out in the garage itself. Cammy finally relented and allowed the two youngsters to relax. "Now that we're home, it doesn't feel all that bad out there, does it?" Amber stretched. "Ugh, I could sure go for a pizza right about now." The lights in the kitchen flickered. Cammy looked up from her coffee mug. "You can try to order, but I have a feeling we need to start eating the stuff in the fridge." "What's with the power?" asked Mitch, coming in from the bathroom. "We're too far inland to be affected, right? I mean, the tsunami's hitting the coast." Cammy drummed her fingers on the kitchen table for a moment. "This thing could have more effects than just coastal flooding, guys. Think about it," she said, reaching for the TV remote. The small flat-screen TV screen mounted to the kitchen wall underneath a cabinet came to life. The local evening news was on, and a harried reporter who looked like he hadn't left the desk all day was in the middle of relaying facts and figures. Hundreds of thousands of people in the Carolinas were without power. 30,000 were people missing in Charleston alone. Homes destroyed, businesses leveled, entire sections of the coastline stripped bare. Traffic nightmares all up and down the East Coast. The destruction was biblical, and it was only beginning. Cammy kept the volume low but watched the scenes from news helicopters ported in from different states. It all looked the same. Raging water frothing along the coastline, carrying debris and buildings and vehicles like sticks on a river. Boston looked just as bad as New York, which looked like Philadelphia. Even Washington, D.C. hadn't been spared when the Potomac overflowed its banks and flooded everything in sight. Smoke rose from fires as far as the eye could see, no matter what city the helicopters happened to be floating over. The scrolling marquee at the bottom of the screen continued to give updates of missing and presumed killed from major cities all along the coast. The numbers were staggering. New York City was the anomaly, a total black hole of official counts, but there had been a massive multi-car accident on one of the interstates exiting Manhattan. The resulting pileup, which had blocked traffic in pretty much every direction, occurred at just the worst possible moment. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people panicked and tried to escape all at once when the first wave hit. Amber's hands flew to her mouth and her eyes grew wide. Mitch stood next to her, his mouth open, unable to speak. The remote dropped from Cammy's hands and clattered to the table. When Cammy's vision blurred, she turned away from the TV and wiped her face. She couldn't look at the images of destruction and death all up and down thousands of miles of coastline. She couldn't give in to the panic that threatened to rip her apart. She couldn't let go of the hope that Reese made it to the mainland. She had to be strong. She had to be strong for Reese and Amber, and now Mitch. "I'm going to," Cammy cleared her throat. "I'm going to fire up the oven." She wiped her face again and stepped away from the table. "We need some food, and I've got a couple frozen pizzas out there." "I lost my appetite," Amber mumbled, still staring at the TV. The lights flickered again, and the TV went black. "That's why," Cammy said, pointing at the screen with a pizza cutter. "If the power goes out, we'll need to eat or preserve the food in the fridge and freezers before it goes bad." "That's what we have the generator for, Mom," Amber muttered sourly. "We don't have that much gas for the generator, sweetie," Cammy replied. "We've got enough to get us through a couple days, maybe a week, if we ration the power to just running the fridge and freezer long enough to keep things cold. But if we need to use lights or run the well pump to get water, all that's going to take electricity." The lights dimmed almost to the point of going out and held there for a moment before flaring back to full intensity. "I don't like this at all," Cammy said, hugging herself. Amber turned the TV back on. They didn't say anything about power outages other than Charleston itself. "Yeah, but I think your mom's onto something," Mitch said, a pensive look on his face. "Everything's interconnected. If there's a big surge or something that knocks out power to the coast, it could ripple back this way, right?" Cammy nodded, opening the freezer and pulling out a frozen pizza. "That's what I'm afraid of." "You guys okay with Veggie Max?" she asked, holding up the plastic-wrapped pizza. Mitch nodded enthusiastically, and Amber made a face. "Do we have one with pepperoni?" Cammy dug through the freezer, eventually pulling out a second pizza. "We'll fire up two. The leftovers will be good for tomorrow, too. And you're right, I think there'll be a ripple effect, especially if the power is being affected all up and down the eastern seaboard." Cammy turned on the oven to preheat, then shook her head, staring at the dial. Every time there's been a hurricane or a blizzard or anything like that, even during Superstorm Sandy, people got service reestablished because volunteers and power companies further inland diverted repair crews to the coast. Cammy turned to face the others, leaned against the counter, and crossed her arms. "When the power goes out, everybody knows it's eventually going to come back on. It's just a matter of time." "Yeah," Mitch said, sitting down at the table. "But what if the power goes out everywhere?" "That would cause the power further inland to go out," Amber said, "which forces the people that would have come to the coast to take care of their own communities first, right?" asked Mitch. Cammy frowned. "This could get bad, guys. We may be out of the flood zone, but if power goes out and it spreads inland, we could be looking at a cascading failure." "A cascading what?" asked Mitch. "It's when systems break down like the power grid," Cammy explained, "which causes other systems, like communications, to break down. A cascading failure intensifies as it grows, which allows it to intensify further. It just keeps getting worse. Like, for example, the tsunami hitting the coast." "That's bad enough in itself," Amber muttered as she took a seat next to Mitch. "Normally, I'd agree with you," Cammy said, pulling down 3 glasses from the cabinet. "But I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg here." "Yeah, the waves probably killed hundreds of thousands of people," Cammy said, her voice tightening as she tried not to think about Reese among those staggering numbers of dead and missing. "But we're not just talking about one state," Amber added. "There could be thousands of businesses, millions of people displaced from their homes, and now they're all refugees," Cammy said. "There's no way we have enough stockpiled resources to take care of that many people suddenly all in need of food, water, and shelter." Cammy opened the fridge and pulled out a 2-liter of Coke, and if the power goes out and it spreads, that's going to be huge. She placed 3 plates on the table and looked at the others. "Without power, we can't get gas. Factories can't make medicine. But no gas means no transportation. No transportation means no plane flights or overland trucking, and things come to a standstill really quick." Mitch held his hands up. Okay, so things could get really bad. But say the electricity goes out all the way to the Mississippi. That's pretty bad, but that won't take out power in California. People will still be able to ship supplies and help from the West Coast, right?" Cammy sat down. "I don't know. I just don't know. If things ripple fast enough, in theory, the power could end up being knocked out across the whole country. It would be no different than if we'd been hit with an EMP." Amber rolled her eyes. "Here we go." "No, I'm serious," Cammy said, finding it hard to resist the argument. "All it takes is 1 or 2 of the big transformers out there to be damaged from a power surge. We can't replace them through Amazon. They have to be custom-made in factories in Germany or China or something.
You know how long it takes to build those things, let alone ship them and install them? If that's the extent of the power outage, we could be in the dark for months or years."
The lights flickered a little. "Mom, I hardly think that's—" All the lights in the house winked out at once, plunging them into darkness. Amber squeaked in surprise. Cammy counted to 10, opened her mouth to say, "I told you so," but the lights came back on before she could speak. "Okay," Amber admitted. "I see your point."
She crossed her arms. "That kind of actually sucked." "So what do we do?" Mitch asked.
A soft ding alerted Cammy that the oven was ready. She ripped the plastic wrap off the pizzas and put them in the oven, then shut the door and set the timer.
"First, we need to get these pizzas cooked."
Cammy pulled out a kitchen towel and wiped her hands. "While they're cooking, I suggest we each gather flashlights and batteries. I wouldn't be surprised if the power goes out for good tonight."
"Sounds like a plan," Mitch said.
"Amber, I need you to get the first aid kit from the hallway closet and bring it in here into the kitchen." "What do we need the first aid kit for?" "Nobody's hurt," Amber replied as she stood from the table. "It's not so much that anybody's hurt. I just want to make sure we have it in a convenient spot so we don't have to go digging around in the dark looking for it if we do need it."
"We'll just clear some space here on the counter and park it for the time being. Sound good?"
Seeing no objection, Cammy continued. "Good. I'll go get the emergency preparedness binders. We've got some work to do if this gets as bad as I think it might." By the time the pizza was ready, Mitch and Amber had gathered the first aid kit and flashlights, along with spare batteries, and piled everything on the kitchen counter. Cammy dusted off her emergency preparedness binder and brought it into the kitchen as well. Reese had always thought it had been a good idea to have a binder of information, if nothing else then as an emergency reference for Amber should something happen during a hurricane. Once she grew old enough to care for herself, Reese's enthusiasm for keeping the emergency binder up to date waned. Cammy had been the only one to touch the binder in the last year, and that had merely been to update emergency contacts when Reese received a new cell phone for work. While Amber and Mitch ate, Cammy absently chewed her slice and thumbed through the binder in what turned out to be a cathartic experience. She likened it to catching up with a friend she hadn't seen in a long time. The waves of panic that had assaulted her as much as the tsunami had assaulted the coastline had calmed, her anxiety level returning to its natural smooth surface. All the worries floating around in her head were clearly marked in the binder as individual categories, and recommended courses of action were laid clear. Just thumbing through the major sections on food, water, electrical supply, first aid, and communications brought a sense of peace to Cammy that she hadn't known since before Reese left on his corporate fishing trip. She closed the binder and sat back, sighing with contentment from both her stomach and her nerves. "Good book?" asked Mitch around a mouthful of veggie pizza. Cammy placed a protective hand on the thick binder. "The best kind. Reese and I did a lot of hard thinking in the past and put together action plans for just about anything. If something happens to me," she said, looking at Amber and Mitch. "Mom, nothing's going to happen. We're not even near the beach." Cammy held up a hand to stop Amber's interruption before she got started. "I'm just saying, if something were to happen to me, this book represents a lifetime of knowledge and information. Just flip to the right section. There's one for food, shelter, power, you name it, it's in here." "I've got reference materials," suggested courses of action, checklists, and inventories. She looked at the binder. "I'm not saying we need to break into it right this minute, but it's here if you need it. I just want you guys to know where it's at, okay?" Cammy narrowed her eyes at Amber. "I'm not saying something's going to happen, honey, but it would make me feel better and I would sleep better at night knowing that you know where this thing is. Understand?" Amber's face slackened, and she nodded, offering a shy smile. Cammy smiled broadly. "Good. Now, this binder gave me an idea. I want to go check on our neighbors. Mr. Price is getting up in age. I just want to make sure he's okay." Amber scoffed and leaned into Mitch to explain conspiratorially, "Mr. Price is a hardcore prepper. He's probably been waiting for something like this his whole life. He's also in his 80s, Cammy said." She frowned. "I think he's old at any rate, and it's the neighborly thing to do so," she said, standing up. "I'll leave you two to handle the dishes while I go walk through the neighborhood and see what's going on." "You mind if I have a look-see through that?" asked Mitch, gesturing at the emergency binder with the crust of his pizza. He raised his hand in defense when Amber opened her mouth. "I'm not saying anything is going on either. I just kind of want to know what's in there." No harm in looking, right? Maybe I can add to whatever you've got on fishing or camping or something." Amber grinned and took a sip of soda. "Seriously, dude, she's a registered guide? She goes off on hunting trips that last for weeks in Alaska." Cammy laughed. "But I'm also always looking to learn, Mitchell. Be my guest. Make any notes you want. I'd love to see what you think." A few minutes later, Cammy stood on the front porch, the sounds of Amber and Mitch laughing in the kitchen muffled behind the front door. She looked up into the darkening clear sky and took a deep breath of warm summer air. The cicadas serenaded her from treetops all around her property, the crescendo of their desperate mating calls rising and falling in competition with each other. Crickets chirped from the aromatic flower beds around the front of the house, and in the distance, a lonely owl hooted. Cammy walked across the wide side yard and approached her neighbor's house to the south. Like every other house in the neighborhood, Marty Price's home was lit up with exterior floodlights, but that was where the similarities ended. As she approached the front door, she noticed on every exterior window hung heavy metal hurricane shutters. Most houses in the neighborhood, including Cammy's, had a bay window in the front room facing the street, not Marty Price. Rumor had it that when he'd purchased his house, he'd paid a contractor to rip out the bay and replace it with a large flat panoramic window. Above this, he'd added an automatic hurricane shutter. Cammy saw them often enough at condos and hotels along the beach, but it still looked out of place in the neighborhood so far inland. The squat metal box ran the length of the window, and on command would roll down a linked metal barricade, not unlike armored Venetian blinds. But Marty didn't stop with high wind protection for his windows. Beneath every window, all the way around the exterior of the house, he'd planted thorny bushes, mostly hollies and rose bushes. Anyone that wanted to break into his house would be in for a world of pain before they even got inside. She knocked on the door. To her knowledge, no one she knew in the neighborhood had ever been inside Marty's house before. Cammy rang the doorbell, then waited another 10 seconds and was about to walk away when the door cracked open, stopped by a thick chain on the other side. A wizened, roomy eye, part of a wrinkled, sallow-skinned face, appeared in the small opening. "What is it?" "Hi, Marty," Cammy said in a loud voice, reserved for people hard of hearing. "It's Cammy? From next door? Cammy? Lavelle?" "I know who you are. What do you want?" Cammy cleared her throat. With all this stuff going on, I just wanted to say hi." "Hi," she said, with a slight wave. "And, see how you're doing everything. Okay, fine. This is what we prepped for, isn't it?" The door shut with a solid thump. "I guess it is," Cammy muttered, shaking her head. She walked back out to the street and down to the next house. No one was home, so she continued her loop of the neighborhood, stopping at every house with lights on. A few houses proved unoccupied, but there were a handful of people at home in the others. On the far side of the street at the entrance to the neighborhood, she found the Curtis family. They had just sat down to dinner when she'd arrived. A power couple, both had high-paying jobs requiring frequent travel. They hadn't heard much about the tsunami and cared even less. Cammy tried to fill them in, but they were more anxious to get to their custom dinner. It was their one night of the week, Susan explained, where they both forgot about work and instead prepared dinner together, one of the boxed gourmet dinners that shows up at the door full of food ready to cook. It was a ritual, one they enjoyed, and they were not happy to be disturbed. Cammy took the hint and left. She only found 4 other houses with people at home, all of them nervous about the power fluctuations, but only one had a flashlight at hand. She heard a range of opinions from "it'll all blow over by tomorrow" to "it's the end of the world as they knew it," or at least they hoped it was the end of the banks. Evidently, one of her neighbors was in danger of falling behind on mortgage payments. By the time Cammy made her way through the largely empty neighborhood back to her own house, she had worked off what nervous energy remained in her body and was ready to take a shower and go to bed. As she walked up her own driveway, headlights illuminated her and swept across the front yard. She turned to see her neighbor across the street. Harriet Spaulding pulled down her long manicured driveway toward her house, set back an acre from the road in a copse of artfully maintained birches. Cammy sighed. The Spauldings were an odd couple. Henry was a senior banker in Charleston, and high enough up in the corporate food chain to worry more about social events than profit margins. His wife, Harriet, was the neighborhood busybody and relished nothing so much as finding out everyone's secrets, except maybe gossiping about them to everyone else. Cammy honestly didn't know what the woman did with all of her spare time other than sit on the couch and eat bonbons, but Harriet did not have the body of a layabout. On the surface, Harriet Spaulding was busy with philanthropic pursuits and volunteer societies. Reluctantly, Cammy walked the long, winding driveway. She marveled at the perfectly manicured lawn dotted with expertly trimmed hedges and shrubs. She doubted Henry or Harriet even knew how to use a trimmer, let alone had the inclination to get out and work in their yard. Harriet may spend most of her time at volunteer societies, but Cammy was convinced the woman excelled more at volume-telling people what to do. She went to knock on the door and hesitated, her fist already raised. Getting on Harriet's radar in a situation like this would probably cause more trouble than good, and despite Cammy's inclination to seek out the best in people, she lowered her hand and turned ready to head home. The door opened before she could take 2 steps. "Camilla?" "Camilla Lavelle," Cammy grimaced at her formal name, then plastered a smile on her face and turned around. "Hi, Harriet. How are you?" "I was just taking a walk around the neighborhood and decided I'd stop by and see how everyone was doing." "Why, whatever would you want to do that for?" Harriet asked, genuinely befuddled. She fiddled with her hair a moment. "Everything's fine. Traffic was atrocious, of course, and unless Henry gets home in the next couple of minutes, I fear we'll miss our dinner reservations." "Oh, that's dreadful," Cammy said, unable to think of a better reply in the face of such callous ignorance. "You haven't had any problems with the tsunami?" "Good heavens, no," Harriet said, placing a hand on her chest. "That wave nonsense is only affecting the coast anyway." She flicked her wrist, making the pearl bracelet clink softly. "We're perfectly safe here. Really, it's no different than a hurricane, if you ask me. As usual, the media is blowing things totally out of proportion. It's embarrassing, really." "Embarrassing?" stammered Cammy, unable to put a coherent sentence together when everything Harriet had just said flew directly in the face of what she'd experienced only hours earlier. "Yes, if you turn on the news or listen to the radio. Really, Camilla? I thought you were smart enough to pay attention to things like that," Harriet said, adjusting her hair again and looking over Cammy's shoulder. "It's all the same. Breathless reporting about the disaster, everyone competing with each other to see who can have the most dramatic byline music and most shocking infographics. It's disgusting, really, to use the suffering of a few people so callously." "A few?" Cammy blurted, feeling heat rise in her cheeks. "Yes, a few," snapped Harriet, finally looking Cammy in the eyes. "Our country has hundreds of millions of people, and a few thousand of which live along the ocean." "We saw hundreds of people drown today, Harriet," Cammy said quietly. "I don't think their families would agree with you," Cammy added, her voice wavering, powered by the anger she felt growing with every word that dribbled between Harriet's perfect red lips. "And my husband was on a deep-sea fishing trip. I haven't heard from him since the waves hit." Harriet shifted gears and placed a gentle hand on Cammy's arm. "I'm so sorry to hear that, dear." Harriet glanced over her shoulder inside her house. She turned back and appeared flustered. "I really must go now, Cammy. Thank you so much for stopping by, but I expect Henry will be home any moment, and I simply must be ready to leave or we'll never make our reservation. It's probably too late anyway, but one must remain optimistic in trying times. Don't you agree?" Cammy blinked as the door closed in her face. She turned, took a step off the porch, then paused and turned back to look at the front door. What just happened? A curtain swished by the narrow window set next to the door, and the porch light went out, plunging Cammy into darkness. She spun, expecting to see all the lights in the neighborhood out as well, but Marty Price's house was still lit up like a Christmas tree. Cammy laughed as she headed back down the Spauldings' driveway. She mimicked Harriet's snobbish accent and muttered, "One must remain optimistic in trying times?" She shook her head and laughed. By the time she was at the street again, Cammy focused on running through the list of chores for the next day. The lights on her own house flickered as she approached the front door. She decided to put reactivating the solar power system at the top of her list. "If I have to wait for Reese to come home with lights flickering every 20 minutes, I'll go crazy," she muttered, stepping back inside her own house. Chapter 11. Summit Station. Cadillac Mountain. Mount Desert Island. Maine. The little radio in the ranger station turned out to be a shortwave rig that picked up a decent amount of regional frequencies. After listening to his fair share of distress calls and warnings put out by the Coast Guard, Reese cycled through the available radio channels with growing frustration. He kept hearing the same thing. The waves hit with tremendous force and obliterated everything along the coast, then pushed inland and swept the debris ahead like a continuous, miles-long wrecking ball. Reese pushed away from the table and stood, exasperated. The little radio chirped with the incessant emergency alert system, as the original tsunami warning message repeated for the 1,000th time. Resigned to the fact that he would not find much news on the radio, he went to check on Ben.
Anything?
Ben asked, trying to sit up on his elbows in the cot. Reese collapsed onto a stool next to the cot and leaned back against the cool cinder block wall.
Nothing. Just the same messages about the Coast Guard telling people to stay away from the shoreline and how the shoreline is getting ripped apart. There's no details about anything further than 10 or 20 miles out.
Ben stared at the ceiling. I'm sure they're fine, he muttered. Reese closed his eyes and contemplated sleep when the front door crashed open. A gaggle of excited voices erupted in the lobby.
Reese, Joe bellowed, get that scrawny keister in here. We got us a live one. What's she yelling about?
Ben groused. Only one way to find out, Reese replied. He stood and walked into the lobby, promising Ben he'd come back with an update.
There you are, Joe, said, doffing her hat and wiping sweat from her brow. Thought you'd run off and got yourself drowned.
Reese nodded in greeting at a family of 4 that walked in behind Aiden.
Not yet. What's up?
That's Mr. Nakayoshi. Naka, not gonna get any better than that. The man behind Aiden bowed formally.
Nikoyashi,
he corrected politely. Reese nodded again and looked at the young woman next to him, who offered a slight smile and looked at the floor, shuffling closer to her husband. The 2 dark-haired children, miniature carbon copies of their parents, huddled close to her, eyes wide and staring at everything. Nikoyashi rattled off a string of words, gesturing at the radio. He pointed outside, said something else that Reese couldn't understand, then gestured at the device Joe held in her hand. Reese shrugged as well. I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand a word you're saying. Ain't nobody understands a word he's saying, Joe muttered. But we should understand this. She plugged in a small device behind the radio, examining the front of the little black box.
What's that?
Asked Reese. One of them hand-crank survival radios.
But it's got AM, something that shortwave jobby over there doesn't have,
she muttered to herself as she threw a switch, and a new voice filled the air. For live coverage of the event, you're listening to AM 1270, the voice of Derry. We continue now with live coverage of the tsunami disaster, providing you the audio feed from our sister station, Channel 6 News.
Derry,
asked Reese. New Hampshire, Joe muttered, waving him to be silent.
What's the situation there, Carl?
Asked the anchorman. Everything as far as I can see. I can't believe this. All the way up and down the coast in every direction, there's nothing but destruction. I see smoke rising up in the distance. I think that's Bar Harbor. Hey, Aiden blurted.
That's us.
Shh, Joe hissed. To the south, the traffic reporter continued. Everything is just gone. Are you seeing this? The waves are still pounding the shore and there's nothing but smoke and wreckage. I can't even... Words can't describe this, Alex. Where is he? Reese muttered.
Helicopter,
Joe said out of the side of her mouth as the anchorman continued to talk with his eye in the sky. Over the faint sound of helicopter rotors in the background, Carl continued his eyewitness report. I can see the waves retreating and advancing at different speeds further to the north. It looks like another one is about to come ashore, but south of us you can see the waves pulling back. I think the coastline is really messing up the timing on these waves. Do you see any survivors, Carl? We're not seeing too well on the live feed. A long moment of silence followed.
No, there's nobody out there. The only thing I can see from this height are buildings and pieces of buildings and boats and debris and trees. Lots and lots of trees. They're everywhere. It's like someone came to the coast and sprinkled matchsticks along the shoreline, then dumped a bunch of trash right there in the water. It just keeps flowing inland and then washing back out again. I've never seen anything like this before.
I don't think any of us have, Carl, Alex replied from the studio. Can you see any other air traffic? We've had reports that the FAA is grounding all domestic air travel. I've seen a few other news choppers and a couple small single-engine planes like Cessnas, but we haven't seen any passenger jets. What about emergency services? Have you seen any first responders? Reese looked at Joe. She shrugged. We passed over several barricades a few miles inland as we got into position, but I have to believe with the size of these waves that those roadblocks must have already been swamped. We've seen a couple police cars floating in water with their dome lights swirling, but we haven't actually seen any people on the ground. Wait, Chuck! Take us down over there. Yeah, 11 o'clock low, Carl said excitedly. What is it, Carl? What are you seeing? Asked Alex. Right there? No, there to the left. Carl barked into the microphone.
People? Alex, do you see this? Yes, there's people on that roof. We can see them. There's at least a dozen people stranded on top of the building. It looks like an apartment complex. We've moved back inland now, and we're crossing over the outskirts of Rockland. Yes, I can see people now. Lots of them there, sitting on rooftops. We can see them waving at us. I don't know how they're going to make... Wait a minute. Oh my! Oh no, look! Chimed Alex from the studio. I'm sorry, Alex. We just witnessed that building. Carl's voice, tight with emotion, came over the speakers. It just collapsed. The whole thing just went up in a cloud of smoke. It fell apart in slow motion. I saw the people, saw them fall into the water. This is just beyond anything. Dadgummit, Jo muttered, slapping her thigh with her campaign hat. She turned from the group and stared at the display of local plants and animals. Carl, can you see anyone in the water? We've lost the feed, asked Alex in the studio, as the others listened breathlessly to the descriptions of destruction and chaos along Maine's southern coast. Reese stepped away and moved closer to the map on the wall. Names called out over the radio were unfamiliar to him, Rockland, Rockport, and Thomaston, but he found them quickly enough on the map. To the best of his knowledge, the news helicopter was situated some 10 miles south of them. The problem was Maine had a huge coastline, all the little inlets and dips and twists and turns. It was no wonder the reporters focused on chaotic water movements. The tsunami had at least 15 different directions to go. He swallowed. Reese only had one direction to go, south. He stepped away from the map and walked back into Ben's room. Sure doesn't sound good out there, Ben muttered. Reese sighed. His arms and legs moved stiffly, almost of their own accord. As he sat on the stool next to Ben, he rubbed his face. I can't stay, Ben. I've got to go then. I'm going with you, Ben said, trying to sit up. Reese scoffed. Relax. I'm not leaving right this second. You can't even walk yet. He leaned against the wall. Ben collapsed back on the cot. I appreciate that, man, but you have a family to get back to. He stared at the ceiling and laced his fingers across his stomach. Go on, get out of here. I'll figure something out, Reese snorted. Probably can't go anywhere anyway. With all the destruction, I'm sure the bridge to the mainland's been washed out. Well, you could at least head down the mountain and check it out, right? Reese looked at Ben and grinned. I knew there was a reason I was keeping you around. He slapped Ben on the shoulder and stood. All right, I'll go check it out. I miss you already, Ben called as Reese left the room. Reese walked purposely to the front door but hadn't even turned the knob before Jo caught him. Where you think you're going? She demanded in her gruff voice. I can't just sit here, Reese replied, not looking at her. I'm going down the mountain to see how bad it is. See if there's a way to get to the mainland. There is. It's called the Trenton Bridge, but there ain't gonna be much of it left. Reese looked at her. You telling me I can't go or that I shouldn't? Jo narrowed her eyes like a cat watching a bird. I'm a park ranger, not a Texas ranger. You do what you want. I just don't want to see anybody get hurt on my watch, is all. Reese nodded and moved a hand toward the door. Hold up. I just put your friend Humpty Dumpty back together, Jo said with a jerk of her thumb toward the room down the hall. And you're just going to up and leave him? Reese sighed. I appreciate what you did for Ben, but I'm not leaving him. I just need to see. I can't stay here and wait. I've got to do something. My wife and daughter. Jo put a rough hand on Reese's shoulder and squeezed with surprising strength. They're 2,000 miles away from here. Are they safe? We don't know. No one knows. The situation is too fluid, Reese. But if you need to do something, then go walk on down this hill and see for yourself. She looked out the window. You see for yourself that nobody's getting off of this rock? I don't blame you for wanting to do something. Just be careful, you hear? I will, Reese replied as he opened the door and stepped outside. I ain't going to take care of your boyfriend forever, she called out as he left across the parking lot. Two men argued next to a pair of the dusty SUVs. The argument drew the attention of the others milling around, and Reese was no exception. The path down the side of the mountain led through the parking lot, so he walked over. You're crazy if you think you can get off of this island,
one man said to the other. You can't stop me. What you, some kind of cop? The second said, opening the driver's door. You're just going to leave everybody up here? Asked a woman in the small crowd of spectators. Hey, I don't know these people. They're not my problem. I'm getting out of here, and anybody that wants to come along is welcome to do so. He slammed the door and rested one meaty forearm out the open window. The woman who spoke lifted her chin in defiance. We should stay here until we hear from the authorities, the driver scoffed. Lady, the only authority left on this island is that crazy park ranger, he said, jerking a thumb toward the ranger station. You want to stay with her? Fine, I'm heading down this mountain. Anybody want to come with me? It's getting on sunset and I don't want to waste any more time. I'll go, Reese said, stepping across the gravel to the car. Finally, the driver said, a man with some sense, hop in, stranger. Let's get out of here. Matt Cotton, the driver introduced himself as they pulled out of the parking lot. Reese Lavelle. You're no Mainer? You got family down south? Asked Matt. I'm from Kennebunkport. You? Charleston. Reese glanced at the driver as they wound their way down the side of the mountain. South Carolina, Matt whistled. Yup, that's a long drive. All the more reason to get started right now, Reese said, adjusting his position in the passenger seat. The further they bounced down the mountain from the ranger station, the more anxiety filled his heart. The cabin grew louder on the way down the mountain. The constant rumble and hiss of the tsunami easily penetrated the car's soundproofing. What do you think we're going to find? Asked Matt. Reese stared out his window, unable to answer for a long moment. He knew what he hoped to find, a bridge to the mainland undamaged and ready to cross. An open highway with no traffic all the way down the eastern seaboard to South Carolina, a rental car gassed up and ready to roll, just waiting to bring him home. I don't know, he muttered. Matt continued to ramble on, talking through his own nerves, explaining where he'd been, how he'd grown up by the ocean and never seen anything like a tsunami in Maine before. Reese grunted every now and then and nodded to prove he was paying at least a modicum of attention, but in reality, he heard maybe every third word without traffic. And with no one to enforce speed limits, Matt had them down the side of Cadillac Mountain in only a few minutes. At the base, where the access road connected with the bridge to the mainland, Matt cursed and stood on the brakes. Before the SUV had even stopped, Reese had the passenger door open and was scrambling to gain his footing on the sloped roadway before him. Hope died. Floodwaters, choked with debris and dead trees, surged and roiled at the base of the mountain to the background of splintering, groaning wood. The roof of a house floated by, crossing right where the bridge to Maine would have been had it not been for the historic tsunami. As far as he could see, stretching straight back to the hazy coastline of Maine, the ocean had reclaimed what man had built. Where's the bridge? Matt muttered weakly. Reese shook his head, his vision blurring at the corners as his hands clenched into fists. He'd known before he even left the ranger station that he would face the tsunami's wrath, but there was a difference in imagining something and seeing it in person. Any hope he had of getting on the road right away had been smashed to pieces by the tsunami, as easily as it had destroyed the bridge to the mainland. Reese looked down and kicked at a loose rock. The irony of it all twisted in his stomach like a knot of worms. Reese was a sailor, just as comfortable standing on the deck of a boat and facing storms at sea as he was sitting behind the wheel of a car driving 80 miles an hour on the interstate. And here he was, stranded on an island hundreds of miles from home, surrounded by raging waters. And me without a boat, he muttered, staring across the churning channel that used to be a peninsula. Reese smirked ruefully. Finding a boat wasn't the problem. He supposed everywhere he looked there were dozens of them and pieces of them as well. Sailboats mostly, some drifted past, their masts and rigging sticking above the surface like the ribs of some long-dead animal. Power yachts, capsized rowboats, all likely ripped free of their moorings near the marina in Bar Harbor and scattered across Maine's coastline like discarded children's toys on the backside of the island. The tsunami didn't even look that menacing. Where it had first made landfall, destruction, smoke, fire, and death lay in its wake. On the leeward side of the island, as the waters flowed on their destructive path toward the mainland, the surface seemed rather calm. Boats and debris drifted by in lazy eddies, caught in new current patterns that would hopefully soon recede back into the ocean from whence they came. Reese clenched his teeth. He couldn't stand by for the untold hours it might take. How many waves had come through so far? 3, 4, 6. How many more were coming? Without access to meteorological services, He had no idea if this event was almost over or just beginning. "Well, I guess that settles it," Matt said, defeat in his voice. "No one's getting off this island without a boat. Not any time soon, that's for sure," he said, punching the dusty hood of his vehicle in frustration. "And we're not getting any of those boats out there unless we," Reese said, slowly, lost in thought while staring at the twisted hull of a power yacht as it drifted bow-deep in the water, the shining blades of its props just breaking the surface. The boat appeared abandoned. For a moment, Reese thought about stripping down and diving into the murky waters to swim out the 50 yards or so and claim it. But the idea died in his head almost as soon as he'd imagined it. The boat was listing and partially sunk, with the stern lifted out of the water that high. There would be no way he could get it operable again without a dry dock and a crew of maintenance professionals. Reese narrowed his eyes, watching the boat, named Excelsior, twist in an eddy and bump into something submerged beneath the water. Its tender, a black Zodiac, followed behind like a duckling. The boat shuddered to a stop, water piling up at the stern. Fiberglass crunched, like snapping celery, surprisingly loud given how far out it was. Reese shook his head. It was all wasted. There was nothing out there that he could use. A sailboat drifted around the bend of the island next, flowing with the current and trapped between the root balls of several trees that had been ripped out of the ground when the tsunami hit. At first, Reese thought the boat might have had a chance of being seaworthy, but as the current turned the little barge of trees and trash, he spotted the gaping hole in the hull. The ship was only remaining afloat because it had been tumbled together with trees. "What are you smiling at?" Matt asked. "Nothing out there looks good to me," Reese pointed. "See that sailboat? You mean the one that's got the tree sticking out its side?" "Yeah," Reese said, an idea forming in his head. "But that's not what I'm looking at. Look behind it." "What? That dinky little rowboat? Yeah, I see it. What good's that going to do us?" "It's at least 100 yards offshore." Reese shook his head. "Not that particular one, but there could be another one somewhere around here that's got a dinghy attached. If the boat itself is damaged, maybe we can use the tender." Matt gestured with an open palm at the mile-wide debris field. "You're suggesting finding a rowboat to go across that? You're insane." Reese carefully picked his way closer to the water's edge. Holding onto a tree that leaned precariously over the new shoreline, he peered through the pine boughs, looking for more boats making their way around the island toward the mainland. "Maybe I am, but I'm not staying on this island for the next 3 days while we wait for the water to recede." "So what? We're just going to stand here and look for boats?" "No," Reese called over his shoulder. "I am. You should head back up to the ranger station and tell everybody the idea. See if you can find some volunteers or maybe some rope or something and meet me back here." "You're serious, aren't you?" Matt said, standing by the idling car. "Look at that. It's impossible. This is way worse than anything I could have imagined." Reese pulled back from the tree and stared up the embankment at Matt. "I've never been more serious in my life. I will get back to my wife and daughter, and I don't care who or what stands in my way. Nothing is going to stop me. Certainly not a bunch of trash floating on water," Reese said, pointing at the floating debris. "Now, you want to get across that to reach your loved ones? I'll be more than happy to help. But if you don't want to help me, then just do me a favor and leave me alone. I can figure it out myself." Okay, relax, Chief." Matt shook his head. "I'll help, but I don't think I can go across." He rubbed his chin, watching the destruction float by. "I'll go back up topside and see if I can find us some supplies and volunteers, but that," he said, looking out across the floating debris field. "That's man." He turned to get back in the SUV. "In the meantime," he said, leaning out the driver's door, "don't go anywhere." Reese laughed bitterly. "I'm not going anywhere without my friend." He stuck up at the ranger station with a banged-up leg. Chapter 12. Lavelle Homestead, northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. Cammy walked into the kitchen at dawn, expecting to be the first one up, only to be surprised to see Amber and Mitch at the table sipping coffee while they watched TV. She paused in the doorway. "Hey, you two!" Amber looked at her, and the frown on her face vanished, replaced by the smile that Cammy had loved so much for the past 19 years. "Hi, Mom," Cammy-san, Mitch said, raising his mug in salute. "Want a cup?" "Yes, please," Cammy said, sighing. "I have a sinking suspicion before this day is out. I'll need something a lot stronger, but for now." The lights went out with an audible pop, plunging the kitchen into darkness. The bright shaft of light streaming in from the living room illuminated one of the cabinets by the hallway, but the rest of the kitchen lay mired in shadow. "Wait for it," Mitch muttered. "It's gone out like this twice this morning," Amber informed her mother in an I'm not worried voice. She rustled over by the sink and poured a fresh cup of coffee. "The pot's still hot, but when the power comes back, we can make a new one."
"Wait for it," Mitch repeated, drawing out the words. "Guys," Cammy said, taking the coffee from Amber, "how long did it usually stay off the other times? I didn't really notice, I guess," she said, rubbing her face. "Yesterday was a long day."
"Not more than a minute or so," Amber replied, sitting down at the table. Mitch murmured, taking a swallow of coffee. He stood and moved to the window. "Didn't take this long before." Cammy sighed again, then inhaled the aroma of Reese's special coffee. "Hitting Dad's stash again, huh?" Amber snorted. "Well, if it's the end of the world, he should have been here to drink it himself." Her words hung in the air for a long moment. Cammy looked down. "Sweetie, you know he'd be here if there was any way at all." "It's okay, Mom. I know he'll be here. Nothing's going to stop him." Cammy could hear the smile in Amber's voice, and the butterflies in her stomach began to settle. "Is this it?" asked Mitch. "The cascading failure you talked about?" "Who knows?" replied Cammy. "But I think the first thing we do today ought to be dusting off the solar system." "Wait, you guys have a solar setup?" "Well," Cammy said quickly, "it's not a whole house deal. We've got a few batteries out in the shed," she said as Mitch peered out the window, "and they can run the fridge and freezer or a few lights. But it's enough to squeak by in hurricane season." "We also have the generator," Amber offered. "True," Cammy agreed, "but I'd like to conserve fuel as much as possible. We don't need to run the fridge or freezer 24/7 to keep food cool. A few hours at a time should do the trick, and we can run lights or electronics or whatever in between." Cammy took a sip of coffee. "The point is, if the power doesn't come back on anytime soon, we need to be real careful about our power consumption." They cooked breakfast on a portable camp stove Mitch found in the garage with eggs, cheese, and milk from the fridge. The power remained off while they cleaned up, and by the time the sunlight outside was bright enough to light the kitchen, Cammy decided the power wasn't coming back on. "It's time, guys. Amber, you remember where the gear is?" "Yeah, those 2 green plastic totes in the garage." Cammy nodded. "That's it, Mitch. Can you help her? I'm going out to the shed to get the batteries and wires ready." "Sure thing," Mitch replied, already on his way to the garage. "Where we setting up?" Cammy pursed her lips in thought they'd only used the system a few times in the past, but that was when there were more trees on the property. Past storms had thinned out the herd a bit. "Oh, just bring it over to the shed, please. We'll see where the sun comes through the most." "Roger." "Roger." Mitch followed Amber out to the garage. Cammy put her mug in the sink and walked out onto the patio before stepping into the backyard. The still, cool air of morning kissed her skin and made her smile. Dappled shadows created a lacework of light and dark grass in the yard, set to the tune of songbirds greeting the rising sun. Cammy stood there for a moment, eyes closed and smiling. How could anything be wrong in such a peaceful setting? The only thing that would make it better, she decided, would be if Reese were home. That thought brought her back to earth, and Cammy sighed, feeling the heartsick weight on her shoulders again. She had to be the strong one and care for Amber and Mitch until his father arrived while Reese was somewhere. None of her texts had been answered, and with the cell service down, she'd been totally cut off from her husband for almost 24 hours even when she was on guides in the wilds of Alaska. She'd always had a satellite phone for emergencies. Cammy looked at the useless phone in her hand. "You're just a glorified paperweight now, huh?" She sighed again and pocketed the phone, then opened up the shed and moved yard tools aside to clear access to the bank of deep-cycle marine batteries against the far wall. After sweeping away cobwebs and a thick layer of dust, she pulled the wires free and examined everything. The last thing they needed was to find mice had chewed through a critical cable. In short order, she had the wires passed through the waterproof gasket at the front of the shed ready to connect to the solar panel station. Mitch and Amber chose that moment to appear around the corner of the house, each carrying a bulging green tote. "Set 'em down over here, please," Cammy instructed, dusting her hands off and pointing to a patch of grass about 20 feet from the shed. She turned and squinted up at the cloudless sky. "I think this spot looks pretty good. The sun will clear those trees in a few minutes." Cammy pointed across the street to the trees behind Harriet Spaulding's house. It's going to be in full light until sunset. When the sun goes down over there, she continued, shifting her aim to the tree line that demarcated the forest preserve. Amber examined the garden, lifting up a massive squash leaf. What are we going to do about water for the garden? Cammy put her hands on her hips. I was thinking about that.
We need to set up a rain collection system. I thought there's a creek around here somewhere, Mitch said, peering at the forest preserve. I remember running through the woods back when we were kids. Oh, it's still there, Cammy agreed, about 100 yards back in the trees. It moves pretty good, but it's just a pain to get to. She tapped her chin in thought. I guess if we got desperate, we could clear a path. I don't think the Forest Preserve police will care much. Probably got a lot more things to worry about at the moment. I'd rather not cut down trees, Mom, Amber said, holding a vine-ripe zucchini the size of a football. Oh, me neither, Cammy replied, bending to poke through one of the green totes. But if we don't get enough rain, we'll have to. Unless you want to go to the pond over there by the Spauldings? Amber wrinkled her nose. Ew. No. Dad used to take me fishing over there. It's stocked? Asked Mitch, suddenly interested. Amber laughed. I don't think so. I only ever caught slime fish. There's all kinds of algae and stuff. It's like a marsh, really. Here, can you set this stake in the ground over there? Asked Cammy, holding a metal support post out to Mitch. When we assemble the array, the post will lock into that and keep it anchored to the ground. Just make sure that hole there on the side. Yup, that one stays above the ground. That's where the wires come out and connect to these, she advised, holding up the wires from inside the shed. Got it, Mitch replied, taking the metal piece here, Cammy said, turning to her daughter. Amber, you take the other one and put it, maybe over there. Oh, hey, Mr. Price, Amber said, without taking the post from Cammy. Cammy turned and squinted in the light. The sun chose that moment to crest the trees and nearly blinded her. She stood and dusted her hands again as Marty Price shuffled across their shared side yard, Kirk at his side, tongue lolling and stumpy tail zipping back and forth. Whoa, is that a Weimaraner? Asked Mitch, taking a knee, so the cinnamon-colored dog could bound over and lick his face. Marty grinned reluctantly. Close, he's a Vizsla. Kirk, easy boy. Expecting trouble? Asked Cammy, nodding at the AR slung over Marty's shoulder. The old man grunted and leaned on a carved wooden cane. No, but I wouldn't be surprised if it finds us sooner or later. Marty, the power went out. It went out all up and down the East Coast from Miami to Canada. Now the blackouts are as far west as Nashville, third of the nation, Camilla. Cammy clenched her jaw. She took a breath and forced herself to relax. Well, at least we don't have to deal with the destruction down by the coast. Oh, but we will, Marty said, looking around her backyard as if appraising a used car. How's the garden? It's fine. Been a good summer. Wait, what do you mean we will? Marty turned his roomy eyes on her. Despite his advanced age, his eyes were still bright blue and held intelligence that ran opposite to the weakened state of his body. He'd been in the military all his life. Cammy knew, but never told anyone what he did. Amber joked that he'd fought in World War II, but he couldn't be that old. She looked at him closer. Could he? We didn't have property damage. But the people pushed off their property did suffer damage, and they're coming west. They'll come through here afore long. Then we'll have problems. He shrugged, drawing attention to the rifle hanging from his thin shoulder. That's why I got this with me. Ain't being unneighborly, just prudent. You should be armed too, young lady. You might be right, Cammy said. We were watching the news before the power went out. Things are going downhill fast. You got a radio? Interjected Marty. Oh, yeah, a little emergency radio. No, Marty said, shaking his head. A real radio, Ham? Oh, no, nothing like that. We'd need a big antenna, right? The homeowners association doesn't allow that. Marty smiled. You have one? Asked Cammy, incredulous. Marty had more trees than they did. There was no way he had enough clear space to plant a big ham radio antenna. She peered over his shoulder. Maybe it was on his house or something. You won't find it by looking? He grinned, but the smile faded as he continued. Point is, I do have a radio, a real one, and people are using them all over the place. The news don't show what's really going on. Fighting in New York. They called out the National Guard in Boston. People on the coast are fixin' to get downright mean next couple of days. Mark my words. Cammy rubbed her temple with one hand and raised the other to stop him. Okay, first, how do you have a ham radio set up back in there? And what proof do you have that these rumors you've heard, she said, shooting a glance at Amber and Mitch, are real? Marty leaned over his cane, smiling again. Don't need a big tower to have an antenna. Fella could hide it easy with all these trees. You made an antenna out of a tree? Asked Amber. Marty just grinned, eyes twinkling. That is so cool, Mitch added. So people are on ham radios talking about riots or something? Asked Cammy, her chest tightening. Marty's smile dropped and his eyes took on a hard edge. Affirmative, and it's spreading. No one's heard anything out of the feds. Not since D.C. went dark last night. It's a mess, all right. He spat into the grass. Might be what the country needs. Clean 'em out once and for all. Okay, Cammy said, waving off the political commentary. Have you heard anything about Maine? Marty looked over her shoulder. Where's Reese? She stared at him and arched an eyebrow. Oh, the old man cleared his throat. No, haven't heard anything from anyone north of Boston. But that's bad enough. No one spoke for a long moment until Marty cleared his throat again and spat on the ground. You setting up a solar rig? Cammy looked at the jumble of parts and wires inside. Yeah, I wouldn't set it up right here, he said, matter-of-factly, too exposed. He turned and squinted at the road, maybe 40 yards away on the other side of their houses. Yep, too visible. Anyone driving by will see it and know you've got power. Well, yeah, they'd see the lights too, Amber said. So you think people who've lost everything, people who are desperate, are going to walk up to your front door and ask for help? You should put up blackout curtains. Cammy was quiet for a moment when she looked up at him. Marty had a patient, expectant look on his face. You really think it'll come to that? I hope and pray it don't. But if it does, you want to be caught with your pants down or your rifle ready? He nodded at her. I can see it in your eyes, Camilla. You're a fighter. He turned and called Kirk to his side again, casting a long look over his shoulder. Marty snorted. Always liked you two. Got a good kid there, too. Y'all stay safe now. Bye. Cammy offered a weak wave as the old man shambled back to his property. Kirk stopped, looked back once, whimpered, then barked and bounded off after Marty, running in excited circles around his owner. Well, that was comforting, Amber muttered, crossing her arms. I guess that guy doesn't win Friendliest Neighbor awards very often, huh? Asked Mitch. Hardly, groused Cammy. She frowned. He's not wrong, though. I should have thought to put the solar panel somewhere a little more concealed from the road. Well, they have to be in the open sunlight, Amber countered. But that doesn't mean we need to make it easy for people to realize we've got power, Cammy exhaled. Marty's right, she said reluctantly. We need to think about defense, right along with power and water. It won't do your father any good if he makes it back here to find the place burned down and looted. When? Amber said in a soft voice. Cammy blinked. Right? When he comes home. Mitch cleared his throat. Well then, let's make sure the place is well lit and safe. What about if I put the first panel over here? I can't see the road from this position. Would that work? Cammy pursed her lips. If you can't see the road, then someone driving by wouldn't be able to see the panel. Sounds good to me. She looked up at the sky. Just move it a little to your left, Mitchell. That spot will get a little more afternoon sun. Good to go, Mitch said, slamming the pointed stake into the ground. Amber, can you go grab a notebook and a pen or pencil? Her daughter cocked her head. Sure, but why? Cammy looked around the yard, imagining routes people would take on foot to gain access to the house and garden. I'm thinking we're going to have a list of things to do before long, and I don't want to forget anything. Once the solar panels are set up and connected, I think we should all walk around and do an audit on the property. We can list all the water and food resources and any security risks we can think of. It'll give us something to work on over lunch. Okahai, Amber said, drawing out the word. Be right back. The breath caught in Cammy's throat. That was what Reese had said on his way out the door to the fishing trip. It was their inside, running joke. They each said, be right back to the other when they left the house in the morning and on long trips. Cammy turned away and faced the forest preserve to hide her tears from Mitch as he drove in the second solar post. You better come back, Reese Lavelle. Chapter 13. Mount Desert Island, Maine. In the gray light of morning, the first day after the tsunami struck, Jo put her hands on her hips and stared at Reese. He shifted uncomfortably, suddenly feeling like he'd done something wrong, and now faced the disapproving glare of his grandmother. You sure you want to do this? She asked gruffly. I don't think there's any doubt that he wants to do it, Ben said, leaning on a pair of duct-taped crutches they'd found inside the ranger station.
It's a question of whether we can do it. Reese nodded at Ben. He's right. There's no way I'm not going to try. Reese looked out over the water. It'd been a long night. He and a few others who'd come down from the mountaintop to help had scoured the shore using flashlights, somewhere around 3 a.m. They'd worked their way halfway to Bar Harbor and discovered a sailboat impaled on the beach. The sailboat still had a serviceable dinghy floating nearby, tethered by a frayed rope. Reese had immediately wanted to climb aboard, power up the little outboard mounted on the transom, and drive back around the island. But cooler heads had prevailed, and instead he and Mr. Nikiyoshi had taken turns hauling on the line. Like pack mules, they brought it back around the island, threw the debris in the water, and moored it at the base of what was left of the Trenton Bridge. Hours later, as dawn lit the world, Reese was joined by Ben and Joe and watched by a small group of those who wanted to stay behind. "Well," Joe said, shaking her head, "I think I'd like to go with you just as much as anybody else, but that little thing ain't gonna hold all of us." "Not everyone wants to come with us," Ben offered, looking at Matt. "There must be another 20 people still up at the top of the mountain." "Yep," Matt said, hooking his thumb under his belt. "And at some point, someone in a big fancy orange and white chopper will probably show up to rescue us." He tapped his chest with his other thumb. "I don't like sitting around waiting for anybody. I don't do it in blizzards, but this is different. What you're talking about is suicide. I mean, look at it." Okay, Joe said, raising a hand. Mr. Nikiyoshi rattled off a stream of Japanese and gestured across the debris field. He pointed at the dinghy, nodded, then grunted. "And I can't understand a word he's saying," Joe said, jerking a thumb at Nikiyoshi. "But I'm pretty sure he does want to go with you," she said, scratching her forehead under the brim of her hat. "I hope he understands that it's nothing personal that we can't take them," Reese said, giving a polite nod to the Japanese family. "There's just not enough space in this little boat. We can't haul 6 adults and 2 kids." "Well, they're the youngest kids on the island, and I guess that makes me responsible. I'll stay," Joe said. "You don't have to do that," Reese said. "I think there's plenty enough space for 3 adults. Even if one of them is gimpy," Ben said with a self-deprecating laugh. "I don't know, I'm not overly fond of boats to begin with, and that water out there's clogged with debris, and it's still pretty rough." "How are we sure that the tsunami's actually done?" asked Joe. Reese turned and stared out at the floodwater. In dawn's early light, it was difficult to tell whether the tide was receding or still rushing in with yet another wave. They'd heard the sound of tree trunks ripping apart and the dull roar of all that water moving ashore all night. But the event had been going on for almost 6 hours by the time the world had grown dark. Reese didn't know nearly half as much about tsunamis as he wanted to, but he couldn't believe that there were that many waves out there to still be pounding the shore almost 16 hours after the first one hit. It just couldn't. The universe simply couldn't be that unfair. "At some point, everything has to end," Reese said. Everyone gathered by the shore turned to look at him. "Well, that's uplifting," Matt said under his breath. Ben scoffed. "Yeah, dude, you suck at pep talks. Look, we can ferry people across," Reese said. "If we can make it across in this thing, then I can make it back and pick up a couple more people and bring them to the other side. Maybe we can get everybody off the island. You got enough gas for that?" Joe asked. "Do you even know how much gas this thing has?" Joe slapped her thigh with the campaign hat. "It's too risky. Personally, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But..." She turned and looked at the Nikiyoshi family huddled together next to a splintered tree that had been pushed ashore during the night. "What do you have holding you here?" asked Ben. "I'm the only authority figure on this island," Joe replied weakly. Matt laughed. "Lady, look around. This is the island. There's only a handful of us. Probably better if you did go across, then you could find help and send it our way." "He's got a point," Reese prodded. "And they might need someone with your medical knowledge on the shore," Joe scoffed. "I ain't no medic, just know some basic first aid," she frowned. "I don't know, if nothing else, you can see what it's like on shore and come back for more help," Ben suggested. "Beats waiting around here until the Coast Guard shows up." "What the hey?" Joe said, shrugging. "Not like I got anything to do at the moment, is it?" "Who's going to run the ranger station?" asked a woman in the small crowd. Joe grinned. "You are, honey. I'm retired." She removed the badge from her uniform and tossed the brass emblem at the woman who spoke. "By the power vested in me by the state of Maine and the National Park Service, I hereby name you the Park Ranger of Cadillac Mountain." "What?" the woman asked. "I'm in charge?" "You're in charge," Joe said. She tipped her hat and removed the first aid bag from her shoulder, then tossed it at Reese. "I'll be back," she said to the new ranger. "I'm going to find help, then I'll come back." She stopped, one leg in the boat, the other on shore. "Unless I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. You can't just leave us," someone said. "Not like I was doing anything for anyone and you lot weren't listening to me anyway. Why should I stay?" "I like her," Ben said, grinning from the bow of the little dinghy. Joe reached out a meaty forearm and took Reese's hand in a strong grip. "Am I going to regret this?" "Probably, but for now it's a deal." Reese took his position at the tiller as Matt prepared to push them out. He hesitated, hands still gripping the railing. "There's plenty of room," Reese offered under his breath to Matt. Matt looked over Reese's shoulder at the miles of debris choking the water between Mount Desert Island and the mainland. "I can't," he muttered. "It's too far and I can't swim." He cleared his throat. "Good luck," he said, louder. Matt bent down and pushed, sending the little boat out into the choppy water. "You're gonna need it." Reese yanked the ripcord, and the 2-horsepower engine on the transom sputtered to life. He waved once at Matt, Aiden, and the Nikayoshi family, but only Aiden waved back. "Okay, let's do this." Reese opened up the throttle and they pushed through floating tree branches and bits of styrofoam insulation. Reese didn't say anything, but he knew very well where that insulation came from. It was used inside the inner hulls of sailboats and motor yachts. A lot of boats had been torn apart by the tsunami striking Bar Harbor. They cruised over a graveyard. After 30 minutes, Reese estimated they were no more than a third of the way across. Every few minutes, he had to push the tiller hard over one way or the other to go around bits of flotsam or masts sticking up out of the water, indicative of boats floundering on unseen debris. They were about halfway across, out in the middle of the swirling water between Mount Desert Island and Trenton, when Reese realized that the water was indeed receding. He had to open the throttle all the way up for them to make any progress at all, and more bits of trash and debris drifted past, granting them the illusion of speed. Hey, we got a problem here," Ben said. Reese couldn't take his eyes off of the debris field stretching to the far shore. "What is it?" he snapped, making another quick adjustment to avoid impaling their dinghy on the jagged end of a broken telephone pole. "Dude, we're leaking," Ben warned. "He's not kidding around. There's a lot of water up here," Joe said, her eyes wide. Reese looked at his feet. Sure enough, at least 2 inches of water swirled around the bottom of the dinghy. "It's probably fine. You always get water in little boats like this. Every time I turn, a wave comes over the side a little." He focused back on driving and lurched the little boat to starboard just in time to miss a floating blue barrel. If they capsized, or even worse, staved in the hull of their little boat, they'd be trapped out in the middle of the debris field with no chance of making it to shore. Reese glanced at Ben and Joe. His friend, injured as he was, would almost certainly drown. Joe might make it, but she was older and not in the best of shape. Their only hope was that the current might take them close enough to Mount Desert Island to swim ashore. Reese clenched his jaws. He wasn't going back in defeat. Sweat rolled down Reese's neck as he doubled down on creating a path through the debris. The little engine behind him whined at full throttle. He muttered a curse, leaning forward as if to will the boat through the flotsam. There was just too much garbage, bits of tree branches and floating debris piling up at the bow. The little motor simply couldn't power through. "Reese, we got a leak, man," Ben said from the bow. "Look, it's coming in right here." Ben shifted to get a better look, throwing the boat off balance. "We need to do something about this, Captain," Joe said. Reese overcompensated, causing Ben to slam back against his original position. A small wave crested the gunwale, dumping another 6 inches of water into the bottom of the boat. Reese managed to keep them upright and avoid capsizing, but just barely. After a round of cursing by both passengers, Reese managed to regain control of the sluggish dinghy. "Easy on the stick there, Rocket Man," Joe complained, shaking water off her arms. Reese frowned with the debris streaming off the coast of Maine and piling up at the bow, and now the extra weight of all the water filling the bottom of the hull. Reese was certain their forward momentum had all but stopped. It would only be a matter of moments before they began drifting backward, despite the outboard engine screaming in protest. "We're not going to make it," Reese said, angrily wiping sweat and salt water from his face. "We're not going to make it." "You can say that again," Ben hollered, trying to regain his seat. Soaking wet, he wiped his face and glared at Reese. "Next time give a fella a heads up. I almost went over the side." "Don't argue," Just do something, Joe urged, her eyes wide. We're being pushed back offshore. The current's too strong, Reese warned.
If we don't plug these leaks, we'll sink, Ben said, hunched over with his hands under the surging water at the bow. Joe's face went pale. I found a second hole. Reese spotted a familiar shape in the water coming toward them. The rear end of a motor yacht stuck up out of the water, its golden propellers flashing in the sunlight. He squinted but could just make out the name on the transom, Excelsior. Despite being partially submerged, the big motor yacht had survived the night, tossed against all the debris as the vestiges of the tsunami carried it toward the coast. The Excelsior drifted along with the other debris. Reese grinned. I got an idea. See if you can get the holes plugged. Get as much water out of the bottom, we might be able to get out of this. Oh yeah, how's that? Ben asked, using his hands to scoop water over the side. This is never gonna work. Joe moaned. We should have stayed on that dadgum island. Ben looked over the bow and stopped bailing. Reese, dude, that boat's coming right at us. I didn't sign up for the Titanic cruise. Steer us around that thing, Joe complained. I know, Reese snapped, concentrating. The current threatened to push them far to port, meaning they would miss his intended rendezvous with the Excelsior. He angled the tiller hard over, bringing them closer to the wrecked yacht. Ben looked at Reese in horror. What are you doing? We're fixin' to crash right into it, cried Joe. Reese smirked. That's the idea. Get ready, we're almost there. That's the only thing we're going to be able to hang on to. I saw it last night. If it survived the night and it's still floating, it might be able to hold us. The currents can take us right back to the island. We just have to make sure we catch it. Closer and closer, inch by inch, the little wounded dinghy struggled through the debris and clogged waters, gaining ground on the Excelsior. The big motor yacht swirled in a sudden eddy, and the aft end swung away from Reese and Ben. Watching the debris move on the surface of the water, Reese knew that the motor yacht would continue in its counterclockwise rotation. He pulled the tiller amidships and aimed for where he thought the bigger boat would be in a few moments. What are you doing? Ben demanded. We're going to miss it. No, we're not, Reese said. He pointed at Joe. Get to the front and hang on. She moved forward and took a position at the extreme front of the little wooden boat, just in front of Ben. I see what you're doing, she called over his shoulder, but I don't like it. They ran into something hard, lifting the boat up and nearly flinging Ben off his precarious perch. When the bow smashed back into the water, Ben slammed forward, grunting in pain. It's all right. I'm all right, he wheezed, struggling to his knees. Hang on, Reese called. We're almost there, Ben. Move to the other side. I think I saw a couple of ropes hanging off this thing. Maybe we can snag one of those. Getting real choppy up here, Joe said as the dinghy entered the current that had forced the Excelsior to spin around. Reese did his best to angle their boat even closer, but in the end, his calculations had been spot on. The Excelsior swung creaking and groaning in the current and crashed right into the side of the dinghy. Joe scrambled for the chrome railing sticking up out of the water attached to the main deck. Ben disappeared when the dinghy dipped to starboard but looked like he found a handrail. Reese was not so lucky as the motor yacht turned the dinghy into a pile of splinters. Reese was flung backwards out over the motor. His last sight before he entered the murky, garbage-filled water was a bright yellow and orange rope dangling from the tiny mast sticking off the top of the yacht's bridge. Reese went under, surrounded by the cold Atlantic water, and felt something unseen bump into his legs. Hard, his hands slapped the surface of the water and found a snake-like coil. Desperate, Reese latched on and pulled as hard as he could. Feeling the material go taut, Reese pulled himself up until his head broke the surface. Sputtering and gasping, he opened his eyes and saw immediately that he had indeed managed to grab the rope. Yes, Joe yelled. She'd already pulled herself halfway up the side of the boat and raised one meaty fist in triumph at spotting Reese emerge from the water. You got it, man! Coughing, Reese pulled himself hand over hand along the rope through the current that threatened to drag him under until he was able to wrap an arm around the deck railing. Hanging there for a moment to catch his breath, Reese began shivering in the chilly water. Using the last of his strength, he pulled himself up and hooked a leg over the railing before flopping to the inclined deck and gasping in relief. Dude, I could use a little help, Ben mourned from further aft. You need help? Asked Joe from further forward. She looked ready to collapse and hadn't quite made it to the main deck yet. I got it. Stay there, Reese groaned. He rolled over, slapping wet hands on the deck to scramble forward for purchase.
Climbing foot by foot up the inclined deck, Reese managed to make it to Ben, only slipping once. Using the vertical supports for the railing as a ladder, Reese used his legs to keep himself from sliding back down into the water and leaned over. Ben held onto one end of a rickety crutch pinned against the hull. It only took a moment for Reese to notice the pained look on Ben's face and the straining muscles of his arms. Can't hold on much longer," Ben muttered. Reese stretched forward, grabbed hold of the crutch. "Okay, got it." Reese took a big breath. On 3, we pulled together, ready? Ben exhaled, blowing air out and lifting the lank hair from his face. "Got it! Hang on, Ben! Don't do anything but hang on! What else do you think I'd be doing down here?" Ben called in a weak voice. "Ready? 1, 2, 3. Reese pulled and the crutch came up about a foot, dragging Ben with it. "One more time," Reese said. On 3, he pulled again, and Reese was able to let go of the crutch and grab Ben with both hands, one on the arm and one on his shirt collar. "Gotcha!" Reese strained until Ben could grab the railing on his own. One more Herculean effort heaved Ben over the side, soaking wet and shivering. Both survivors lay gasping on the inclined, weaving deck, listening to a steady thump from the aft end of the boat. "Stop the world, man! I want to get off!" Ben said, panting, with one arm draped across his face. Joe laughed from further forward, closer to the water. "You sure know how to show a girl a good time," she said, chuckling again. Reese stared at the sky above them, listening to the occasional thump. He watched the clouds rotate in a sickening slow swirl as the eddy continued its counterclockwise spin. It wasn't necessarily fast, and he figured they'd make a complete revolution every minute or so, but the steady turning motion combined with the random bouncing of the boat on the waves wasn't doing any good for his equilibrium. Reese flopped back over on his stomach and crawled to the very edge of the transom, perhaps 6 feet away. Leaning over, he saw the source of the thumping noise and whooped in triumph. "What is it?" hollered Ben. "You okay? What's going on back there?" Joe yelled. "Can't see where he went." "Hang on! I got us a way out here," Reese called. "Oh, good! Another idea," Joe muttered. Reese leaned over the railing and grasped the towline of a partially submerged black rubber Zodiac with a massive outboard. As big as the Excelsior was, he had to admit he wasn't surprised to find a tender. Dinghy didn't do it justice. He was just surprised it was still attached. "Hello, beautiful," he cooed, pulling the rope and drawing the Zodiac closer. "Let's see if you can get us to shore." Chapter 14. Lavelle Homestead, northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. Cammy wiped sweat from her face with a damp rag. She stood next to the coffee maker in the kitchen and looked at Amber and Mitch. "You guys ready?" Amber held an orange extension cord in her dirty hands and nodded. "It's plugged into the battery bank thing. When we want to run more than one device, we can plug it into the splitter thing, then run cords to that." She placed the cord on the floor and stepped back. "Not sure it's that dangerous, man," Mitch said with a grin. "Better to be safe than sorry," Cammy told her daughter with approval. "Especially now that the power's out, who knows how long it'll be before it comes back, and if we get hurt, we might not be able to get to a doctor." Mitch looked down. "Oh, right." "It's all good," Cammy said. "Besides, in a moment, if this works, we'll have a pot of coffee and we can take a break and get something to eat. What do you think about that?" "Fire the sucker up, Mom." Cammy smiled, looking out the window at the solar arrays. They were spread some 15 feet apart, both in the middle of the yard, but closer to the house than she'd originally planned. She'd fretted over Marty's warning and had made sure the arrays were invisible from the street, but anyone approaching on foot around the side of the house would see them right away. There was no hiding the glare of reflecting light off those shiny photoreceptor panels. Maybe if they moved some of her potted plants from the porch, they could disguise the arrays a little better. "They weren't that tall?" Mom asked Amber. "Oh, right," Cammy said sheepishly. "Here we go." She plugged in the coffee maker, and though it took a second, the power light glowed blue, indicating it was off. But receiving power, she grinned at the kids, then hit the power button, and the coffee maker turned on with its comforting click hum. The water in the reservoir filled the heating tank, and the familiar hiss started up. "Yes," Cammy exclaimed, pumping her fist in the air. "We did it, guys!" Amber and Mitch cheered and high-fived each other. Then Amber rushed in to hug Cammy. "Ed couldn't get it working this fast last time. Nice work, Mom." Cammy stepped back from her daughter and smiled, still watching the coffee maker. "Now, while we wait for the coffee, we should figure out what's next. Got your notebook?" "Right here," Amber said pertly. Picking up a spiral-bound notebook and pen from the kitchen table, she sat down and opened it to the first blank page past grocery lists, random notes, and phone numbers. "Ready? Anyone got any ideas?" asked Cammy. "I do, but I want to see what you two come up with first." "Well," Mitch said, scratching at his beard, "now that we've got power, we need to figure out the water situation, I guess. You guys on well or city water?" "Well," Cammy replied, "but hot wiring the well pump is more than I'm comfortable doing. Besides, that solar setup out there isn't really all that powerful. It may take a few days to charge the batteries, and I don't know enough about electronics to know how much power the well pump needs." Amber wrote water on the notepad, the pen scratching softly. "Is there a way to work the well without power?" "Like a hand pump?" asked Mitch. He shook his head. "I think most wells are 100 feet down or something." "Right? Besides, do you even have a hand pump?" "No, we don't, but good idea," Cammy replied. "I saw a hand crank pump or siphon or something in the garage earlier," Mitch said. "It had a label that said it was for brake fluid replacement in cars. Maybe we could use that?" "Not bad, but probably not. Again, the well's too deep." Cammy couldn't help but smile. "You going to tell us how to get water or not?" asked Amber. "I can tell by the look on your face you know the answer. Reese and I worked out a solution a while ago. He saw a video online about guys using PVC pipe and rope to make a real skinny bucket. You drop it down the well, fill it up, and haul it back to the surface. Takes a lot more work, but doesn't need electricity or fancy equipment." "Does it work?" asked Mitch. Cammy sighed. "Well, that's the thing. We never actually tried it." She opened the big emergency binder, flipped to the tab labeled water, and turned a few pages until she found the printed instructions for making a PVC well bucket. "Here it is," she said, spinning the binder around so the kids could get a look. "We stored the gear up in the hobbit hole behind the frog." "Wait, you stored it in the what? Behind the what?" asked Mitch. "A hobbit hole," Amber said casually. "It's what Dad calls that little attic access hatch. About this high." Amber held her hand even with her waist. Mitch snorted. "Okay, what's a frog?" "A slimy little green thing that makes a lot of noise at night and lives in water," Cammy said, getting 3 coffee mugs from the drying rack. The black liquid dripped steadily into the pot, filling the kitchen with a heavenly aroma. "Ha ha!" Mitch intoned. "What?" asked Cammy. "You set that one up?" Amber snorted. "It means family room over garage." It was Mitch's turn to laugh. "Y'all are crazy." "Well, we might be crazy," Cammy said, pulling the pot from the coffee maker and inhaling. "But we have coffee and a way to get fresh water." "Cheers to that," Mitch said, accepting a steaming mug. "Now," Cammy said as they settled at the table with their drinks, "assuming water is taken care of, at least temporarily, what's next?" "Probably food," Mitch replied, blowing on his coffee. "But I'd say you got that covered, even just by what I saw out in the garage." "That's just the tip of the iceberg," Cammy said. "Everything out there is hardcore emergency stuff like lifeboat rations, things that won't go bad in the heat." "So you don't have any normal stuff?" asked Mitch. "You should have said something I have." "Most of the good stuff is stored in the spare bedroom," Cammy replied calmly. "She means my bedroom," Amber put in. "Hey, you're in college. We had to put that empty space to good use." "Okay, so I'm assuming you have a good supply of food then," Mitch continued, looking at Amber's list. "We're covered for a while, I think." "There's an inventory list in the supply, Amber's room," Cammy said, unplugging the coffee maker. "Don't want to waste electricity. Can we turn on the TV for a few minutes?" asked Amber. "Well, I don't think it'll hurt. But then we need to shut it down so the batteries can charge the rest of the day and we can keep the fridge and freezer cool tonight." Cammy switched the outlet from the coffee maker to the TV and powered it on. For the few viewers out there who still have power, the scene in Charleston is grim, as you can imagine. "Well, that's not very promising," Mitch muttered. "Sss," Amber hissed. Cammy turned up the volume. Devastation filled the screen on a scale she'd never seen outside of books about World War II. Buildings reduced to rubble, rooftops lifted and scattered like dandelion seeds, cars jumbled on top of each other and on top of buildings, some with headlights or taillights still glowing in the afternoon sun, no matter where the camera panned. The scene was the same, unbelievable and heartbreaking. Amber was silent, both hands to her mouth, eyes watering. Mitch looked away when they zoomed in on his father's marina. Boats had been scattered by the waves and more than one impaled in the upper stories of businesses and homes. As the helicopter moved closer to the shore, the destruction grew more severe. For a few miles near the ocean, nothing remained of Charleston except concrete foundations, still damp from the receding waters. Most of the debris had been pushed miles inland, and very little had been sucked back out to the ocean. Mounds of broken homes, buildings, and cars clustered here and there. But as the camera panned south and east, a vast wasteland opened up. "It's like Hiroshima and Katrina all rolled into one," the voice on the TV intoned. The marquee along the bottom of the screen scrolled by with an incessant list of missing, killed, and injured from Miami to Boston. The numbers had skyrocketed since yesterday, and they included warnings that most communications with authorities in the affected areas had been disrupted, so the actual numbers were likely higher. 300,000 presumed dead, gasped Cammy. "This can't be happening," Amber whispered. She turned and ran from the kitchen, sobbing. Mitch looked after her, then at Cammy. "Go," Cammy croaked, her voice tight with emotion. "She needs a friend." Mitch got up and walked away, silent as a ghost. He stopped in the hallway and took a last look at the TV, then lowered his head and followed Amber. Cammy kept her eyes on the screen, her vision blurring as the news team switched to scenes from Baltimore recorded earlier in the day. Fires had erupted in the larger skyscrapers, blotting the sky with ugly black plumes. Trash swirled in the air currents and created what looked like flocks of white birds, funneled down the ruined streets and concrete canyons of the old city. Like Charleston, most of the buildings lining the bay had been utterly wiped off the earth. Water still streamed over ramparts and wharves, pooling back into the eerily calm harbor. But everywhere the land had been stripped bare. The scene shifted to New York, and Cammy let out a sob of shock. Several taller skyscrapers had fallen and crushed the smaller surrounding buildings. Smoke billowed up into the sky, reminiscent of 9/11, and helicopters buzzed over the mess as if a hornet's nest had been overturned by a careless teenager. Boats littered the streets, and a handful of somber gray Navy ships dotted Long Island Sound, moving to and fro on missions. Cammy couldn't fathom. What about Boston? And Maine? She begged the TV, but the reporter droned on about the unimaginable destruction to some of America's largest cities. This can't be happening. She grabbed her cell phone with shaking hands to tap out messages to Reese. She told him she loved him, that she missed him, and that she begged him to be safe and come home as soon as possible. She told him that she and Amber were safe at home and that Mitch was with them, and Cammy dropped the phone and let it skitter across the table. Her eyes spilled over with tears, and she collapsed into a chair, sobbing. Everything she'd been holding in for the past 36 hours exploded to the surface, and she gave up trying to keep it in check. She let the anger and fear flow through her and cried it all out. She didn't know how long she'd allowed herself to wallow, but it was the sound of a strong voice, a confident voice, proclaiming that America would get through the disaster like it had all others, which finally grabbed Cammy's attention. She looked up, wiped tears from her face, and flipped a lock of wet hair out of her bleary eyes. The TV had switched to a press conference in Denver while she'd cried, and an older man in a severe suit stood before an array of microphones with a phalanx of serious-looking people behind him. He looked familiar, but she couldn't place him. The label at the bottom of the screen said Jack Faulkner. "President Pro Tem," Cammy muttered, sniffing. As his speech died down, he turned and left the stage, followed by all the people behind him. The reporter picked up where the politician had ended. "There you have it, folks," the former Secretary of the Interior, now officially sworn in as President Pro Tem, until such time as the whereabouts of the President, Vice President, and upper leadership of Congress can be determined. Trying are the times we're living through, but as you can see, the system works and we will have at least some measure of stability. "What?" Cammy gasped. If the Secretary of the Interior had been sworn in as President, then the destruction in D.C. was much worse than she'd feared. The U.S. government had effectively been decapitated. We turn next to continuing coverage of the power crisis, as the damage to the nation's electrical grid is still being assessed. That hasn't stopped rolling brownouts and in some areas of the Midwest full-on blackouts from taking place. The picture of the harried reporter behind the anchor desk was replaced with a map of the United States. The East Coast was swathed in black. A red line, jagged and uneven, pulsated halfway from the coast to the Appalachian Mountains, all the way from Florida to Maine. Cammy put a hand to her mouth. The dead zone was far worse than just a dozen miles along the coast. Conservative estimates place around 100 million people without power along the eastern seaboard this afternoon. What's left of New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Norfolk, Charleston, Jacksonville, and Miami are totally in the dark. Reports of spotty service are coming in from all along communities in the Appalachian Mountains, and blackouts have happened as far west as Denver as the nation's grid struggles to stay online. The map turned gray between the dead zone and Denver, sometimes clear and sometimes hazy, to simulate unstable power delivery. West of the Rockies, localized blackouts are occurring, but along the Pacific coast, brownouts, both scheduled and unscheduled, are happening more frequently as the day heats up and air conditioning demand soars. Representatives of the nation's major electric providers are meeting in teleconferences at the moment, discussing. "It's happening then," Amber said, her voice distant and dreamlike. Startled, Cammy fussed with her hair, trying to hide the fact she'd been crying. She looked at her daughter. Amber's eyes were red and puffy, and her cheeks glistened. "Oh, sweetie, everything you said is coming true," Mitch pointed out, joining Amber in the hallway. Cammy stood and reached out her hands. Amber and Mitch moved closer in stiff gaits like zombies, and each took one of her hands. She squeezed hard. "Guys, this is not the end of the world. But you said," Mitch began, "it's look at it. The only important things right now are standing in front of me." When they both looked at her with tired, scared eyes, Cammy found a courage building in her she'd never known. "Listen to me. We are going to get through this. We're going to be just fine. We will survive." Mitch's gaze drifted over her shoulder to the TV. But nothing," Cammy snapped. "If you're convinced that everything I say comes true, then listen hard. Your father is going to make it here, Mitchell Adams. And your father," she said pointedly at Amber, "is going to make it home too. We are going to be just fine. Governor of South Carolina has declared a state of emergency and activated the National Guard. With communications networks essentially non-existent at the moment, citizens are urged to shelter in place, whether that's home or a friend's house or at a work or wherever you can find that's safe and out of the elements. I'm afraid we're all going to be on our own for a while. Those of you in our viewing area who still have power, count yourself lucky. Don't wait. Take care of yourselves, your neighbors, and your loved ones. Share what you have and help each other until help arrives. We may have to." The signal went to static. Cammy let go of Amber and Mitch's hands, picked up the remote, and shut the TV off. She quietly unplugged the device and dropped the extension cord from the battery bank to the floor. "That does it for TV for a while. We can't just sit out here in the dark," Mitch said. "I can hook up Dad's emergency radio," Amber offered, wiping her face. "It's got shortwave and all kinds of cool stuff on it." "Good thinking, sweetie," Cammy said. She took a deep, centering breath and exhaled slowly. The fear and anxiety were gone, replaced by a rock-hard determination to protect her family and defend her homestead until Reese could get home. "Guys, you saw what was on the news. The whole country is pretty messed up right now, and we're just outside of ground zero." "It's time to cowboy up," Mitch said, stone-faced. "You got that right," Cammy replied. "Now, Amber, why don't you go get that radio and set it up?" "Mitch," she said, turning to the young man, "go with Amber. And when you two have the radio set up, we need to start harvesting the garden. I don't like the way those clouds are forming on the horizon." "What are you going to do?" asked Amber. "I'm opening your father's gun safe." "You think it's that bad?" asked Mitch already. Cammy pursed her lips, considering. "No," she said after a moment. "Not yet. But between Marty Price's warning this morning and now this," she said, gesturing at the TV, "I'm willing to continue hoping we don't need them. But if we do," she looked at Amber and Mitch, "I intend to be ready." Chapter 15. Coastal Maine, owing to the unstable movement of the Excelsior in its death spiral. It took Joe and Reese the better part of an hour to secure the Zodiac, empty the water from inside, confirm it was seaworthy, and had enough fuel. Eventually, Reese was ready to cast off and move away from the slowly sinking yacht. "Can't believe we're going to do this again," Ben muttered, sitting in the middle of the still-wet Zodiac. "Second time's the charm, right?" asked Reese, smiling from his position at the tiller. "I don't think that's how that saying goes," murmured Joe. Ben leaned over and rubbed his injured leg. "Let's get this over with, then." Reese started the outboard. It rumbled to life in a cloud of blue smoke and a throaty roar. "We got us a live one," hollered Joe, slapping her thigh. "I think we have enough gas to get us ashore, so we're going to skip the sightseeing. That all right with everybody?" asked Reese. "Well, what are you waiting for?" demanded Joe, looking for all the world like a seasick wet rat. "Let's kick the tires and light the fires. I'd like to stand on dry land before I throw up all over myself again." Ben untied the line holding the Zodiac against the Excelsior's hull, and Reese pushed the tiller over, hit the throttle, and pulled them away from the dying yacht. "Oh yeah," he crowed, feeling the power vibrate through the tiller. "She's got some legs." The little wooden dinghy had gotten them halfway across the new gulf and sacrificed itself in the process. The Zodiac, a much larger boat with a more powerful engine, had no problem cutting through the flotsam. Reese aimed straight for shore, opened up the throttle, and held on for dear life as the Zodiac tried to climb up out of the water. They sliced through waves and flotsam all the same, its reinforced hull powering through all the trash and debris streaming offshore in less time than it took to get halfway. They'd plowed their way through the debris field and approached the coast of Maine, or what was left of it. Water streamed off the high ground, falling in sheets of waterfalls all up and down the coast. The relatively low approach near Trenton, where the bridge to Mount Desert Island had been anchored, lay mostly buried under uprooted trees and lumber from devastated buildings. As they grew closer, Reese discovered a wall of twisted, broken debris blocked easy access to dry land. He stood in the rear of the Zodiac, keeping one hand on the tiller as he slowed them, looking for an easy approach to get to shore. No matter where he turned or how far north or south he looked along the coastline, the scene was the same. Jumbled remains of buildings and homes, boards and wet lumber stuck up at all angles, creating death traps for boats. Interspersed with snapped trees and ruined buildings, he found the remains of boats and watercraft of every shape and size. It was like nothing he'd ever seen. Even the destruction on Mount Desert Island paled to the catastrophe clogging Maine's shoreline. "How bad is it further inland, you think, if things look like this on the coast?" Ben asked over the roar of the outboard. Joe shook her head, holding her sodden campaign hat against her chest, and tried to wipe the tears from her face. "It ain't right. It ain't right," she said to herself. "There," Reese said, pointing ashore. He'd driven them north, looking for a way through the debris on the beach, then drifted back south toward Trenton. Just north of the highway connecting Mount Desert Island with Trenton proper, Reese spotted a clear stretch of beach, maybe 20 yards wide. He turned the throttle and goosed the engine, lifting the bow up out of the debris and surging forward. "Whoa!" Joe exclaimed. "Don't stop. The trash is just getting thicker and thicker," Ben announced from the bow. He turned to look back at Reese and made a chopping motion, directing Reese forward. "Everybody hang on!" Reese hollered as he sat down. He turned the throttle wide open and the powerful outboard changed its roar to an ear-splitting pitch. He would never be sure, but it felt like the boat tried to take flight as they slammed into a handful of trees floating just offshore. Everyone found themselves on hands and knees, pitched forward as their momentum suddenly stopped. The Zodiac crashed through the last few pieces of debris and skidded to a stop on the rocky shore. The motor sputtered and coughed, then died in a cloud of black smoke. Reese lay in the bottom of the boat, tangled on top of Joe. Ben had disappeared. For a moment, no one said anything. Seagulls cried overhead, and the rushing sound of water cascading over higher ground to tumble back into the ocean was the only thing Reese heard. Then Joe cursed. "Why don't these things come with seat belts?" Reese laughed and clambered to his feet, helping her up. He stumbled over the side, landing in shin-deep water, and splashed ashore to find Ben a dozen feet in front of the boat, on his back in a patch of seaweed. The crutch lay tangled up in what was left of a pine tree, about 6 feet away from him. When they'd all regained their feet and found purchase on dry land, Joe embraced Reese in a bear hug. "Well," he grunted as she squeezed the air from his lungs, "I don't need to see the chiropractor now." They all shared a laugh and congratulated each other on having survived the crossing and making it to dry land. "Now what do we do?" Ben asked, looking around. "Looks like a bomb went off around here," Joe commented, taking in the devastation. "Where is here, anyway?" asked Reese. "Boys, I think this is what's left of Trenton." Joe shook her head and pulled out a soaking wet phone from her pocket. She held it up, letting the water drip from its case, and squinted. "I had all kinds of maps on you, didn't I?" "Ah, yep. You're not going to do us any good now." Reese searched his pockets, but his phone was gone. He looked frantically in the Zodiac, but it wasn't there. He looked up to see Joe and Ben watching him. "My phone! It's gone! Cammy!" Ben pulled a crinkly package from his pocket. He'd wrapped his cell phone in a Ziploc bag from which he removed it and held it up like a trophy. The bag of ice you gave me melted, so I used it to protect my phone. We can text Cammy with mine, dude? Relax. Here, I'll disable the passcode so you can use it too. You little devil, Joe muttered, grinning. Ben leaned on his remaining crutch and pulled up the Maps app on his phone. Yep, that's Trenton. All right. Cell service is down, but GPS is still working just fine. See? Here we are. The others gathered around and looked down at the little glowing screen. True to his words, Ben pointed at the blue circle representing their location on the beach just north of Trenton. They all looked up as one and stared across the shortened beach past the clumps of seaweed and downed trees. Trenton had been stripped bare down to the foundations. Only one building remained standing, and that was simply 4 concrete walls. The only other structure still recognizable was a heavily damaged sign proclaiming the Trenton Bridge gas station. There's nothing here, Reese said, walking toward the road. They picked their way carefully through the debris and wreckage littering every square inch of ground until they made it to the relatively clear asphalt. Why are the roads clear? Don't know, Joe said. Don't care much either. It's easier walking. I ain't looking a gift horse in the mouth. Maybe because the road was smooth, so it allowed wreckage and stuff to move over it easier, asked Ben as he stumped along on his crutch. Whatever the reason, I'll take it, Reese said with a sigh. They stood in front of what remained of the gas station and picked through the debris. Look for anything useful. Food maps, rope, anything, Reese said as they spent several minutes poking around. I kid you not, if I find a snake, I'm going to lose it, Joe announced. Reese looked over at her out of the corner of his eye. I don't think anyone would hold it against you, but I have to say, I kind of expected more from a Texan. Keep talking smack, Joe said, adjusting the still wet first aid pack over her shoulder. When you start getting blisters, I'm not giving you any Band-Aids. After a fruitless 20 minutes picking through the debris in and around the gas station, they came away with a few bags of chips and 5 bottles of water, all buried in the back of the building under a heavy desk and a foot of mud. 2 bags of chips had been punctured and reduced to a soggy mess. The other 3 bags they opened and ate. Boys, we're going to have to be real careful with the water, Joe said as they continued their progress inland. Whenever we find a source of water, we need to all stop, rest, and drink our fill. Look around, Ben said, hopping in a circle on his crutch. You see any buildings or houses? Everything got washed away. We're on our own, guys, he warned. Come on now, Reese soothed. Let's keep it together, guys. We literally just got here. I'm sure it'll get better the further inland we go. But how much further inland do we have to go? Asked Ben. Reese shrugged. How should I know? Let's just keep moving. We'll see what we see when we see it. Nothing gets past this guy, Joe said, jerking a thumb at Reese. They walked on in silence, stumbling over bits of trash and debris in the road, helping Ben pick himself up from the ground after tripping over his crutch several times. After an hour of walking in near silence, they came to a pileup of cars. Reese called a halt, and everybody took a break, sitting on tree trunks crossing the road at an intersection. The water had piled up cars 3 and 4 high in a jumbled mess that roughly ran northwest to southeast. Most of the cars had bits of trash plastered to their sides as the water receded, and several had long strands of slimy seaweed hanging over side view mirrors. Almost every single one suffered broken windows. Reese cleared his throat. Should we check them? Joe sighed, resting her elbows on her knees. She removed her hat and swished it in front of her face, squinting up at the sun. I suppose we have to, just to see if there's anything in there we can use, but I sure don't want to. Reese stood. I'll do it. Feeling like a man walking to his own execution, Reese purposely took one step after another, his shoes crunching on the gravel until he drew even with the first car in the pileup. Before he could even reach the door handle, a strong smell, carried on the slight breeze, overpowered him. It wasn't the rotten smell of petrifying death that he expected. The odor that hit his nose was sweet and light, like Reese frowned, concentrating. Baby lotion. Reese leaned forward and peered through a broken window to see several sodden boxes ruptured in the back of a little 4-door sedan. Bottles of baby lotion floated in foot-deep water in the back seat. A diaper bag lay crumpled in the front seat next to a large car seat that had been adorned with a cloth screen, printed with cartoons of elephants and giraffes. Reese turned, his stomach roiling at the thought of what he'd find if he opened the door. He fell to his knees and dry heaved in the mud and gravel. After a moment to collect himself, he stood, wiped his mouth on the back of his hand, cast one last look inside the car, then turned and staggered back to the group. He collapsed on the trunk next to Joe, defeated. No one said a word. "Yeah," Ben muttered after a long moment of silence. "I'm good on water. I say, we just keep pushing inland. What do you guys think?" Crows cawed in the distance, a few dozen of them flapping through the air on black wings as they headed toward the coast. Reese looked up at the birds cackling to each other and back at the pile of cars. He shook his head. "We're not going to find anything here. Let's go." They walked in silence by the Hancock County Bar Harbor Airport. The entire length of the little regional airport had been stripped bare down to gravel and tarmac. Not a single structure remained. The breeze whistled across the still open space, tarmac steaming in the afternoon sun. To the east, almost half a mile away, Reese spotted a jumble of shining metal glinting in the sunlight. Pieces of planes, wings, and propellers had been piled up at the edge of the far runway where the airport property ended and the short slope down to the coast began. He shook his head and continued moving forward. "Not going to find anything here either." They walked on in sullen silence. Following Bar Harbor Road, they moved slowly past the remains of house after house, all set back tasteful distances from the road. Every now and then they found one that had more than 3 walls standing. But in only one instance did they see a house along the road that still had its roof. It was an hour after they left the remains of the airport when they saw their first body. Ben had spotted the lumpy shape in the middle of the road some distance off. Reese suspected what it was long before they reached the corpse, but that knowledge didn't prepare him at all for seeing a woman in her 30s laying face down on the ground. Her skin was a sickly pale blue, creased with dark spider veins which covered her exposed arms and most of her back. Her clothes had been shredded, whether as a result of her drowning or as her body was tumbled by the retreating waters, and mercifully she lay face down, her head shrouded in a soggy mess of curly hair. One foot still wore a fancy high-heel shoe. The other lay bare in the dirt. The 3 refugees drew close and stood a respectful distance away, staring at the body. "What do we do?" muttered Ben. "Do we dig a grave or something?" asked Reese. "With what?" demanded Joe. "I plumb forgot to bring a shovel. You remember one?" she asked Reese. Reese's mouth compressed into a thin line. He shook his head, then scratched at the stubble on his chin. "There's nothing we can do for her." "I have a feeling she's not going to be the last one we find," he said, unable to say body. "So you're saying we just keep moving, walk around her?" asked Ben. "Unless you got any other suggestions," said Joe. "Yeah, pretty much, like you said, she's dead. Ain't nothing we can do for her. We can't even bury her. It just doesn't seem right," Ben muttered. Reese sighed. "It's not right. This is about the most horrible thing I think I've ever seen. But there's nothing anybody can do about any of this now. The only thing we can do is make sure we survive. And I aim to do that. I hope whatever God she believed in shows mercy on her soul. And I'll pray for her family and loved ones, but I'm sure she'd understand if we just keep moving on our way." "You keep telling yourself that, buddy?" Ben muttered as they shuffled past. By mid-afternoon, they'd rounded a curve and waded across the new creek, created when the Jordan River overflowed its banks during the tsunami and washed out most of Route 3. As the road turned northwest, they came across a cluster of buildings with one jagged sign sticking up out of the rubble pile, proclaiming it to be the Trenton Health Center. Joe insisted they stop and look for supplies. Hot, sweaty, and quickly reaching his exhaustion point after being awake most of the night, Reese was all too ready to agree. The 3 of them shuffled their way through the debris and climbed in through a hole in the front wall of the health center. Inside, wires and lights hung from the ceiling and the humidity level rose to intolerable conditions, but it was out of the direct sun. "What an interesting smell you've discovered," Ben groused, wrinkling his nose as he leaned on his crutch. "That's got to be the worst thing I've ever smelled in my life." "Better get used to it," Reese said, trying not to cough. "It's only been a day since this thing hit. In the next few days, things are going to get pretty ripe around here." Joe picked her way cautiously through the rubble, past overturned chairs, tables, and exam beds. She coughed. "All the more reason to try to find what we can and skedaddle." She gave a little cry and bent to pick up a red satchel emblazoned with a white cross on the cover. "Like this, first aid kit." She turned it over in her hands and water dribbled out one pocket. "A little wet, but could be useful." She turned and tossed the bag to Reese, who barely caught it. "Little heads up next time, yeah?" Reese grumbled as he examined the wet satchel in his hands. "Settle down, Francis," Joe quipped. "Time to put your big boy pants on," Joe said, picking through the debris. She peered into the darkness leading down one corridor. "I don't much fancy the idea of heading down there in the dark. Anybody got a flashlight?" "Nobody's got anything, Joe," Ben said, slapping the wet jeans on his legs. "We're not exactly running the most well-equipped expedition in the world, you know." Yep," Joe muttered, bending over to examine something at her feet. "Now who's sounding like a local—" Ben said with a laugh. He grunted and overturned a reception desk, revealing a pile of boxes. "Look it, anybody need some face masks?" he asked, holding up a box of N95 masks. The cardboard, saturated for more than 24 hours, separated at the seams and spilled individually wrapped masks all over the ground. "Actually," Reese said, "grab those, they might come in handy." He opened the red satchel, flinging water drops aside, and spread the main pouch for Ben to drop a handful of the plastic-wrapped masks inside. "Look for bandages or water, any kind of sealed medicine. Preferably some antibiotic stuff," Joe advised. "I've got a feeling we're all going to have our share of cuts and scrapes. Ain't no good anybody getting an infection." "How long we going to stay here?" Ben asked, leaning on his crutch by the hole in the wall they'd used as an entrance. "I'm not going to be much good on one leg, I'll tell you that right now. This place is giving me the creeps." "That's fair," Joe said, turning and putting her hands on her hips. She looked at Reese. "What say you, fearless leader?" "Fearless leader?" Reese parroted. "Now, wait a minute." "Oh, no," Joe said, pointing at him. "This was your harebrained idea. You're the one that got us off that island. You're the one that saved our keisters with that little switcheroo out on the water. In my mind, you're the one in charge." "She's right, you know," Ben said, tilting his head toward Joe. "So the question is, do we stay here for the night, or do we keep moving?" Joe asked. She looked up at the ceiling, missing more than half of the acoustic tiles. "I mean, this place is trashed, but it's a roof over our heads." Reese shook his head. "I don't want to stay here. It's only—" He looked at his watch. "It's only 5 o'clock. We still have a few hours of sunlight left. I say we push on." Ben pulled his phone out and looked at the map again. "According to this, we should be hitting the outskirts of a little town called Ellsworth, about 3 miles northwest of here." Reese picked his way through the debris to stand next to Ben. "How far have we come? We've been walking for almost 4 hours now, about 4 miles. Mile an hour. That's not exactly a quick pace, is it?" Reese squinted as he stared out into the sunlight toward the north. "That puts us in Ellsworth at about 8 o'clock if we leave right now." He turned and looked at the others. Ben leaned on his crutch, waiting. Joe continued picking through the rubble, grunting to herself and throwing odds and ends in her backpack. "Don't look at me," she said, not looking up. "You make a decision. I'll go along with whatever you want to do, but in the meantime, I'm going to keep looking for everything I can find." Reese looked at the map on Ben's phone again. 3 miles. It wasn't very far back before the tsunami. He wouldn't have hesitated to walk 3 miles. It might take an hour to get there at a good pace. But with Ben hobbling along on a crutch with a busted leg and all the debris and destruction scattered around them, they'd be lucky to make it to Ellsworth by midnight. But then again, every mile down the road was a mile closer to home, a mile closer to Cammy and Amber. Reese clenched his hands into fists. "Let's get moving. We're burning daylight." Chapter 16, Lavelle Homestead, northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. Cammy was in the master bedroom closet wrapping up her inventory of the gun safe, reaching for her favorite 9mm Glock when she heard a car door. The master bedroom was adjacent to the garage, and the closet she was in happened to be the closest livable area inside the house to the driveway. It had always been one of her pet peeves that she could be in the closet and hear someone pull up in the driveway with absolutely no other sounds in the house, no background noise of air conditioners or TVs or radios. She heard very clearly the muffled whoomp. Holding the empty Glock in her hand, Cammy selected a loaded magazine from the shelf in the gun safe and rammed it home. She pulled the slide back, checked that she had a round in the pipe, and let it go, pulling out her favorite concealed carry paddle holster. She slipped the firearm in the small of her back and dropped her t-shirt over it, then scurried from the room, after locking the safe. "Amber, Mitch, either of you two out front?" she called as quietly as possible. "No, Mom. We're both in the kitchen setting up the radio. What's up?" Amber called from the other side of the house. Cammy rushed down the hallway toward the kitchen, keeping a wary eye on the front door. "Somebody just pulled up in our driveway. You two stay here without waiting to hear arguments. Cammy turned and walked confidently toward the front door. A shadow passed in front of the frosted window that covered part of the door before Cammy heard a soft knock. She approached the door, took a deep breath, then unlocked it and opened it, one hand behind her back resting on the Glock's grip. "Hello, Mia Stevens, a neighbor, more of an acquaintance, really, from the newer, more crowded side of the neighborhood," stood on Cammy's doorstep, her face a mask of worry. A little younger than Cammy, Mia had a couple of kids just getting into their teenage years. Cammy had seen them playing outside several times on her occasional walks through the neighborhood. "Mia," Cammy asked, lowering her hand to her side. She opened the door. "Is everything okay? Come on in," Cammy said, looking over Mia's shoulder to make sure the woman was alone. "Hi, Cammy. I'm so sorry to bother you," Mia said, stepping inside the cool interior of the Lavelle household. "My goodness, how do you keep your house so cool? You still have power." "Oh, no," Cammy stuttered. "We just opened the windows. It's such a nice day and there's a lovely breeze." Mia nodded, understanding. "Of course I should do that, but don't you worry that the power's going to come back on? Running air conditioning with windows open?" Cammy shut the door behind them and directed Mia toward the kitchen. "Oh, I'm not too worried. I'd rather have the house aired out anyway. Too much air conditioning irritates my allergies, you know?" "Hey, you want something to drink?" Cammy asked, desperate to change the subject. "Let's go in the kitchen and sit down." Cammy led Mia through the house, and after introducing Amber and Mitch, she went to the fridge and got everyone a bottle of cold water. Mia drank half of hers before realizing it was refrigerated. "You have cold water!" Cammy shrugged, making eye signals at Amber and Mitch to stay quiet. "Oh, we don't open the fridge very much. Turns out it will stay cold a lot longer than people think if you just leave it shut. You haven't lived here very long, have you? Not gone through many hurricanes?" Even in the dim natural light in the kitchen, Cammy easily saw Mia blush as she looked down. "No, Jimmy and I have only been here for a year and a half. We haven't been through a hurricane yet." Cammy nodded and sat down to join the others. "Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. If you have any questions or need help with anything, don't be a stranger, okay?" Mia held the water bottle with two slightly trembling hands. "You think it's going to last a long time? The power outage, I mean?" Cammy took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Honestly, yeah, I do. I don't have anything to back it up. Just a gut reaction, I guess," Cammy said, as neutral as she could. "All I wanted to do was go to the store and get some bottled water and toilet paper. We're almost out," and Mia put a hand over her eyes and choked back a sob. Cammy moved her chair closer and put a comforting arm around Mia while giving the kids a confused look. "Mia, honey, what's wrong? What happened? Are you okay?" "Are the kids? Oh, no, the kids are fine. They're at home. Our neighbor, Stacy, she's their babysitter. She's watching them for me," Mia said. "Amber shot Mitch a look. Haven't started school yet?" Mitch asked, conversationally. Cammy handed Mia some tissues and waited while she blew her nose. "Yeah, everybody's home for another 2 weeks, so we're going through all of our stuff that much faster. I had the kids drink up all the milk last night because with the power out, everything is getting warm." She looked at Cammy's fridge, then back to the tabletop. "We never thought to keep the fridge closed. I bet the kids have been opening it every 5 minutes, just to see if anything's changed. It's a habit, you know?" Cammy chuckled sympathetically. "Don't I know it? The first couple hurricanes that came through and knocked out power back in the day. Oh, I guess Amber was only about 8 years old. We lost so much food," Cammy laughed. "Had to refill the fridge and freezer several times before we figured out to keep everything closed." "Oh," Mia said, perking up. "We have one of those little freezers out in the garage we stocked up during the big end of summer meat sale the other day." Cammy nodded. "Good. That stuff will stay frozen for a good couple days. The trick is, when you pull stuff out, do it quick and don't open it again. Frozen stuff will keep the temperature safe for a while. But you're going to have to start cooking things. I'd eat what's in your fridge first, then start in on the freezer." Mia nodded. "That's not going to be fun. Pretty much the only thing my kids will eat is chicken nuggets and Cheerios, sometimes pizza. It's so hard to get them to eat anything." Cammy nodded. "Amber was the same way when she was their age. Trust me, if they get hungry enough, they'll eat." Mia took a deep, shuddering breath. "Thanks, Cammy. I just needed someone to calm me down, I guess. It's just so crazy out there right now." "What do you mean crazy?" asked Mitch. Well, like I said, I was just running to town to get some more water and toilet paper and some snacks for the kids, and the streets were totally clogged with people. I've never seen so much traffic in Ashley before. It's insane. And don't even think about going to a gas station. There must be cars lined up halfway to the interstate. She shook her head, tight black curls dancing prettily in the dim light. When I finally made it to the store, the parking lot was overflowing. I had to park down the street and walk. Can you believe that? What was it like inside? Asked Cammy, leaning forward. Mia stared at the fridge, not seeing anything. It's like the end of the world. I saw two women fighting over a bag of rice. They were actually pulling hair and slapping at each other. In the end, it took a couple employees to pull them apart, but by then they'd ripped open the bag of rice, and it had gone all over the place. That's terrible, Cammy said. Her back ramrod straight, her hands splayed on the table, her fears had come true. Things had fallen apart already. Mia nodded. Then an old lady came up and started scooping the rice up off the ground. That got the manager involved, and then the shouting started all over again. Mia took a sip of her water. I've never seen anything like it. It's like people have lost their minds. I can't believe it got that bad so soon, Amber muttered. The lights only went out last night. I know, Mia commiserated. On the way out of the grocery store, I never did get any water or toilet paper. All I managed to find was some chips and pretzels. The store was already picked clean when I got there. They said there was another shipment coming in tomorrow, but I don't know if the roads around here are any indication. Nothing is going to be coming in for a long time. There are accidents everywhere. People having to leave their cars and just walk. I barely got out as it is. Jimmy's going to kill me? Why is that? Asked Cammy. Because I got scared when I was leaving the parking lot. All I could think of was getting home and getting to the kids. I couldn't find any water, couldn't find any toilet paper. The only thing I ended up doing was using up gas and getting into an accident. Oh my goodness, Cammy blurted. Are you okay? I'm fine, Mia said, waving off Cammy's concern. It was just a little fender bender. I got too close to somebody, and they scraped the side of my car. Jimmy's going to be so mad, Mia moaned, resting her face in her hands. There, Cammy soothed, patting her neighbor on the back. I'm sure it's not as bad as all that, Jimmy will understand. These things happen during times of emergency. You should hear Reese talk about some horror stories he's lived through during hurricanes, Cammy said, her voice trailing off. Amber looked down at the table and fidgeted with the tablecloth. Cammy swallowed, cleared her throat, and continued. My point is, give it another day or two and everything will be put in perspective. A scratch down the side of your car is really no big deal. You'll see. Thanks, Cammy. You're a lifesaver. I hate to ask. Mia looked at Cammy's fridge, then back to Cammy. Is there any way I might be able to get another bottle of water or two? I'm sure the kids are pretty thirsty by now. We had all the windows shut in the house to be ready for when the air conditioning came back on. It was hot when I left this morning, and I can't imagine what it's like right now if they haven't opened any windows. Of course, Cammy said, standing up. She moved toward the fridge, quickly opened it, and pulled out 2 bottles, shutting it again before Mia could see how well stocked it was. She hoped Mia didn't notice that the light was on, either. They hadn't had a chance to unplug the fridge from the solar array before the unexpected guest had arrived. Cammy logged those as 2 potential security threats and vowed to address them when Mia left. They had to do a better job of making sure people didn't know how well off they were. If things were as bad as Mia was saying already, only 36 hours after the tsunami, things were likely going to get a lot worse very fast. Cammy turned, pushing away the dark thoughts, and plastered a fake smile on her face. Here you go, dear. She put the 2 bottles on the table, then held up a finger to stop Mia from thanking her. Hold that thought. I have an idea. Be right back. She skipped out of the kitchen and, once out of sight, ran as quietly as she could to the garage. Slipping into the darkened cave, she searched along the wall where Reese normally parked his car. Several 5-gallon buckets had been stacked up and prepared years ago, filled with mylar-sealed, vacuum-packed bags of rice and beans portioned out to equal a meal's worth for her and Reese. Moving the top buckets to the ground, she lifted up the one on the bottom and examined the seal. Everything was still in good shape, although it was a bit dusty. She leaned down and looked at the masking tape label she'd attached to the bucket when she'd first stored it. The date was 6 years ago. Perfect. Cammy had plenty of stores, and giving one of the 5-gallon buckets to a neighbor would go a long way toward establishing goodwill and gaining allies in the neighborhood. If things were going south in town, just a handful of miles away, one of the things floating in the back of Cammy's mind was to get the neighborhood together. If they created a unified front, it might help dissuade anyone looking for trouble from finding it in B's Landing. Cammy stood and hefted the heavy bucket, carrying it awkwardly on one hip as she exited the garage. She had to walk a fine line now. She didn't want to give out too much food, or word would spread that the Lavelle house was the new Walmart. On the other hand, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night, knowing that Mia, her husband, and their 2 kids went hungry when she had the means to help. She understood that there was always the threat of giving out too much food and making things hard on herself and Amber and Mitch, but to the best of her knowledge, Mia and Jimmy didn't have a thriving garden like she did. She had at least a couple months' worth of food out back. All they had to do was harvest it and figure out a way to preserve it. That was yet another problem to solve, another item on her ever-growing mental list of things to do. Cammy worked her way back into the kitchen and put the smile back on her face as she set the bucket down on the table. "Ta-da, what's this?" asked Mia. "It's just a little something I wanted to give you and Jimmy." "I know you said you were out looking for stuff, and you know I'm a wilderness guide. It's not much, but it's the last of my work supplies," Cammy lied. "Basically packs of rice and beans and spices, enough to make meals for me on the trail for weeks at a time." She stepped back and eyed the bucket. "There's probably enough in here for you and your family for a good 3 weeks." Mia broke down in tears, jumped up from her chair, and embraced Cammy tightly. She buried her face in the crook of Cammy's neck and sobbed, her whole body shaking. Cammy reached out and slowly wrapped her arms around her neighbor, patting the younger woman on the back. "It's okay, come on now, Mia, it's okay." "Thank you," Mia said, stepping back and releasing Cammy from the death grip. "Thank you so much," she said, wiping her face with both hands. "I can never repay you. I don't know what to say." Cammy was about to reply when Amber stood up. "You know what?" "Hang on. I've got an extra flashlight and some batteries you can have too." She stepped out of the room and came back a moment later to meet Cammy's glare. Her step faltered, and she almost dropped the flashlight when she glanced at her mother, then focused on Mia and handed over the gear. "I got this the other day and was going to take it back to college, but since it doesn't look like I'm going anywhere anytime soon, I guess you can use it more than me." "Oh no, Amber, I can't take this." "Really, between this and the food, it's too much." Cammy took the flashlight and batteries from Amber and placed them in Mia's hands, then wrapped the younger woman's fingers around them. "Please, I insist Reese would want you to have them too." "Where is he?" Mia asked. I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude, it's just that, well, Jimmy didn't come home from work last night and I'm just getting a little worried, that's all." Amber shot Cammy a severe look. "I'm sure he'll be home soon," she said. "Amber's right. We came from Charleston right after the tsunami hit and the roads were bad, but they weren't blocked. I'm sure it's just taking everyone a little longer to get home." "What about Reese?" Cammy's chest tightened. "I'm sure he's fine," she said quickly. "Here, let me help you get this to your car," she said. "Amber, grab the water, would you?" The 3 of them headed for Mia's car, brushing off the copious apologies and gratitude from their neighbor as they went. At last, Cammy shut the trunk on Mia's little sedan and waved as she backed out into the street. When her car had disappeared around the curve and over the bridge to the north, heading to the other side of the neighborhood, Cammy rounded on Amber. "From now on, I don't want you offering anything to anyone, you understand? Anything to anyone? If someone around here is going to be giving out food or supplies, it'll be me, okay?" Amber took a step back. Okay. I don't get what the big deal is." Cammy sighed, rubbed her forehead for a second, then started walking toward the house. "Honey, if things are as bad as Mia said they are, and I have no reason to doubt her, then we have to be extremely careful in times like this. Bad people will take advantage however they can. Is that why you're carrying?" Amber asked, unable to hide a smile in her voice. Cammy turned deadly serious. "That's exactly why I'm carrying, and we're going to make sure that you and Mitch get trained up so that you can start carrying too." It won't take long for the scuffle Mia described in the grocery store to turn into gunfights over bags of rice and gallons of water. Once people realize the power is out across the country and help is not coming from the next state over, things are going to get bad fast. She looked at Amber.
Your father and I watched it happen when Hurricane Andrew hit South Florida in '91.
It was the same thing during Katrina. She shook her head. Now? She asked, holding the front door open for her daughter. Nobody has realized yet that there is no help coming. The National Guard, the state troopers, all the government employees you can think of from South Carolina. They're all trying to help those people along the coast where the damage is real. People like us, just out of the danger zone, but without power. We're on our own. You watch, it's going to get bad. That's why we've got to be ready. I don't understand, Amber said as Cammy shut the front door and locked it. Why? We can't give out some of the stuff we've got to people who need it. You know, we've got way more than we need. That's not the point, sweetie. We have way more than we need. Sure, if the emergency lasts a couple weeks or months, we'll be good. Shoot, we're probably good all the way through most of the winter right now. But the point is, if we start giving out food to Mia and she talks to anybody on her side of the neighborhood, we'll have people coming to our door all hours of the night asking for food, and there's going to come a point, Cammy said as they re-entered the kitchen. There's going to come a point where people aren't going to take no for an answer. Starving people are desperate. Starving parents are downright dangerous. People will do anything to make sure their kids aren't starving. Amber cocked her head and crossed her arms. Oh, you're so sweet. I'm serious, Amber, Cammy said, mustering as much sternness in her voice as possible. If everything goes sideways, I will not hesitate to kill someone in order to ensure your safety. You understand what kind of statement that is? Cammy asked. You understand what I'm willing to do to ensure your safety? Amber lowered her arms and nodded, hands in her pockets. She looked more like a 10-year-old than a 19-year-old. Yeah, I guess that is pretty serious. I hadn't thought of it that way. I'm sorry, Mom. Cammy stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her daughter. Don't be sorry, sweetie. Just trust me on this one, okay? You can ask questions and second-guess my decisions all you want in private, but in front of other people, just follow my lead, okay? Cammy turned to peer over Amber's head at Mitch. The same goes for you too, mister. Mitch stood from the table and came to attention, snapping a smart salute. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. He lowered his arm, and the smile faded. Seriously, Cammy, I don't even know if I'd be alive right now if you two hadn't come to my shop when you did. I'll do whatever you ask, whatever it takes, you just let me know. I haven't been able to get through to my dad today, so you guys are kind of like... He swallowed his Adam's apple, moving, casting a shadow on his shirt. You guys are kind of like my only family right now, he said, his voice tightening. Mitch cleared his throat. So, whatever you need, just say the word. Cammy reached out an arm and pulled Mitch into a group hug. Guys, we're going to get through this. We just have to stick together. I don't know how much more together we can get without it being illegal in 37 states, Amber muttered. Her face pushed into Cammy's neck. All three of them jumped back and laughed. All kidding aside, this whole encounter with Mia has got me a little rattled. I'll feel a lot better if we skipped through some things on our list and worked on security. What about you guys? I'm not looking over my shoulder and jumping at shadows yet, Mitch said. But Mia definitely got my attention. What do we need to do? Cammy narrowed her eyes out the window. That rain is almost here. I'd like for us to get out there and get as much harvesting done as possible before the rain hits. We're getting close to the end of the season, and I want to make sure we don't lose any of our crop out there. It might be critically important in a couple months if things continue going the way I think they're going. Sounds good to me. I'll get a couple buckets from the garage and meet you guys out there, Amber said, walking out of the kitchen. Cammy opened the back door and nodded for Mitch to lead the way. Age before beauty, she muttered. Mitch laughed as he stepped out into the waning sunshine. He glanced up. I think you're right. Cammy-san looks like a pretty good gully washer coming in. Outside, Cammy looked up at the dark clouds billowing on the horizon. You know, we should collect the rain as much as possible, too. She peered through the dense foliage toward Marty Price's house. I can barely see through the trees, but I do believe Marty is putting buckets on his back deck. Mitch nodded. I'll go help Amber and see what we can find. Alone in her garden, surrounded by the dense, lush greenery and ripening vegetables, Cammy inhaled the deep, earthy scent and felt a sense of relaxation and calm descend on her shoulders. It was exactly what she needed. Nothing soothed her soul like getting her fingers in the dirt and tending her beloved plants. The only thing better would be if Reese came outside with a couple cold beers to assist. Cammy felt the tears well up, then clenched her jaw and shook her head. No, the time for that's over, no more. She stepped forward through the little weathered wooden gate and approached her tomato plants. Reese is on his own. I've got enough to worry about. Chapter 17. Ellsworth, Maine. An hour after leaving the remains of the Trenton Health Center, Reese had to call his little group to a stop. Mud flows washed over the road from the remains of the tsunami had completely congested the way forward. Reese struggled through shin-deep mud, losing his deck shoes more than once. Red-faced and sweating, he bent over to give Ben, still hobbling along on his broken crutch, a chance to catch his breath. Ben closed his eyes, exhausted, sat in the muck, then fell onto his back, arms spread out wide. "He can't go much further like this," Joe said around deep breaths. I don't how much further I can go." Reese nodded, panting, and trudged his way through the debris-laden muck to Ben's side. "Hey, you hanging in there? I'm not gonna lie," Ben gasped, staring up at the late afternoon sky. "I've had better days. Ellsworth can't be that much further up the road," Reese observed. "I can't," Ben muttered, closing his eyes. A shudder rippled through his body, and he wiped at his face weakly. "I can't. I'm done, dude." Reese rubbed his lower back and stretched, groaning with the effort. Looking around, he saw there were no standing buildings nearby of any kind. A house off the road just west of their position had been stripped to the foundations. Smoke drifted lazily up into the sky from a pile of debris spread out over about an acre of open land behind where the structure had once stood. Only bits and pieces of pipe and framing stuck up out of the mud to tell passers-by that someone had once lived there. Reese turned his attention to the short, scraggly trees, or the remains of said trees, closer to the road. He forced his way through the mud and found 2 stout pine saplings, each a couple inches in diameter. "Joe, come over here and give me a hand. What are we doing?" she asked, working her way through the stinking, clinging mud. Reese grabbed one of the pine saplings and leaned back, letting his weight pull the trunk. "Push toward me from the other side. Let's see if we can pull this thing out of the ground." When Joe added her weight to it, the roots buried in saturated mud and soil gave way. They struggled a little more with the second tree, but after a few minutes had a pair of stout poles complete with root balls, laying in the mud next to Ben. "I don't think I need new crutches," Ben said, shaking his head. "Those aren't crutches, you big galoot," Joe quipped. She removed the sweat-stained backpack from her shoulders and dug around inside for a moment. "What's the best way to get an injured person out of a dangerous situation when you can't carry them?" "I'll tell you how," she said. "It's with a travois." She pulled out a bundle of rope in triumph. "You're a crafty one, Reese." She tossed him the rope. "I may have been a Boy Scout back in the day," Reese said, snatching the bundle of rope from the air. He knelt in the mud and lashed the 2 poles together. "Might also be a little rusty at this." "Here, if we weave some smaller sticks through there, it might give a little support," Joe said, crouching next to Ben and adding a bundle of smaller sticks to the work in progress. A few moments later, they had Ben lie on the backing of rope and sticks between the 2 saplings. "It's not the most comfortable thing I've ever sat on," Ben muttered, adjusting his position and wiping mud off his arms. "And it's probably the most embarrassing thing I've ever had to do." "Are you kidding me right now?" Reese said, standing. "You're going to complain?" "Oh no, I'm not complaining. Embarrassed, eternally grateful, and ashamed." "You bet, not complaining though." "All right," Joe said, wiping her hands. "Let's get this dog and pony show on the road. I don't know about you boys, but I don't intend to be sleeping out in the mud tonight." Reese picked up the end of the travois where the 2 poles intersected. "Okay, on 3, let's get moving." Joe nodded. 1, 2, 3. Reese and Joe lifted the travois until he could take the weight unassisted. He leaned forward and forced his legs to move, dragging the cradle forward through the sucking mud. "Mush!" Ben shouted gleefully. "This guy?" Reese grunted, shaking his head. Joe picked her way through the mud field, ranging out ahead of them, using a long stick she'd found to maintain balance. Reese followed 20 yards behind, dragging Ben in the makeshift litter. Their rate of progress slowed even further than before, but Ben was able to finally rest his injured leg. By the time they found a city limits sign on the edge of Ellsworth, Reese had long since given up looking at their surroundings as they walked. There were too many bodies, too much destruction, and too much sorrow for him to process. Instead, he focused on one squelching step after another. Pull free of the mud, slop a sodden shoe down one more step, repeat, and move a little further down the road. More than once, He lowered his guard, and his eyes drifted to the side of the road. The further inland they moved, the more people they spotted in small clumps gathered by the remains of structures. Some cried over bodies, others moved in a trance, not seeing anything as they stumbled around the wreckage of their lives. Only once did someone approach them, running comically slow as the mud stripped off one boot. The man approached them, begging for help. Reese informed him that they were seeking help for themselves, but instead of an angry response, the wretched survivor dropped to his knees in the mud and wept. Joe gave the poor man half a bottle of water, her last reserves and the last snack bars she'd brought from the ranger station, and they moved on. Every step brought them closer to the perceived salvation of Ellsworth. The sun crept closer to the horizon with each slogging, painful mile they passed, but by the time they found a cluster of buildings on the outskirts of Ellsworth, the debris and mud from the tsunami finally started to lessen. Reese could hardly believe it as their pace quickened, less hindered by ankle-deep mud than the shin-deep muck they'd been traveling through. Joe moved on ahead, easily outpacing Reese with the travois until she disappeared from sight. Everything around them was still wet, as if floodwaters had only recently receded a few hours earlier, but the high watermark stains on the sides of buildings only appeared about a foot above the ground. However, any hope Reese had of finding streetlights and welcoming lit buildings in Ellsworth were dashed as the sun fully set and darkness swabbed the town. "They lost power this far inland?" Reese gasped as they finally broke free of the mud field and dragged the litter across damp but clear asphalt. "I guess so," Ben replied. "Okay, man, let me out. I can handle walking on this. Seriously." Ben pleaded from the travois. "Don't gotta tell me twice," Reese said, dropping his burden to the ground. Ben clambered from the litter and retrieved his spindly crutch, then winced as he put weight on his injured leg. "Thanks, bro. I'd still be back there in the mud if you hadn't." Reese waved off his gratitude while trying to stretch his back. "Don't worry about it." Joe found them a moment later, a broad smile plastered on her face. She walked up with a spring in her step, her stick thumping on the asphalt. "Well, boys, I got good news and I got bad news. What do you want first?" She waited, glancing from Ben to Reese. Reese sighed. "Let's have the bad news." Joe stuck her tongue out at him. "Party pooper. All right, it's pretty obvious there's no power here," she said, raising both hands to encompass the buildings lining the deserted street. "And the good news?" asked Ben in a tired voice. "We ain't the only people left on Earth after all. Looks like a good chunk of town, the ones that stayed behind, that is, are all gathered over yonder in the gathering gloom." Reese could hardly see where she pointed, but he could see a faint glow emanating in the distance, behind the row of small shops that lined the street. "Is that light?" he asked. "A high-up," Joe replied, rocking on her heels. "Looks like the locals got some guineas running over at the Walmart. I'd say it's the only game in town right about now." "I don't know about you guys," Reese breathed, "but I'm about at the end of my rope." "Right there with you," Joe replied. She clapped Reese on the back. "What say we go check it out? Think they have any bottled water and toilet paper?" asked Ben as the group limped down the road. It took longer than Reese liked, stumbling around on dark, unfamiliar streets, but they finally rounded one last building and came within sight of the Walmart. Immediately, Reese's rising spirits crashed to earth and burst into flames. The store itself was in a state of partial collapse. Most of the front windows by the double set of automatic doors had been smashed. The doors themselves had been covered in haphazard chunks of graffiti-smeared plywood. A semicircle of cop cars, lights flashing, stood as silent sentinels in front of the building. Outside the barrier, maybe half a dozen uniformed cops held a sizable crowd at bay. They stood at the far end of the parking lot and watched the writhing mass of people. There were arc lights set up at strategic points behind the cop cars. Reese could see the situation was almost completely out of hand. An object sailed through the air over the crowd toward the store, glinting in the harsh glare of the lights. It shattered into 1,000 sparkling teardrops on the hood of the closest squad car. "You guys see that? Someone's throwing bottles at the cops," muttered Reese. "You know what? I'm actually all stocked up. I don't need to make a run to the store after all," Ben added. "We should at least see if anyone has any information," Reese suggested. "I doubt if any of these clodhoppers knows much about the outside world." "Look at this place," Joe groused, kicking at an empty 2-liter bottle of Coke on the ground. "Looks like the day after a CCR concert." "A who concert?" Ben asked. "Hush," Joe said, waving off Ben's question. Someone up by the police barricade shouted indistinctly, and the crowd surged forward, then retreated when the police closed ranks. Whatever we do, we should do it soon. I'm thinking this situation is reaching critical mass, Joe observed, like pretty quick. Reese took a step, then another, ignoring the screaming muscles in his legs and back. Watching the crowd would not help him recover from the day's activities, nor would it get him any closer to home. He had to act, he had to do something before he fell over and passed out. The angry shouting and demands for food, water, and answers increased and set Reese's teeth on edge. The people he gently tried to move through were hungry, thirsty, and scared. It was a dangerous combination that made the back of his neck prickle. By the time he reached the front of the crowd, he was forced to shove people out of his way. It was like being in a well-behaved mosh pit. Every step he took, he also took an elbow to the ribs or some other part of a body collided with him. He clenched his jaw and shouldered forward, unable to see whether Joe or Ben had followed it. Didn't matter, he wanted answers, and he'd report back whatever he discovered. "Excuse me," he said, trying to keep the young man next to him from throwing an arm to his face. "It ain't right," the man yelled, ignoring Reese and focusing on the cops. "Let us in! Yeah, let us in!" Another voice shouted a split second before the crowd took up the chant. The noise echoed across the parking lot, reverberating against the storefront. Reese felt the crowd pulse and move in rhythm with the words, taunts, and shouts. Then someone placed their hands on his back and shoved. He tumbled past the edge of the crowd into no man's land and ended up on his hands and knees near one of the squad cars. He knew the police officers were about out of patience when he looked up and found the business end of a semi-automatic pistol pointed at his face. The cop holding the weapon yelled in a commanding voice, "Freeze! That one word! Silence the crowd!" There was a 3-second vacuum between the last chant and group realization that a cop had pulled his sidearm free. The rest of the cops drew their weapons and aimed out into the crowd. A woman screamed, and before Reese could even think to raise his hands, the rear section of the crowd streamed away, running for shelter. Hi," Reese said, slowly raising his hands and maintaining eye contact with the cop currently aiming at his head. "I don't mean to bother you, officer, but is there any chance we can go shopping?" The cop just scowled at him. Shadows danced across the parking lot, revealing the angry mob had dwindled to a concerned crowd. And even that group was shrinking fast, coming closer to a simple, confused knot. Another officer pounded over his sidearm, conspicuously still in its holster. "Glivens, what's going on over here? Where'd the crowd go?" The man holding the gun on Reese, Officer Glivens, shrugged, then pointed at Reese. "This guy shows up and everyone leaves." The second officer sighed and hooked his thumbs under his utility belt. "Well, what's your story, stranger?" "My friends and I left Mount Desert Island this morning. We're trying to get home." "I'll say, aren't we all?" asked the second officer in a nasally New England twang. "Where are you from? Willing to bet it's not anywhere nearabouts." "Charleston, officer, South Carolina. We just want to go home." Reese looked at Glivens. "Can I lower my hands?" "I suppose that's the least we can do for you on account that you just up and dispersed the crowd we've been trying to wrangle for the last 3 hours," said the second cop. He reached down a strong hand and hauled Reese to his feet. "Name's Foster, Cal Foster. I think I'm the one in charge of this circus." Reese shook hands with Cal and glanced around. "I'm sorry, but my friends and I are exhausted. I'd love to. Can you tell me if there's anywhere we can rest for the night?" Foster looked around. "It's a big parking lot." Chapter 18, Lavelle Homestead, northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. Cammy sighed and leaned back in her Adirondack chair, propping her feet up on the weathered leg rest. She took a sip of lukewarm water and closed her eyes, hoping the rhythmic sound of cicadas and crickets, interspersed with the odd owl, would lull her to sleep. Behind her, out on the main road, another car raced down the street, headlights briefly illuminating trees as they rounded the corner and disappeared toward the neighborhood exit. It was the fourth one this hour. She glanced at her watch, hitting the dial to illuminate the little screen. Almost 11 o'clock at night. The number of neighbors who raced out of the neighborhood had dropped since the afternoon, but she was still surprised that so many people left so late at night. She took another drink from her water and adjusted her hips, waiting for sleep to take her. "Where do they think they're going?" she whispered to herself. Soft footsteps inside the house and the creak of the screen door broke the cadence of the insect symphony. Cammy rolled her head to the side. "Can't sleep, honey?" Amber shut the screen door behind her and padded on bare feet to the matching Adirondack chair just left of Cammy. The fabric of her t-shirt and shorts whispered against the wood as she settled in the chair. Every time one of those cars drives by, the headlights light up my room and it wakes me up. You? Cammy stared at the darkened ceiling of their screened-in porch. As far as safety was concerned, the thin mesh screens wouldn't stop anyone from busting through, but it was enough to keep the biting insects out, and it let Cammy enjoy the cool night air in relative peace. About an hour ago, just as I was about to fall asleep, I imagined somebody breaking through the screen on the window in my room. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Amber was quiet for a long moment. Thanks for that. Now I'm wide awake, Cammy snorted. You asked? Even with the windows open, it's getting kind of stuffy in there, Amber said, moving her arm to indicate the interior of the house. I don't know how Mitchell can sleep on the couch in the living room like that. It was Amber's turn to snort. He was snoring when I walked by just a minute ago. She stayed quiet for a long moment. If you're worried about people breaking in through the screens, why don't we put the hurricane shutters up? Amber asked. No one could get through those sheets of plywood. Well, at least not easily. I thought about it. Cammy took a pull from the water bottle. Problem is, I haven't seen anybody else do it, and if we make this place look like Fort Knox, people will think we have something worth defending. That would make us a target. Now you're starting to sound like Mr. Price, Amber joked. Every hour that goes by and I see more crazy stuff happening just in our neighborhood, and I'm thinking he's got the right idea, Amber sighed. Well, I gotta give him credit. We were able to collect a couple gallons of water today by putting all those buckets out when the storm hit. Might not be much, Cammy agreed, but we didn't have very many containers out. We'll be ready next time, Cammy said. I bet he's got a whole cistern buried out in his yard somewhere. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, listening to the night sounds, insects serenading one another, and predators moving through the woods, calling on the wind. I don't know if it's because the power's out or I'm just getting older, but suddenly those woods out there seem a lot more comforting than spooky. Cammy smiled. Probably a combination of both, sweetie. When you realize that there are a lot more things in the world to worry about than bogeymen and shadows in the night, the woods seem like a pretty safe place, even with grizzlies roaming around. Well, Amber said, scoffing, I'm not exactly worried about grizzlies. That's only when you're in Alaska, Mom. But now that you mentioned people breaking in through the screens, you realize there's nothing between us and the outside right now but the screens in this porch, right? Oh, there's nobody out there, Cammy said, exhaling. Could be black bears, I suppose, but no people. How do you know that? You and Dad have some night vision goggles you didn't tell me about. Cammy laughed softly, surprising herself by the sound of her voice echoing through the yard. You hear all the crickets and cicadas out there? And the frogs and owls. Yeah, Amber said. So, trust me, if somebody was out there sneaking around, we wouldn't hear any of that. You'd bet your life on that. Cammy reached out to her right and picked up the Glock sitting on the tray table next to her chair. Not exactly. I have this and my experience to back me up. If something is moving around out there, the insects and animals nearby are like an early warning system. If you know how to listen. Really? Asked Amber, her voice dubious. It saved my life a couple times when bears got a little too curious about our campsite out on Alaskan hunts. Amber was silent for a long moment and they sat listening to the night again. Mom, do you ever think? Amber fell silent as a sharp crack ripped through the night air, silencing all the animals and insects in the surrounding woods. Cammy snatched her firearm from the tray table and sat up, cocking her head and listening, trying to determine the direction of the gunshot. Was that? Amber began in a voice far too loud for the situation. Sash, Cammy hissed. That was close. A moment later, they heard another gunshot, this one further away and muffled, just before a loud boom resounded through the neighborhood. Shotgun, Cammy muttered. She stood and walked to the corner of the porch, pointing northeast. That first shot sounded closer, but the other two were definitely coming from the other side of the neighborhood. Amber stood and moved next to her. Somebody having a shootout? Cammy shook her head, then spoke, realizing Amber couldn't see the gesture. I don't know. I didn't think things had gotten that bad so fast. It could be somebody tried to break into the wrong house. Most people don't walk around carrying shotguns, you know. The screen door opened with a creak and Mitch joined them, scratching his chest. Somebody shoot a gun out here? He asked, his voice echoing across the yard. Sash! Amber and Cammy hissed together. Sheesh, sorry, Mitch whispered, shutting the squeaky door softly and feeling his way along the exterior wall to join Cammy and Amber. What's going on? He whispered. We didn't shoot a gun, but someone did. I'd say it was a pistol, and pretty close too, Cammy said. Yeah, then somebody fired again a little further away, and somebody else pulled the trigger on a shotgun. You saw all this? Mitch asked, incredulous. No, we heard it. When you're around firearms for a living, you get to recognize the sounds. Something's going down in our neighborhood, guys. I don't like this, Mom, Amber whispered. Cammy stood still for a moment, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck rise. Guys, she said slowly, her voice barely audible. Everybody back inside right now. Move slow, don't talk, Cammy said, putting a hand on Amber's back and gently nudging her toward the door. Mitchell, be careful with that door. Inside now, she said, insistent. All three of them padded silent as ghosts to the screen door, and Mitch carefully pulled it back just far enough for them to slip through, then gently closed it behind him. The rusted hinge squeaked only at the very last second, and barely loud enough to be heard across the room. Cammy added to her mental list that they should oil the hinge first thing in the morning. She slid the locking bar down, knowing that anyone who wanted to could just walk right through the screen, but it made her feel better. Besides, she reasoned, most crooks would simply try to open the door first, in which case it would rattle, giving away their intentions and alerting anyone inside. At any rate, it was the best they were going to do in the middle of the night, in the dark. What exactly is going on? Asked Mitch. Amber reached up and put her hand over Mitch's mouth. Listen, you hear any bugs out there? Any owls or anything? Mitch shook his head, his eyes white in the reflected moonlight. Exactly. They're still spooked after the gunshots, Cammy whispered. Or someone's out there. I don't like this. What can we do? Asked Amber in a whisper as they reached the kitchen. It was the central hub of the house, but with three openings, one down the hallway toward the front door and the living spaces in the front of the house, one to the glass door to the patio, and one hallway leading to the garage. The kitchen would be hard to defend. Cammy clenched her jaw in frustration. She'd never been able to convince Reese that they should have had a tornado shelter or a panic room built into their copious garage space. Now, more than ever, she was regretting not convincing him of the worthiness of that particular project. You guys get upstairs to the frog? What? It's stifling upstairs, Amber protested. This is not open for debate, Cammy said, sharper than she'd meant. We didn't open the windows behind the media center. Have Mitch help you pull that beast away from the wall, and you can get 2 more windows open. They face north, so at least some of the breeze out of the west should work its way in. But Amber began. You promised to do what I say when I say it, Cammy insisted. It's the safest room in the house. There's only one way in and one way out. Plus, we can escape out the hobbit hole if we need to. You think somebody's going to try and break in? Asked Mitch. I don't know, but I don't like this. You two get upstairs. I'm getting the shotgun, and I'll meet you there. Oh, snap, Mitch muttered. It's getting real now. Amber grabbed his arm and shoved him toward the stairs in the foyer. Come on, let's go. I'll be right there, Cammy hissed. She raced barefoot down the hall into her own room, then rushed to the closet. She put her hand on the biometric battery-powered scanner attached to the front of the safe, and the combination lock lit up green to show she'd gained access. Cammy cursed, kicked her foot out, and nudged the closet door shut, trapping the bright light from the safe inside the closet. If anyone had been outside the house casing the place, they would have seen a flash of light emanate from her bedroom window. Stupid, Cammy muttered at herself as she rummaged through the safe, blinking her eyes to adjust to the LED lights. Reese had installed to illuminate the interior. She selected Reese's short-barreled shotgun and a box of self-defense shells, looking for a bag. She found a satchel hanging from a hook, magnetically attached to the side of the safe, and dropped in the shells. She slipped the pistol into the satchel as well, along with a couple more loaded mags, then shut the safe and waited for her eyes to adjust to the darkness again. Feeling her way through the house with the shotgun in her hands and a satchel full of ammunition over her shoulder, Cammy felt safer, but not secure. Passing by windows on her way to the stairs in the foyer, she didn't hear any crickets or creatures in the night yet. Something still had Mother Nature spooked. By the time Cammy made it up the stairs and down the short open hallway toward the F-rug, her heart was racing and sweat slicked her hands in the back of her neck. Amber was right. The heat upstairs was almost intolerable. When she crossed the threshold into the frog, She felt the cooler air through the open windows and smiled. Mitch and Amber had pulled the media cabinets away from the unused windows and cracked them open to allow the hot air trapped in that end of the house to escape. Cammy took off the satchel and dropped it on the floor near the door, resting the shotgun in the corner, and immediately shut and locked the door. She moved over to the windows, peered through the filthy, dust-caked louvers, and watched. Seeing no movement for several minutes, she cautiously grabbed the bottom of one sliding window frame and pulled up the rusted tracks, caked with dirt and dust, after more than a decade of neglect, squealed in protest, and Cammy froze. "Mom," Amber hissed from somewhere in the darkened room. "We already tried that. Don't you think we'd have them open a little higher if we could?" Cammy felt the heat rising in her cheeks and stepped away from the window. "You did good, guys, you did good. See anything out there?" Mitch whispered. "I feel so useless standing here in the dark." "No, I don't see anything," Cammy said, peering through the windows again. "I know you're not useless, Mitch. There's always safety in numbers." "And I swear, guys, first thing tomorrow, we're going to go over firearms basics. This is only the second night since the tsunami hit, and I'm not going to be able to protect us all night long if I'm the only one who knows how to shoot." "Well, I don't mean to brag," Mitch said, "but I am pretty good at modern conflict. I'm nationally ranked." "This isn't a video game, Mitch," Amber said. "She's right," Cammy replied. "But while that kind of experience doesn't make you a combat veteran, it does put you ahead of the game compared to someone who's never held a gun before." "See?" Mitch said toward Amber. "Aye, barely," Cammy warned. "It is just a video game. Mom, you and Dad taught me how to shoot years ago." "We did," Cammy said, stepping away from the window and feeling her way toward the couch on the far side of the room. She dropped with a grateful sigh and collapsed into the warm material. "But when was the last time you went to the range?" Amber was quiet for a moment. She listened to her daughter walk across the carpet and join her at the couch. "I guess it was when I was back in high school. Daddy took me." "That's better than nothing, but you're going to be rusty. Don't worry," Cammy said, her spirits rising the more she thought about it. "We'll get you guys checked out in the morning. Before long, there'll be 3 of us armed and ready." Another gunshot split the night, loud and much closer than before. Amber jumped from the couch, muffling a shriek of surprise. "What was that?" Mitch said from the other side of the room. "That didn't sound like a pistol. I'd guess a rifle. That was an AR, Cammy whispered. "I think Mr. Price just shot at something." "There goes the neighborhood," Mitch muttered. Chapter 19, Ellsworth, Maine. Reese looked down at the trash-strewn ground. "You mean we have to sleep here?" Cal Foster shrugged. "It's not like I have a Motel 6 ready for you." He took off his ball cap labeled police and wiped his brow. "Honestly, you're lucky we don't run you off. Don't have enough supplies for the folks from town, let alone outsiders." "Outsiders?" asked Joe. "I'm a park ranger on Cadillac Mountain." "Sound like a Texan to me," Foster retorted. "That's outsider enough in times like these." Joe stepped forward, but Reese put out an arm. "He's right, we can't look a gift horse in the mouth. Thanks, Officer Foster." "Cal's fine," Reese nodded. "Either way, Cal, we're grateful for a place to lay down and rest. After the day we've had Foster lead them away from the already returning group of agitated locals, must have been quite some walk to get here. You have no idea." Joe muttered. "You see the waves?" Reese looked at Foster. "Yes." The cop took the hint and cleared his throat. Looking at Ben, he said, "Your friend here looks injured. I wish I had an aid station set up," but he shrugged. Power went out, and we got swamped with people fleeing the coast. About half moved on through, but the others stayed. And since then, I've been dealing with fights breaking out everywhere. Local against outsider, local against local. It's like everyone decided now's the time to even up accounts on old grudges. Doesn't make any sense. "Nothing like a disaster to bring out the best in people," Reese groused. "You seem to be holding your own here, though. Is the store?" Reese licked his dry lips, thinking of bottled water. "Is it stocked?" Yep. Near as can be expected, I suppose." Foster stopped near a median in the parking lot that contained 2 straggly elm trees. "This is close enough to keep an eye on you, but far enough that the riffraff shouldn't notice you." He took his hat off again. "You folks got any means of protection?" "I got this," Ben said, holding up his crutch. Foster exhaled. "Well, that's something. Is there any way we could get inside the store? We could use some supplies for the trip home." "I'll pay, of course." Foster snorted and looked at Reese with what? "Look, I'll give you props for asking. And not demanding like those folks over there, he said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. But money's worthless, now that the feds are shutting down.
What?
Asked Joe. Yeah, Foster said to her. Heard it on the radio from the state troopers. D.C. got smacked pretty hard. They evacuated the surviving Congress critters and guess they don't have enough to get things going again. So the government is officially closed for business for now. Heard talk of someone taking over out in Denver, but he shrugged. So much for my pension, Joe muttered. A high-up? How long? Asked Reese. Foster sighed. Word is they're taking an indefinite recess. Military's still spooled up, but who really knows what's going on? He rubbed his face. Near as I can tell, Maine's on its own, probably just like the other coastal states. What about west of here, the rest of New England? Asked Reese, dreading the answer. I can barely communicate with my officers on the other side of town. I have no idea about the rest of the state, let alone New England. Only way I got any news out of Bangor was when a trooper stopped by to hand-deliver a printout. Hand-deliver! Foster crammed his hat back into place and adjusted the bill. Look, you folks do what you can to rest. I'm afraid it's all I can offer you. In the morning, if you know what's good for you, you'll be on your way. He looked away. One of my men is positioned out east. Said there's more refugees coming from Bar Harbor. Coast Guard rescued some people from the top of the mountain. Hallelujah, Joe said, beaming. I was worried about them. Foster nodded. Problem is, we don't have food or water to feed the people who live here, let alone all the new mouths that showed up in the last 24 hours. If we don't get some backup from Bangor, things are going to turn ugly around here, real quick. Reese shook Foster's hand and thanked him again, then watched the overworked small-town chief head back to the barricade line. The crowd had returned almost to the size it was when he'd first seen it from down the street. One of the officers picked up a bullhorn and ordered everyone to disperse, but it didn't have the desired effect. They're getting pretty agitated over there, Joe observed quietly. Again, as long as they stay over there, Ben groused, easing himself to the ground and sighing in relief as he leaned against one of the skinny elms. I think I'm good right here. Well, I'm not, Reese growled. I've had enough of this. Where do you think you're going? Asked Joe, putting a restraining hand on Reese's arm. Reese jerked his arm free. If we can't pay for food and water, I'm willing to work for it. Are you serious? Joe demanded. You don't have any training, do you? No, I didn't think so. You don't act like a cop. I don't need to be a cop. I'm a salesman, Joe. I talk to people and convince them to buy my software. He's just not as good as me, Ben muttered from the ground. Reese ignored the jab. I'm going to go see if I can help convince the crowd to disperse. Reese, that's not a good idea, Joe persisted. This is a sketchy situation. Let the pros handle this. And do what in the meantime? Sit here and try to sleep with one eye open? Sit here and think about water, or food, or my family? I'd rather walk till my feet bleed than be trapped in my own head right now. I need to do something, Joe sighed. Well, go on then. Be a fool. I'll be here to patch you up when you limp back, I suppose. Reese set his jaw. Be right back. His words brought back memories of the last time he'd seen his wife and daughter. He swallowed the emotions and the worry, his throat dry as a furnace. He had to keep pushing forward, no matter how tired he was. The only way home was forward, and the crowd yelling at Chief Foster was the biggest obstacle in his path. What gives you the right to tell us we can't have water? Demanded a voice in the crowd as Reese drew closer. This here badge says Chief of Police. That's all the right I need, Winston Duggar. Foster pointed at one outspoken miscreant in the sea of faces ringing the little group of police officers. I don't care who you are. My wife and I have been walking since yesterday and we haven't had any water all day, another voice called out. Yeah, there's plenty of water in there. The shouts came fast and furious, drowning out Foster's response. He waved off the crowd in frustration and snatched the bullhorn from a junior officer. Putting it to his lips, he hit the siren sound on the bullhorn. The ear-splitting wail silenced the crowd long enough for him to speak. That's better, Foster said, his voice booming over the murmurs and grumbles. Now listen here. This is still America, and we still follow the rule of law. Whose law? I heard the government dissolved, a voice called in the darkness. What?
You mean I don't have to pay taxes?
Someone hollered back. A ragged laughter rippled through the crowd, and Foster let them enjoy the levity for a moment. Reese approached the line of officers and was met with wary nods, but no one barred his path. I'm here to volunteer, he said to the cop, Glivens, who'd originally pointed his service weapon at Reese. I'll help in whatever way I can. You trained? Glivens asked, eyeing Reese as Foster continued to argue with the crowd. Well, I'm not a cop if that's what you're. Then you're just in the way. Go on back. Look, I'm pretty good at talking to people. I'm a sales rep. Sir, I'm going to need you to go back to your position with the others you brought in. Chief Foster may like you, but I got enough problems in front of me without having to worry about one behind me. But screw this, you can't shoot us all, someone shouted. A bottle flew over Reese's head and hit the side of a squad car not 10 feet away, exploding in a shower of broken glass and cheap whiskey. Get 'em? Another faceless voice roared. The crowd surged forward and the line of cops drew their weapons. A gunshot rang out as 3 people collided with the officer on the far end of the line. Reese flinched at the sound and stared as Foster fell under the onslaught of bodies. 2 more gunshots split the night, and several people bumped into Reese on their way toward the darkened store. On instinct, he grabbed one and pulled back, forcing the man to trip and fall, which caused 3 others to trip over the first, making a wedge in the crowd. Foster got back to his feet, swinging his bullhorn like a club. Gunshots popped all around him as his officers tried to maintain the line in close ranks. The crowd grew more savage in return. Reese watched in horror as a cop went down under a hail of broken glass, pounced on by people slashing and stabbing with reckless abandon. More gunshots rang out, this time coming from the crowd. They weren't all unarmed. The mob surged around the cops as if it had forgotten its original purpose of gaining entry to the store. It seemed intent on eradicating the peace officers. Reese was carried along like a leaf on a stream, and in moments was within reach of the chief. Foster barked orders at his men, and one of them produced a shotgun, leveled at the onrushing attackers. The sight of the open maw gave them pause, but they were pushed forward by people in the rear of the crowd and renewed the onslaught. Bottles, rocks, and the odd piece of lumber sailed through the air, striking just as many rioters as cops. Reese ducked a flaming bottle that exploded on the ground behind Chief Foster. Somewhere across the parking lot, he heard Joe yelling his name, but when he turned to look, someone smashed into him and almost knocked him to the ground. He would have fallen had he not in turn smashed into yet another rioter, keeping them all upright. Through a gap in the flailing arms and improvised weaponry, Reese spotted Chief Foster grappling with a large man. The man had both huge hands wrapped around the bullhorn. Reese had no doubt the assailant had enough strength to bludgeon Foster to death with the bullhorn if he got it clear. Without thinking, Reese charged forward, hands outstretched from his right. A blood-curdling cry erupted. Reese pivoted to intercept the attacker, then realized too late the man had no intention of going after anyone but Chief Foster. He raised his left arm, brandishing a long knife that flashed in the arc lights. Holding it like an ice pick, the man plunged down right at Foster's back. Reese yelled out in warning, but his voice was lost in the din of the riot. There was no time to do anything else but try to tackle the man with the knife. Reese launched himself forward and prepared for the impact. He clenched his teeth and lowered his head, slamming his right shoulder into the man's side. Just before impact, he saw Foster and his eyes went round. Then Reese slammed into the attacker with a bone-jarring impact that knocked the air from his lungs. The knife flashed in the air. They tumbled in a knot of arms and legs, and Reese kissed the pavement. A searing pain coursed through his shoulder like someone had dipped it in lava. A sound like thunder erupted in his ears. Something wet and warm covered his eyes. The world went black. Reese rolled away from the man he'd tackled, his shoulder in agony and his face smeared with. His trembling left hand cleared it away, and he could see again. Blood, it was blood, and it was everywhere. His hands, his arms, his face, the ground. Strong hands grabbed his shoulders, and Reese cried out in pain, struggling to free himself. "Easy, we got you. Hang in there, mister," a rough voice said in his ear. Whoever it was dragged him away from the wall of attackers, now finally held at bay by 3 officers with shotguns. "All right, that's enough," roared Chief Foster over the ruckus. "This ain't over," someone in the front yelled. Snarling, Foster drew his sidearm and placed the barrel against the man's forehead. "Another word, and it'll be over for you." The agitator's face went slack, and his eyes tried to focus on the black semi-automatic pistol pressing into the skin above his nose. "I said that's enough," Foster repeated. The cops with shotguns pressed forward, driving the crowd back until they were abreast of their chief. All of them had cuts to the face and blood smeared on their uniforms. Chief Foster, more so than others, the man's uniform top was in ribbons, and his left eye was almost swollen shut, while blood leaked from the side of his head. Though his hat was askew, Foster's eye radiated determination, and his mouth set in a grim line. "No one is getting past my men tonight, so just go on home. That is an order." He pushed forward, and the man under his pistol staggered back, a red welt on his forehead. Reese got to his feet and leaned on a squad car, waiting for the violence to continue. But no one made another move. Those in the back of the crowd melted away into the darkness, leaving those at the front exposed. More than one head turned to see they were alone, and just like that, it was over. The mob dissolved in front of him, and Chief Foster was left in command of the parking lot and a dozen bodies bleeding into the asphalt and debris. He lowered his sidearm, and his shoulders slumped forward. Leaning on one of his men, he limped over to the car. Reese leaned against and nearly collapsed on the hood. Joe rushed up and shoved a cop out of the way. "Move it, Junior, or I'll take that gun from you and shove it up your—" "It's all right, Murray. She's okay," Foster said, raising himself up on one bloodied arm. "But begin, Murray." "Stow it," Foster snapped, pulling himself upright. "Her friend there took a knife for me and probably saved my life. Let her tend to the man." "Great googly-moogly," Joe muttered, examining Reese's arm. "All this blood, where are you cut?" she asked, feeling her way up his forearm. "It's his shoulder, ma'am," Blevins said, appearing at Reese's side. "I saw it. He body-checked that guy," Blevins reported, pointing at a corpse about 10 feet away. The bloody knife lay just a few feet from the man's outstretched hand. "Dude tried to plant that knife in the chief's back, and your friend took it in the shoulder instead." "Bless your heart, you surely did," Joe said, sucking air through her teeth. She slipped an arm out of her pack and dropped the mud-splattered first aid supplies on the hood next to Reese. Keeping one hand on his shoulder, she dug through the bag and produced a wicked-looking pair of angled scissors, then set to work cutting the sleeve off his shirt. "Hold still now," she muttered, bringing the scissors close to his wound. Reese tensed and closed his eyes. "Don't let her take my arm." Chief Foster guffawed and slapped his hat on the hood next to Joe's medical kit. "You're all right, mister?" "It's Reese." "Where's Lavelle?" Foster lost his laughter and cleared his throat. "Listen, I'm not any good at this kind of thing." He turned and looked at the bodies. "I've never even drawn my weapon before, let alone caused the death of a dozen people." "You didn't have a choice. They were out for blood," Reese said, wincing at Joe's probing fingers. "Ow, why are you digging?" "Oh, quit your belly aching, you big baby. It's just a scratch. Just a scratch. It feels like my arm's about to fall off." Foster leaned over the hood and squinted at Reese. "If that's just a scratch, I'd hate to see your idea of a deep cut." He looked Reese in the eye. "Seriously, you just saved my life. I owe you." "Thanks." Joe dug a finger in Reese's wound, making him groan with pain. Okay, he said over his shoulder. "Chief Foster," he added, turning back to the wounded policeman, "can I ask a favor?" The chief sighed. "Go ahead, you've earned it." "I doubt those rabble-rousers will be back before we get reinforcements. What can I do for you?" "Let me and my friends buy some supplies from the Walmart." Joe paused in her not-so-tender ministrations and leaned around Reese's shoulder to watch the interaction. Foster rubbed a hand through his sweaty hair and looked down. "I suppose it's a small price to pay for seeing another day." "All right," he said, looking up at Reese. "You and your friends can stay the night and help me keep order until dawn. Then you can all load up, free of charge." "But," Reese protested. Foster held up a hand. "I insist. You saved my life, Lavelle. Let me do this. You want to hang around a few more hours? You can have free run of the store. Sound good? Does it sound good?" Joe parroted. "Does the sun rise in the east? Yeah, it sounds. It's a fair deal," Reese said evenly. He tried to reach out his right arm and clenched his teeth against the pain. Forster stuck out his left hand and Reese grabbed it. Awkwardly, they shook on the deal. "Hey, Hup," Foster said, stepping back. "Made a right mess of things, though. Glivens, what's the status on cleanup?" "I've called for the medics. Should be here any second." "Chief?" asked another cop, walking up with the bloodied kitchen knife in his hand. "I thought you might want this since you know the guy tried to kill you with it. You want me to put it in evidence?" Foster considered the knife for a moment, then shook his head. "Lavelle, you don't have a weapon, do you?" "No, sir. My gun collection's still in South Carolina, I hope." Foster grimaced. "Well, I'd say you earned this one. Call it the spoils of war." He nodded, and the cop turned the bloody blade around and offered it to Reese handle first. Reese took the knife in his left hand and looked at the red-smeared blade. It was his blood. "Lemmy, see that?" Joe said, holding out a hand. "I need to cut something. Stay away from me, devil woman," Reese muttered, trying to turn away from her and keep the knife out of her reach. Joe laughed and went back to cleaning his wound. "You big baby." Chapter 20. Ellsworth, Maine. It turned out to Reese's surprise that one could make a passable bed from sacks of rice. He stretched in his makeshift camp and tried for the 30th time to fall asleep. Next to him, Ben snored softly, and Joe had already begun to breathe deep. Reese couldn't fall asleep, though. The pain in his shoulder was still there, but it was distant, like a faded memory. The Advil Joe had dosed him with before they'd found a comfortable spot in the store to rest had done its job, but still he was restless. It wasn't the pain that kept Reese awake, nor was it the images of the riot out front that flashed through his mind every time he closed his eyes. He could still see that knife, his knife flash in the air like lightning as the rioter raised it to plunge into Cal Foster's back. He remembered how his legs tensed as he lunged forward, and the impact of their bodies shuddered through his shoulders and down his spine. He especially remembered the flat, brutal impact of his face with the pavement. Reese moved his left hand in the darkness and gingerly touched the still raw scrapes on his chin and cheek. Ben had said it looked like a jar of tomato sauce had exploded in his face compared to his shoulder. His face didn't hurt all that much, but it was definitely tender to the touch. Reese shifted from his back to his good side and exhaled. What was it then? What kept him awake when he so desperately needed sleep? He closed his eyes and thought of Cammy and Amber alone in the night, thousands of miles away. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Nope, it wasn't worry. He was definitely concerned for their safety. But Cammy was a prepper. She had planned 7 ways from Sunday for when things went sideways, and she was a registered hunting guide. If there was any woman on the planet who could take care of herself, it was Cammy. She was trained to enter the woods with nothing but what she carried in and survive for weeks on end. Not to mention, hunt some of the most dangerous animals in North America. Eventually, Reese worked his way around every worry and concern floating in his mind and scratched them each off the list, until he got to Ellsworth's chief of police, Cal Foster. He'd granted Reese, Joe, and Ben rights to sleep in the Walmart, restock, and eat their fill, provided they kept watch over the store during the night, and leave town in the morning. Reese had every intention of leaving town in the morning, especially after almost dying in a full-on riot. It was the keep watch over the store part that nagged his mind into remaining conscious. He'd given his word to watch the store after Foster had informed him of a growing concern the rioters might return. Reese was nothing if not a man of his word, and so he stayed awake. He sighed. "Looks like I'm not getting any sleep tonight." "Neither will we if you keep talking to yourself," muttered Joe from the darkness nearby. Reese heard her roll over, the fabric of her clothes scratching against whatever it was that she'd selected for bedding material. "Never thought I'd find sleeping on bags of cotton balls uncomfortable," Joe huffed and fidgeted again. Ben groaned. "What is it with you guys?" "Why can't you just go to sleep? We're supposed to be watching the store," Reese muttered. "With what, Reese? Night vision?" asked Ben. "Look around, man. We could be under attack right now and never know someone was even in the building." "Now, boys, don't fight," chided Joe, though Reese could detect the humor in her voice. Reese rolled onto his back again and winced at the twinge of pain from his shoulder. He'd try one more time to get some rest, then get up and patrol the store as best he could in the dark, with a knife. He smirked at the insanity of it all. Sometime in the next few minutes, Ben and Joe both fell back asleep, and the regular deep sounds of breathing became all that Reese could hear. Again, until it wasn't. A soft clang echoed from the rear of the store toward the stockroom. Reese opened his eyes and held his breath, straining to hear in the tomb-like silence. There it was again, a soft, barely audible noise that made him think of metal, maybe wrapped in cloth, striking metal. He sat up, sacks of rice rustling under him until he got his feet on the floor and stood. Ben coughed but didn't wake, and Joe continued to breathe deeply. Clang, clang-glang. Reese's heart rate picked up. That wasn't a normal sound. Someone was trying to break in the back door. Chief Foster had warned him of that, lamenting the fact that he only had 5 functional officers after the riot. 7 had been injured, and 3 of those were critical. There was no way he could maintain control over the whole building and keep the crowd out front at bay with 9 men, half of whom were injured. There was a real concern the 3 critically injured officers might even succumb to their wounds before dawn. Clang. Reese tried to bend down and wake Ben quietly, but hit his head on a metal shelf in the darkness. Cursing, he rubbed the sore spot and tripped over Ben, tumbling to the floor in a heap. All right, Ben groused. You could have just said, hey, wake up, you know? Will you two keep it down? A girl can't get her beauty rest if... Sss, Reese hissed, his face contorted by the pain in his forehead. He rubbed it angrily and knelt to whisper. Someone's outside the stockroom hitting something. Listen. A moment later, clang. Are you kidding me right now? Asked Ben in a hoarse whisper. What do we do? Reese looked where Joe's voice had come from. We have to warn Chief Foster. He was afraid someone would try to break in the back while his men were occupied out front. Reese grimaced. Someone's got to check it out. Ben tried to get up, but Joe stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Don't that leg has swollen up like a balloon, she said in a trembling voice. You try hobbling off to be the hero and you'll only make it worse. I'll go. No, you won't, Reese said, trying to sound like a leader. I got us into this mess. I'll go. You get out front and warn Chief Foster. But your shoulder doesn't even hurt that bad, and I have the knife. Reese gritted his teeth. Go on, get. Don't gotta be rude about it, Joe grumbled. But she got to her feet and worked her way toward the front of the store, illuminated by the arc lights out in the parking lot. Sorry, man, Ben mumbled from his pallet on the floor. His hand reached out and gripped Reese's forearm. You know I'd come with you. I know, relax, I'll go take a look, maybe yell a little, and they'll probably run, especially when Joe brings the chief back. He pulled Ben's hand away. Chill, man, I got this. Stay down and keep out of sight, Ben chuckled. Done. Reese gripped his knife in a suddenly sweaty left hand and adjusted the sling Joe had made for his right arm. The sling, a Field Expedient t-shirt ripped off the sale rack at the front of the store, wasn't holding together very well. Here we go, he muttered to himself. Yet another obstacle had popped up to keep him from reaching Cammy and Amber. He compressed his mouth into a tight line and felt his way toward the end of the aisle. Nothing was going to stop him from getting home, not tsunamis, not riots, not someone trying to break into a Walmart. As he rounded the corner, he saw flashlights lancing through the darkness at the far end of the building. Reese ducked behind a display of diapers and felt a cold sweat break out over his chest and back. Not only were people already in the store, but they were prepared. His heart threatening to escape his chest, Reese leaned around the boxes of diapers and counted 4 flashlights. That wasn't so bad unless they were armed. He swallowed and adjusted his slick grip on the knife. The lights had grouped together somewhere near the middle of the store. 1 or 2 aimed off in the distance, as if they were searching for something or someone, while the other 2 pointed down at the ground. The group discussed something in soft murmurs. Planning. They're organized too, Reese breathed. Great. He had seen enough. He needed to warn Chief Foster. He was about to move when he heard another sound, much closer. Someone stumbled into a display and cursed loudly as 1,000 little individually wrapped somethings hit the floor and made an awful racket. The 4 flashlights swung as one in his direction. Check it out, a rough voice commanded. One of the flashlights peeled away from the others and bobbed its way toward Reese. Reese swallowed again. Don't come over here, that wasn't me. Panic rising, Reese looked around for a way to hide, a distraction. Something. He spotted a small package on the floor, a toddler's sippy cup, and put the knife down to grab the little plastic container with a built-in straw. He threw the cup as far as he could with his offhand, perpendicular to the nearest flashlight. It crashed against something in the darkness, creating an awful racket in the silent store. The light paused, then swung away. What was that? Someone hissed. Over there, someone close whispered. Then check it out, the first voice commanded, irritated. Stark, a third voice whispered from Reese's left. Reese turned to peer into the darkness on his other side, trapped like a rabbit. How many people are in here? Dadgummit, Joe? Where are you? That wasn't us. There's someone else in here, Gage, I swear. Find 'em then, the first voice, the leader demanded. Spread out, you two grab what you can and remember Curry's stupid list. The cops probably know we're here by now, so move it. A light worked around the end of the aisle where Reese was hiding, and a second flashed over. illuminating a large man near Reese. He recognized the shape silhouetted in the man's hand, a handgun. What the intruder said, bringing his light to bear on Reese and blinding him. Reese leapt at the man, knife flashing. He had no other option. There was nowhere to run but into the arms of the others who knew how many prowling the store. He closed his eyes against the light and prepared himself for the hammer blow that would indicate he'd been shot. But when the gun went off with a thunderous crash, he felt nothing. Reese took his opportunity to close with the enemy and dove forward, slashing up. The knife met flesh, and by the jarring resistance that reverberated up Reese's forearm, he'd hit bone as well. The howl of pain from the gunman confirmed it. Reese didn't have time to think of a second move before his body and his injured shoulder slammed into the attacker, bowling them both over. He fell on the floor, breathless from the searing pain in his shoulder, mouth open, unable to breathe. Next to him, the bigger man writhed on the floor, screaming like a stuck pig. Shouts erupted from all over the store and flashlights swung overhead, converging on his position. Reese scrambled to his feet through the blinding pain, and his left hand bumped something solid and cold in the fracas. He'd dropped the knife or had it slipped out of his hand when they'd collided. He couldn't recall, but he knew he was defenseless. So Reese grabbed the item he'd brushed against and found it to be the bigger man's firearm, a large, heavy revolver. Feeling somewhat like Dirty Harry, Reese hefted the hand cannon and staggered to his feet, ignoring the flashing lights and shouts from the man on the ground and his compatriots. Reese turned and fled down the aisle, heading toward the back of the store, hoping the intruders were homing in on their downed comrade. The man was certainly making enough noise for them to track. The incident had happened so fast it was over in a blink of the eye. He didn't think he'd gotten the guy all that bad with the knife. They cut his hand off. Someone shouted in the darkness behind him over the injured man's wailing. Reese cocked an eyebrow as he shuffled down the aisle. That explained a lot. He was almost to the end of the aisle and kept his head down, scuttling forward on the outside edge of his shoes to keep them from squeaking on the linoleum floor. A light swung over his head, then jerked back and illuminated him from behind, casting his long shadow forward onto a display of toys. There Reese opened his mouth to curse when the Lego box next to his head exploded in bits of cardboard and plastic. He ducked, dropping almost to the floor, and stumbled forward, just missing a bullet that sparked off a metal shelf, whining as it whistled away into the darkened store. Sporadic gunfire erupted near him, sounding like a small army at target practice. Reese yelled as he dove behind the Lego display. Boxes exploded and showered him in tiny plastic blocks. He had to find cover. The toys were no match for incoming rounds. To buy himself time, he held the captured revolver over the display and fired blindly with his offhand at his attackers. One squeeze of the trigger and a thunderclap exploded from his hand. The gun jerked back as if it had been pulled by a rope, and Reese nearly dropped it. "Hand cannon is right," he muttered, looking at the smoking barrel. His ploy worked, however, and the attackers momentarily froze at the sound of his return fire. It was all the break he needed. Reese flung himself sideways and disappeared down a side aisle, running full out and not caring about the noise. After the deafening effect of the gunfire, he was counting on no one being able to hear soon anyway. Gunshots echoed inside the cavernous store like cracks of thunder, muzzle flashes from the pistols briefly illuminating the area around the shooters. Reese couldn't tell who was shooting from where, based on the reverberating echoes, so he decided to keep his head down and keep moving toward the exterior walls. In a gap between shots, Reese heard footsteps pounding down his aisle. They were almost on top of him. Scrambling to find a way out, Reese realized he'd reached the far wall. Around him stood stacks of coolers, bundles of tiki torches and tiki torch oil. He had found his way to the outdoor living section. Neat piles of firewood, individually shrink-wrapped in small, easily carried bundles, filled up half a bay of industrial shelving to his right. Reese slipped into the shelving and crawled up onto the pile, pulling himself deeper into the shadows. He shimmied back as much as he could on the uncomfortable wooden nest he'd discovered and held his breath. The footsteps grew closer, and Reese's heart rate increased with every footfall. He closed his eyes and prayed. He knew he was in no shape to fight. He hadn't had any sleep in almost 24 hours. His shoulder was all cut up, and his good hand trembled, holding the revolver he'd captured. Exhausted, hungry, and desperately thirsty, Reese knew he didn't stand a chance. He opened his eyes. Cammy and Amber still waited for him. The intruders, whoever they were, threatened to delay him even more than the tsunami had. His breathing calmed, his heart rate slowed. Anger bubbled up inside Reese, and he gripped the revolver tighter. Afraid or not, exhausted or not, injured or not, nothing was going to stop him from getting home. If he had to take down every man in the building, so be it. "There's nothing over here," complained a voice, shockingly close to Reese. He adjusted the grip on the revolver and kept it on his chest, a comforting weight in the darkness. A shout came from the other side of the store. "Forget it, the cops are coming! You heard the man, let's move! This ain't over," muttered the man hidden in shadows near Reese. Reese aimed the heavy revolver blindly into the aisle and waited. He had a general idea where the attacker was based on his footsteps, but he didn't want to fire without a target. So he lay there, counting his breaths, ears ringing, until he could stand it no longer. Reese slowly uncurled from his hiding position and put his feet on the floor. The pistol he kept pointed in front of him, and he made his way across the aisle and worked back toward the middle of the cavernous department store. Off to his right, light flared by the front of the store, doors rattled open, and several voices rang loud, calling out positions and covering flanks. Chief Foster and his men had arrived. Reese picked up his pace and made it back to the area he, Ben, and Joe had camped out in during the night. Officer Glivens arrived at the same time. "Hands up!" he yelled, pointing a powerful flashlight at Reese. "Drop the weapon! Oh, it's you!" Reese grimaced and kept his eyes screwed shut. "Man, that's the brightest flashlight I've ever seen." "Sorry about that," Glivens said, lowering the light. "I saw the gun and didn't catch the sling on your arm there. What are you doing running around here with a gun?" "Lost my knife," Reese said as he turned the gun around and offered it to Glivens' butt first. The cop took it and examined the weapon. "This is a .357 Magnum. Where'd you get it?" Reese shrugged. "Well, when those guys broke in, one jumped me. He had it, and I panicked, and kind of." Glivens aimed his light at Reese and looked him over, head to toe. "That's a lot of blood. You okay?" "What's going on here?" demanded Joe, pushing closer to examine Reese. She was breathing heavy after running to fetch the police. "Did you open your sutures?" She poked at his shoulder and grunted. "Nope. I reckon they're still holding. You must have had a great doc." "I think I stabbed him," Reese told the cop. The doc asked Glivens. "No, I'm fine," Joe replied. "You boys sure know how to ruin a good joke. Glivens, we got a lot of blood over here." Another officer called from across the store. "Don't go anywhere," Glivens said to Reese with a stern look. He kept the revolver and trotted off, his utility belt making an awful racket as he went. "What happened?" asked Joe when they were alone. "Just like I said, this guy jumped me and pulled a gun, so I don't know, swung the knife and hit him. I have no idea if I killed him or cut him or what happened." Joe whistled, much like Glivens had. "Not bad, Bowie, not bad." Reese frowned. "Do not call me that. I'm just saying," Joe laughed. "If the name fits, ain't no one else around here not only stopped a knife attack, but took down one of the bad guys with a knife. You realize they all had guns, right?" "Well, I don't know how bad you hurt the guy, but there's an awful lot of blood down that aisle." "We found this," Glivens said, walking back to them. He held up Reese's bloody knife. "Keeps coming back to you, huh? I just want to go home," Reese muttered, taking the knife. Joe immediately took it from him and began wiping off the blade. "Well, that knife will help," Glivens said. "So will this," he added, reversing his grip on the revolver and offering that to Reese as well. He shrugged at Reese's raised eyebrow. "Looks like a clear-cut case of self-defense to me. Plus, if the chief trusts you, so do I." "Thanks," Reese said, taking the firearm. "Where's Ben?" Joe asked, looking around. Ben Glivens raised his flashlight and peered along the aisle. "I got blood at the end there." The three of them ran to the end of the aisle where the flashlight created a puddle of light marred by specks of bright red arterial blood. As they rounded the corner, the blood smeared and streaked across the linoleum, leading to Ben's body splayed out on the floor. "Ben!" Reese cried out, falling to his knees. "Hey, buddy, you okay?" Joe crouched next to Reese, gently pushing him aside to examine Ben. He was laying at an odd angle, one arm outstretched, the crutch just out of reach. She put 2 fingers to his neck and looked down. "Ben," Reese asked, his voice tight. "Ben, buddy, say something," he begged, patting Ben's face. The skin felt slack when Joe looked up, Her eyes glistened, and she gave the slightest shake of her head. Reese sat back on his heels, disconnected and distant. His head, suddenly heavy, dropped down to his chest, and he sat there for a long time, just breathing. He felt the grief and loss and pain flow through him like the tsunami waves that had wrecked his world and turned his life upside down. Ben's name would be added to the growing list of tragedies created by the tsunami. Reese shook his head because I didn't, because I couldn't keep him safe. I'm sorry. Gliven said, put a hand on Reese's good shoulder. He seemed like a good guy. Reese looked up, blinking away tears, and took a deep, shuddering breath. He leaned back and half collapsed, half shuffled until he could place his back against the aisle divider. Across the aisle, Ben's body still lay exposed in Gliven's light, in stark contrast to the pitch black of the store. Reese put his good hand to his face and knuckled his forehead, closing his eyes tight and clenching his jaw to the point of pain. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. It wasn't possible. How could things go from normal to this in 48 hours? If he couldn't even get Ben 15 miles from Mount Desert Island, how was he supposed to make it 1,000 miles to South Carolina? Reese shook his head. No, he wouldn't give up on Cammy and Amber. He clenched his hands into fists until his nails dug into the skin of his palms. He couldn't give up on his family. He wouldn't. Reese stared at Ben's body. Glivens finally had the decency to turn his light elsewhere, so the corpse was only partially lit as the other officers gathered to gawk and mumble. Jo eased herself to the floor next to Ben and closed his eyes with a gentle touch from her thick fingers. Vaya con Dios, amigo, she muttered. Chapter 21. Lavelle Homestead, northwest of Charleston, South Carolina. Cammy jerked upright on the sofa, gasping for air and soaked in sweat. Amber stirred at the other end of the couch, one leg draped over the armrest. She snorted but didn't wake. Cammy struggled to remember where she was, then it all came rushing back, the tsunami, the panic, the drive home, the gunshots in the night. Movement on the floor by the only door to the room forced her to wake intruder. She slapped her hand down by the side of the couch and came up with her pistol. One squeeze of her thumb on the pressure switch mounted to the grip, and the blinding little LED light attached to the frame lit up, making Mitch throw an arm up in front of his face. Whoa, it's me! It's me! Sorry, Cammy said, immediately lowering the weapon and switching off the light. What happened? Gunshot, Mitch said, rubbing his face. Sounded like it was super close, way closer than the others last night. Cammy got off the couch and padded across the floor to the open windows they'd uncovered behind the media center that had occupied the wall for decades. Dawn glowed to the east, just around the corner of her garage. Sun's almost up, she observed. Another piercing gunshot made her flinch. Amber woke with a start from the couch, yelling about donuts. Shh, Cammy hissed over her shoulder. Sorry, muttered Amber. It's all good, said Mitch. At least you didn't jump up waving a gun in my face. Mom, Amber complained around a yawn. Really? I didn't wave anything, Cammy replied defensively. I aimed, Mom. 2 quick gunshots split the morning air. Tat, tat. Cammy nodded. That was right outside. You two stay here, but Mitch said as Cammy rushed around him, flinging open the door and racing for the stairs. Mom, you don't know what's going on out there, Amber warned. Stay there, Cammy called from the top of the foyer stairs. She took the stairs 2 at a time and almost face-planted on the foyer tile, but managed to hold her balance. She sprinted down the hall for the patio door. All she could think of was Marty Price defending his house against marauders, hopelessly outnumbered, and before Cammy realized it, she found herself outside in the dew-slick grass, barefoot in old boxer shorts and a ratty t-shirt. She muttered a curse, slipped in the wet grass, and spun around looking for a target, pistol held out in both hands. Easy there, Tiger! Marty Price's grizzled voice called out from the tree line that separated their properties. Marty, Cammy called, turning in that direction and rushing toward the sound of his voice. She pushed through the trees and looked around, trying to find her neighbor. Marty? Where are you? I heard the shots. Are you okay? What happened? The old man stepped out from behind an oak just to Cammy's right, nearly scaring her out of her mind. She yelped and dropped to a knee, bringing her weapon up on instinct. Marty stood there in full camo and cracked a grin on his weathered, wrinkled face. Why don't you lower the pistol, Missy? I wasn't shooting at you. Cammy dropped her aim and stood while her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry, Marty. You just startled me. Well, you got good instincts, but you'd have been dead if I'd wanted. He lost the smile and shook his head sadly. Can I have to work on that? What do you mean? I'd have been dead, Marty. What is going on here? Let's stop waving that pea shooter around. I was aiming, she snapped. What is it with everyone today? I had you dead to rights when you ran out of your house like your hair was on fire. You got to think tactically from now on, Missy. Missy? Cammy said, cocking her head. She opened her mouth to give him a piece of her mind for waking her up at such an ungodly hour when he shuffled to the left and her eyes fell on two corpses covered in grayish mottled fur. Coyotes, Marty said, watching her. Took him just now, trying to get at my quail. Can't have that. Got to protect my littles. Cammy brought her hand up to her mouth to hide her smile at such a grizzled old man calling quail his littles like they were beloved grandchildren. They want the meat, see? Marty said, looking down at the dead coyotes. But I do too, and I got this, he grinned at her, holding up his AR. Natural cunning in youth is no match for age, experience, and deception, he spat on the corpses. Cammy leaned against a tree and let her heart rate slow back to normal. You scared me half to death? Marty looked at her and frowned, though his eyes were kind. Good. You need to be scared. What with you having that girl at home? Marty, she's in college. She can take care of herself. Still a child. Cammy shook her head and smiled. So you don't need any help? There weren't any intruders? Not the two-legged kind? No, he said, spitting again. Not yet, at least. Don't need no other help, neither. But you do, he said, nodding at her. I suppose I can help on account of we're neighbors and all, he sighed. You folks make a good buffer for me. Buffer? Asked Cammy. What? Just now when you come running out of the house, if I'd been up to no good, you'd be dead or worse, and your little girl at my mercy, he raised a hand. I know you got that young buck in there with you, but I could tell the moment I saw him, he ain't no fighter, probably plays a mean video game. Cammy's shoulders slumped. How could he have known that much? We never even saw you. How? Just 'cause you can't see a man don't mean he ain't there. He tapped the side of his head. Age and experience, Missy, age and experience. He reached down and grabbed the tail of one of the coyotes. Want to get that other one? Just grab the tail, that's it. We're going to drag him over here and dump him down the ravine out back. Let the skunks have him. Cammy followed her elderly neighbor through the trees and fallen leaves to the back of his property where the forest preserve border ran along the length of his yard. They found a shallow ravine just where he'd said, and they shoved the coyotes over the edge to tumble, limp as rag dolls to the bottom, scattering leaves and twigs along the way. Now, said Marty, producing a filthy rag from his back pocket. Here, wipe your hand on this. Them things are fearsome dirty. Once cleaned, Marty led her back to his house. This is what they was after, he said, showing her the camouflaged quail pen. Once it had been a play fort, ubiquitous in suburban backyards, and made of the same red cedar no matter where they were found. I thought you told me this belonged to the previous owner, and you were just too busy to have it removed? Marty nodded, catching his breath after the walk from the ravine. True, never had kids of our own, but no one ever would have thought to look in here for our quail, especially that nosy homeowner association. Cammy smiled. Harriet Spaulding, on the executive board of the local HOA, would positively have kittens, if she knew Marty surreptitiously kept livestock right under her nose. This is genius, Marty. It suits my purposes. Fresh meat and plenty of eggs. They grow fast, they're quiet, and they don't take much in the way of upkeep, but they can't protect themselves against coyotes. Cammy nodded, watching the adorable little birds scurry to and fro in their enclosed multi-level habitat. The wire-grated floor let all their droppings fall into a removable tray to keep the ground clean under the treehouse. Water bottles and food containers hid behind false panels on the back of the structure, creating a self-contained protected habitat. I can see you're very proud of this, and you should be, Cammy said. Something like this could come in very handy if things go any further sideways. Marty nodded. I was thinking the same thing. He looked at the birds for a moment, then turned back to Cammy. I have a proposition for you, Missy. Cammy smiled. Don't get your hopes up. I ain't that young no more. Cammy laughed. You're all right, Marty. You know that? Course I am. He cleared his throat. Listen here, Missy. I'm getting up in age. I know. I still look like a spring chicken, he said when Cammy smiled. But these old bones don't appreciate having to drag my carcass out here to check on the flock. He looked at the birds, then back at Cammy. I'll make you a deal if I teach you and that girl of yours to care for these here birds. I'll cut you in on a share of the meat and eggs. They give me more'n I can eat anyhow. That's very generous of you, Marty. I'd be happy to help, but I wouldn't have offered if I didn't think things weren't going south faster than I like. There's safety in numbers here." Cammy nodded. "I surely do." He placed a palsied hand on the quail cage and watched it tremble. "Them coyotes been sniffing around here for weeks. Finally got bold enough to chase old Kirk off, and I figured, welp, that's the last straw. Some things just need killing." He sighed. "Took me a lot more shots to get the job done." "Just winged the first one," he shook his head. "I meant to kill him, not make him suffer." Cammy reached out a hand and placed it over Marty's, calming the trembling. "It's okay to ask for help. We'll be here when you need us." He smiled then, like a grimace, and nodded. "I do believe you're telling the truth." He removed his hand from the cage and sniffed, standing a little straighter. "Now where's that husband of yours? Been gone for almost a week now, I reckon." Cammy looked down. "He was on a business trip. He won a contest at work, a deep-sea fishing trip. How did you?" Marty shook his head. "That's some bad timing." "Where to?" Cammy took a breath to calm her nerves long enough to speak. "Boston." Marty cursed softly and looked away. "Was he on land? Just leaving the dock last time I talked to him," Cammy said, the corners of her vision starting to blur. She started to speak, and then words came tumbling out, faster and faster. "Since then, I've only gotten one text message. I just don't know what's going on. I don't." She took a shuddering breath and exhaled. It was time to release her fears. She couldn't do it in front of Amber and Mitch. But with Marty, she felt safe to let it out. "I don't know if he's alive or not." Marty was quiet for a moment, looking up at the trees, watching the sunlight filter in through the pine boughs and oak leaves. Birds returned after the shooting and chirped at each other, hopping between the trees. Finally, Marty turned to look at Cammy. "Does he love you?" "Excuse me," Cammy asked, sniffing. "Does he love you?" Cammy nodded. "He does," she smiled, with all his heart. "And you love him?" "Of course," she replied, a little testy. "I don't see." "Then he'll be back," Marty said simply. Cammy shook her head. How could you know?" Marty looked at her, leaning on his cane, his AR draped over one bone-thin shoulder. "I was young once, did you know that?" Cammy snorted. "I think we all were, then we grow up." "Some of us," Marty said wistfully, his eyes focused on her again, as if he'd just noticed she was there. "When I was little, my pops was in the Army, World War II, you know." "I didn't know," Cammy said quietly, afraid of what was coming next. Losing a father at a young age might explain why Marty had turned out so crotchety as an old man. Pops was caught in a surprise German offensive, put in a POW camp. He escaped, though, he said quickly. "Fought behind enemy lines for 2 months and made it back home to my mama. The military gave us papers and witness reports and all kinds of proof of what he went through. Starvation, sickness, beatings, witnessed horrible things, just horrible. But he made it. He bowled his way through all of it, Nazis and a world war to get home to her." Cammy felt the tears coming at the moment. She knew exactly what being a mother with her husband overseas in a war, with no instant communication, no TV, no information at all, felt like. She wiped at her face and nodded, hoping he'd continue. "Point is, love is the most powerful motivator known to man. People will do the stupidest things, the most heroic things, the most noble things, all in the name of love." He cleared his throat. "If your man loves you like that, well, all this," he said, gesturing at the world around them, turned upside down by the mega-tsunami. "This don't stand a snowball's chance of stopping him," he winked at her. "And you can take that to the bank, Missy." Cammy stepped forward and hugged him, sobbing on his shoulder. He stiffened in surprise at her embrace and didn't return it. But she didn't care. She cried for Reese. She cried for Amber. She even cried for Mitchell. She just let it all out, after a few minutes of pouring her soul into his shoulder. She wiped at her face and stepped back. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "But thank you." Marty cleared his throat, then spat. "Well, that's fine, that's fine. Just don't think you're making it a habit, Year. Last thing I need is an angry husband come walking through my door thinking I stole his wife while he was out of town." Cammy hadn't laughed so hard in a long, long time. "Mom! Seriously, what is going on out here?" Amber called from their yard, sounding like an irate mother calling for a mischievous 3-year-old. "You been out here for like 10 minutes? Mitch and I were getting worried." "Not worried," Mitch hollered. Just for the record, Al. Stop hitting him, Amber, and you two come here, Cammy said, unable to keep from smiling. When they picked their way through the tree line, Cammy turned to Marty. You know, Amber, my daughter, and this is Mitchell, her friend. A friend of the family. His dad runs the marina in Charleston, over on the Ashley River. Marty nodded. So, that was pretty bad? He get out? Yes, sir, Mitch said. He's on his way here? Should be here in a couple days. Good. You young uns listen to this here woman. You hear me? She's going to be all right, and you will too, but you got to be smart about things. Mr. Price? Call me Marty. He looked at Cammy. My friends call me Marty. Amber nodded. Marty? Was that you shooting earlier? Yep. Killed a couple coyotes that got too big for their britches. Mitch looked around. Is someone yelling? Cammy listened. That sounds like, is that the Spaulding woman? Marty growled. He spat at his feet. I'm going inside. Turning back, he pointed at Cammy. You'd be smart to stay clear of that woman. She's nothing but trouble, Cammy. Harriet yelled, running across the yard in a flapping pink velour bathrobe and hair curlers. The fur-trimmed flip-flops on her feet looked like wet cats by the time she reached them, breathless. Dadgummit, Marty complained, holding his ground as Harriet stormed up. There you are, she exclaimed, then coughed, covering her chest, then noticed Mitch and Amber. Oh, hello. Harriet stood straighter, tightening the robe around her, and coughed again. Harriet, this is Amber, my daughter and Mitchell, a family friend. His father is meeting us here. He was in Charleston and had to evacuate. That's terrible, Harriet said, covering her mouth as if the mere mention of Charleston was foul-smelling. She turned to Cammy, as if Amber and Mitch didn't exist, not missing a beat. What was all the shooting? Are you okay? Marty started. There was a rabid coyote, Amber blurted. Cammy couldn't help but notice the freshly painted nails on Harriet's manicured fingers. Yes, it was coming at me while I was tending the garden. Marty saved my life by shooting it. Marty's face darkened in embarrassment, but he didn't argue. Good heavens! Harriet looked around, the hair curlers bobbing with the movement. Are they gone? Oh, they're gone, Marty said, smirking. What is this world coming to when rabid animals are free to roam decent neighborhoods like ours? I'm going to give the local wildlife office a call just as soon as I get home. This cannot stand. We have children in this neighborhood. No, Mitch said, his voice dripping sarcasm. It's true, Harriet blurted, missing the barb completely. You should have seen it, foam dripping from his jaws, snarling. It was awful, Amber said eagerly. She raised her hands like claws and pretended to scratch at Harriet. Cammy gave her a look, and Mitch turned away, his shoulders shaking. Rabies! Harriet gasped. This, she said, stepping back from the group, curlers bobbing with every step. This is all too much. Henry never came home last night. We missed our dinner reservations. Cammy looked at Marty, who raised one eyebrow. Rabies, my goodness, she said, looking around as if a rabid coyote lurked behind every tree, ready to jump out and pounce on her. Harriet, your husband didn't come home last night? Doesn't he work in Charleston? What? Yes, Harriet said, still looking behind her. A dog barked in the distance, and she squeaked in surprise. I need to get home. Do be careful, she said over her shoulder, and broke into the most awkward sprint Cammy had ever seen. What the Kentucky am I watching right now? Asked Marty, leaning forward on his cane. Harriet ran across the yard, tripped and slid on her stomach a good 3 yards, flinging one of her designer flip-flops out into the street. She clambered to her feet and ripped the remaining flip-flop off. Harriet staggered out to the road, crying, and scooped up its matching partner, then hobbled down her driveway, looking left and right the whole time. Mitch doubled over in laughter. Even Cammy found it hard not to laugh. I think she lost a curler, Amber pointed out deadpan. That sent Mitch into a fresh laughing fit. Don't, Marty said with a warning look to them all. That woman is trouble. Keep an eye on her. From inside his house, Kirk barked. He bounced up and down behind a high window on the wall closest to them. I need to be going now, Kirk wants his breakfast. Listen here, if it'll ease your worry, I'll put the word out on the ham nets about your husband. You will? You can, Cammy blurted. Marty nodded. Easy as eating pancakes. No promises, mind you, but the hams are working the bands, and someone might get word to him. Cammy smiled. Thank you, Marty. Thank you so much. Marty nodded. Y'all take care. He turned away to leave, performing a smart-about face, then turned back. Missy, when you get decent, his face flushed and he cleared his throat.
Come on back and I'll give you the rundown on them quail. And a radio. A radio? Asked Cammy. Decent? Asked Amber, looking at Cammy. Quail? Missy? This just keeps getting better and better. Mitch laughed. Marty nodded at Cammy, ignoring the other two. We need to keep in touch for emergencies, you hear? Got a couple short-range walkie-talkies. Figured you may as well have one. Can't use them both, can I? Well, that's very kind. Good. See you later, then. Cammy watched him walk away, his cane thumping into the fallen leaves and pine needles that carpeted the ground under the trees. She turned back to see Amber and Mitch barely containing their laughter. What? Never heard anyone say you were indecent before. That's all, Amber said, Missy. Cammy plucked at the boxers she wore. Suddenly she felt exposed. Enough! Get back inside, you two. We've got a busy day ahead of us. Your father's coming home and we need to make sure this place is ready. Ready for what? Asked Amber as they emerged from the trees into their own yard. Cammy stopped and took in the sight of her garden. Dew glistening in the morning sun, the trees of the forest preserve behind and around them. Her yard, the house, the life she and Reese had built. It was a good place, a place worth saving. We're going to be ready to survive whatever's coming, Cammy said. As long as it's breakfast, I think I'm ready, Mitch offered. They shared a laugh heading into the house, and Cammy felt a sense of hope swell in her chest. They weren't alone any longer. They had Marty, his ham network, his quail, and his skills. They had food, they had power, and they had shelter. Cammy paused on the deck while the kids went inside. She looked out over the garden again. And I aim to defend it, she muttered under her breath. Chapter 22, Ellsworth, Maine. An older man in an Army veteran baseball cap tamped down the last clod of muddy soil. The little mound of mud and dirt still looked obscene to Reese's bloodshot eyes. He'd passed out sometime before dawn after the adrenaline surge from the raid had faded. He'd tried to process Ben's loss, but his mind and body had simply had enough. When he'd woken to the bright dawn, Joe had walked him around the back of the store, treating him as if he were an invalid, and brought him to Ben's grave, a simple shallow grave topped with still-drying soil, crude but effective. Locals, hearing of the attack on the police the night before in the parking lot, and the subsequent raid on the Walmart in the hours before dawn, had gathered to mourn the loss of 3 police officers killed during the fighting. They also grieved for the stranger, the outsider who'd given his life in defense of the supplies destined for the town. Joe explained that a dozen men with shovels had respectfully dug a grave behind the Walmart and carefully laid Ben to rest. Now they were finished filling it in and stepped back. Reese wiped at his face as the men with shovels bowed their heads in a moment of silence, then slowly dispersed back to their families. 2 of them lingered, then approached Reese with outstretched hands, thanking him for staying in the store during the night and taking the brunt of the attack. The grocery store wasn't due to be restocked until tomorrow. It's already empty, this. The man in the Army hat said, nodding at the Walmart behind them, is pretty much the last of the food that anyone in this town will be able to get anytime soon. Not unless somebody trucks it in from out of state or the feds show up. He looked down at the ground and then back up at Reese again. I guess what I'm trying to say is thanks. You didn't owe us anything, but you folks stuck it out for our benefit. I just wanted someplace to sleep, Reese muttered. Pardon? The older man said, leaning forward. He said, we're glad we were able to make a difference, Joe blurted. The man with the shovel nodded, smiled sadly, and excused himself. Joe turned Reese roughly aside. You mind telling me what that's all about? She squeezed his good arm. Hard. Might want to show little gratitude. These people took care of your friend. And where were they last night? Reese demanded, fury in his words. Joe stepped back. Where were they when we were out here all alone? We aren't trained for any of this stuff, he said, sweeping his good arm at the devastated landscape in the distance. I just want to go home, Joe, not get caught up in whatever is going on here, Joe smirked. Is that it? You just want to go home? She said in a mocking voice, raising a thumb to her mouth like a toddler. You want some cheese with that wine? Reese turned away, grimacing. She was right. He was acting like a spoiled kid. But Joe stepped in front of him. You look around, mister, she said, her voice low and threatening. She poked him in the chest. Hard. Nobody's trained for this, whatever it is we're living through. She raised her arms in frustration. These people are just trying to survive, same as you and me. There's no one to blame, she said quickly before Reese could open his mouth.
I tagged along with you because I saw from the beginning there was something about you. Something that might get me to a safer place because you're not a quitter," she said, poking him again. "I got nowhere particular to go in this world. My family's gone. Kids are scattered across the country and won't talk to me. The only thing I had was that job back on Cadillac Mountain, but I was going to have to retire soon anyway. I gave it up, though, to follow you." Reese swallowed. His stomach tightened as if hit with a 2x4. Joe was right. He saw plainly the fear in her eyes and heard the uncertainty in her voice. She all but begged him to get his act together. Ben and Joe had relied upon him as a leader, and he'd managed to get them back to civilization. Reese looked down at the fresh mound of dirt and mud at his feet. Fat lot of good that did Ben. He stared off toward the east where the sun brightened the morning sky. A jagged line of trees still standing marked the edge of the tsunami's destruction. To the west, trees and vegetation appeared as they should. To the east, cutting straight across several roads, a line of gray-brown mud had been painted across the landscape. Most trees and plants still remained standing, but their lower limbs, branches, and leaves were all caked in mud. Some had already begun to wilt. Further east, just barely visible in the distance, the true evidence of the tsunami's power was laid bare to see. Trees had been leveled as far as he could see to the horizon, and vegetation stripped clear. Mounds and mounds of debris and wreckage dotted the landscape. Birds gathered by the hundreds, swirling and keening in the air. Gulls, crows, grackles, even vultures with their wings spread wide, circled in the air. It was a macabre spectacle. "Now I need to know, and right now," Joe said in a shaky voice. "Can you handle this? Are you going to snap and break? Or are you fixin' to cowboy up and get this job done?" She shook her head and stepped back, hands on her hips. "Because I gotta tell you what I'm seeing right now, that ain't gonna work. You act like this much longer and you'll never see your wife and baby girl again, you hear me?" She glared at him. "At this point, I half want to see him myself." "Not like I got anywhere else to go," she muttered, looking away. Reese cleared his throat and squared his shoulders, ignoring the jolt of pain from the knife injury. "You're right." Joe looked at him, waiting in silence, eyes narrowed in suspicion. "You're right," Reese repeated, more forcefully. He shrugged his good shoulder. "I lost it. I cracked." Ben Reese looked down at the mound. "I never expected to lose him. I never expected any of this to happen. I just didn't." He blew out his breath and inhaled deeply. "There is nothing more important to me in this world than getting home to my wife and daughter." He looked straight at Joe. Nothing. A smile spread across Joe's face. "That's the Reese I want to see," she said, jabbing a finger at him. "That's the man that ain't gonna take no for an answer. That's the man who's gonna knock down any two-bit thug who stands in his way." "That's what I'm talking about," she said, slapping him on his good shoulder. Reese swallowed, then knelt by Ben's grave. He picked up a fistful of fresh dirt, squeezed it in his hand, then pressed it down on top of the mound. "We've been through a lot, man, from college to TechSafe. You were always there for me. And the one time you needed me, I wasn't there for you. I'm more sorry than you'll ever know." He looked up at the sky, blinked, then looked down again. "I just hope if you're still somewhere nearby, you can forgive me." Reese stood and wiped his hand on his mud-caked shorts. Joe stepped next to him and wrapped a meaty hand on his good shoulder, squeezing gently. "I'm sure he does. In the little time that I knew him, that dude didn't seem to have a grudging bone in his body. Goofy, yeah, but grudging? I don't think so." She turned Reese to face her again. "You know the best thing you can do to honor his memory right now?" she asked. "Don't die. Make your life mean something. Get back to your wife and daughter. I ain't overly religious, but something in my gut tells me that things will be okay between you and him if you make it back to your family." Reese didn't know what else to say, so he nodded. She pressed Ben's cell phone against his chest. "Here, take this. The cop said we could have it since we're the closest thing to next of kin. It was all he had on him, and I think he'd want you to have it." Reese took the phone and immediately pulled up the messaging app. "It's still got a signal, not strong, but it's there," Joe chuckled. "Well, what are you waiting for? Call your wife already?" "It's not going through," Reese muttered in frustration. "I'll try a text message." He tapped out a missive with trembling fingers and hit send. "I hope that gets through. I'm sorry I missed the service," a voice said behind them. Reese held Ben's phone tight and turned to see Ellsworth's top cop trudge through the weeds behind the Walmart and approach the fresh grave. 3 more had been laid out at the far corner of the building. the eternal resting places of the officers who died after the riot. As he approached, Foster stuck out his left hand for an awkward shake. Reese pocketed the phone and shook hands. "Thanks," he said. He nodded toward the 3 graves in the distance. "I'm sorry about your loss." "I hear they were good men, the best," Foster said, his voice tight. He cleared his throat. "I heard the same about your friend," he said, looking at Ben's grave. "I know things have been a little rough for you since you showed up in town, but I wanted to thank you personally for what you did last night." "Did they get much?" asked Joe. Foster shook his head. "Nah, handful of camping supplies, bunch of watches and jewelry. Idiots weren't thinking right last night, that's for sure."
"We'll be all right, but it could have been a lot worse if you folks hadn't been there to scare 'em off," Reese scoffed. "I think I was the only one scared off." Foster looked at him square in the face and held his gaze for a long moment. "Judging by the amount of blood left on the floor when you slashed that guy, I'd say you did a fair amount of active dispersal, Lavelle." Reese glanced down at the knife in his belt, encased in a brand-new sheath, courtesy of the grateful Walmart manager. "Didn't know what else to do," Reese muttered. Foster grimaced and looked to the horizon. "I'd say what you did was just fine. I've got a proposition for you," he said abruptly, turning back to look at Joe and Reese. "I heard from the doc that checked you over last night that you guys want to get home, but I'm asking if you'd stay for a while longer." "I don't know what's going on here," Reese said, looking over the little town of Ellsworth. "But I don't think me and my friend here belong in the middle of it." Foster took his hat off and glanced at the police patch on the front while he spoke. "Oh, there's not much going on. Just some rabble-rousers with too much time on their hands, I suppose. It's not like we have a gang problem here," he snorted. "Ellsworth's too small to be on anybody's radar. This will all settle down in a day or two." Reese shook his head. "I'm not so sure it will. And every day I stay here is another day my wife and daughter are alone back south." Foster put his hat on and tugged the bill low over his eyes. "Well, I won't begrudge a man wanting to get back to his family, I suppose, with everything going on. Family's the most important thing left nowadays. If you won't stay, at least let me get you geared up. You didn't have anything worth talking about when you walked into town last night, and you got even less now, I suppose?" "Chief, Reese began. "No," Foster said, holding up his good hand to stop Reese's argument. "Wouldn't be neighborly. I'll get you kitted up with weapons, ammo, and food and water. I'm not turning you loose out there to fend for yourselves. What with you all cut up on my account," he said with finality. Reese started to say something, but Joe grabbed his arm and spoke first. "That's mighty nice of you, Chief Foster. We're much obliged." Foster looked them both over one more time, nodded to himself, grunted. "Hip. We're in for a blow. I figure least I can do is give you a proper down east send-off. Tell you what, meet me out front in, say a couple hours. I'll make sure you have a ride to the edge of town. We got plenty of gas for the squad cars and nowhere really to go. It's the least I can do." Overwhelmed with the show of gratitude, Reese found a lump in his throat prevented him from speaking. He nodded and managed to croak his thanks. And so, a little over 2 hours later, Reese and Joe found themselves standing alone on the road that marked the western limit of the town of Ellsworth, Maine. Gliven said his goodbyes, handed over another box of ammo for the matching pistols. Reese and Joe carried courtesy of the Ellsworth PD, got in his squad car, and drove back to town. Silence once again descended around them, and the 2 refugees from Mount Desert Island stood in the middle of an empty road and stared south through the whispering pines toward an uncertain future. And home. They both carried backpacks donated from the Walmart, filled to the gills with freeze-dried camping food, bottles of water, ammunition, spare clothes, and more first aid supplies than Reese could count. Joe carried a shotgun over her shoulder, and Reese carried the ammo. They had tarps for keeping the rain off them. Each carried a lightweight summer sleeping bag tied to the bottom of their packs, and a supply of disposable ponchos. The town doctor had changed Reese's dressings and given him a week's worth of antibiotics, and also provided him with a fresh, proper sling to replace the grubby, blood and mud-stained t-shirt that Joe had originally used. Both wore clean shirts, shorts, and new hiking boots. Joe's legs, exposed to the sunlight for the first time in decades, were a bright, pasty white. They'd trashed their filthy, ragged clothes, but she refused to discard her weathered park ranger's campaign hat. "Well, don't we look ridiculous?" Reese said, after a long moment of listening to the birds in the trees. Joe snorted. "Speak for yourself, hoss. I represent the height of late summer fashion," she said.
striking a pose with her hip out and one arm up over her head. They both laughed. "Shall we?" Reese asked, inclining his head toward the empty road south. "Oh yes, let's do," Joe said, affecting a British accent. A short while later, they emerged from the pine forest as the road swept back toward the coast. The ground rose slightly just south of town, and the brisk walk had raised beads of sweat on Reese's forehead. But the exercise so far felt good. Walking on smooth asphalt allowed him to stretch the long muscles of his legs and back after the tortuous 3-mile hike from the coast through debris and mud the day before. The sun warmed his healing face, and the breeze cooled the sweat glistening on his brow. Birds chirped in the trees, and the world felt at peace. There were no planes flying in the skies, no helicopters, no cars racing down roads. Everything was quiet and natural as it should be. Then they emerged from the tree line and saw the destruction further south along the coast. The hill they'd crested sloped down toward the Atlantic, and the mega-tsunami's wrath lay evident for them to see for miles around. Like near Ellsworth, trees proved no match for the power of the raging ocean. Raw, bare earth, still glistening in the sunlight, had been exposed for miles. The black ribbon of road cut through the debris and disappeared under large swaths of mud flow. The tsunami's damage was complete and, to Reese's mind, apocalyptic. Next to him, Joe whistled, low and soft. "I was starting to think it was all a dream," she muttered. Reese narrowed his eyes at the destruction before them, watching water still seeping over the cliffs and falling to the ocean below. It reminded him of a Salvador Dali painting. "No," he said after a long moment. "No, it's not a dream, Joe. It's an obstacle. Just another wall to climb over." "And if we can't climb over that wall?" Joe asked softly, still taking in the ruined landscape ahead of them. "Then I'll smash through it." Reese turned to Joe. "I swear to you, nothing is going to stand in our way of getting to South Carolina. Not this," he said, pointing at the mud flow and the devastated coastline. "Not criminals or rioters like we dealt with last night. Nothing." "That water was unstoppable," Joe said, trance-alike, looking over Reese's shoulder. "We will be too. Let's go," Reese said, clenching his jaw and taking his first step toward the devastation. "We have a long road ahead of us."